This is a team through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Magandang araw sa mga ladies at gentlemen namin dyan. Ito ang ikapitong araw ng CFS IMPACT Fall kung saan palapit na ng palapit ang paghatol sa kung sino ang hihirangin ng mga kampiyon dito sa ligang ito. Kami nga pala ang mga komentaristang maghahatid sa inyo ng aksyon sa araw na ito. Mochi at Daydom nga pala. Kamusta ka naman, Daydom?
Nagulat ako sa komentarista. May ganun palang tawag sa atin.
Meron.
Pero yes, super excited para sa mga laro natin today. Now we're back with another day of impact after a few days of rest and respite. Ito na naman tayo sa ating bakbakan dito, Mochi, and I'm excited to see just how the teams will adapt. Especially with the games na nakita natin from last week's matches, and of course, doon din sa regional games na nakita natin, no, back in the weekend. Ang tindi ng mga upset na naganap doon, no. So today, there's a chance for some upsets as well, and may chance din na mabago ang mga standings natin sa group stage.
Yes, of course, no, hindi na malabo. Pero check muna natin, no, ano ang ating format. Of course, magsisimula tayo at ginagawa na natin ang ating group stage na kinompromisang 8 teams kung saan ito ay magiging single round robin format. So, pagalingan talaga yan, no, with best of 3 every single match. And of course, after nun, playoffs tayo kung saan ang 4 na naiiwang teams natin from our top 4 galing sa group stage ay magbabattle it out with a single elimination and a best of 5. Ano naman meron sa prize pool dyan?
Of course, we have a total prize pool of 2,500 or 2,500 USD. At syempre, yung champion natin, siya may pinakamalaking party doon with 700 USD. Pero lahat ng teams naman natin dito, no, merong prize. Even the 8th place may 100 USD para sa ating impact fall, no. So, of course, this is still a hefty sum, all things considered. And of course, let's take a look at the team standings sa ngayon sa group stage, Mochi, ha. Pauti na ng pauti yung mga games na natitira sa group stage natin.
Of course, and especially, no, parang nanggaling din tayo sa laban ng Kadiliman at Querdas last week kung saan nang natalo doon ay si Querdas. So, sobrang linis pa rin ng status dito ng Kadiliman ngayon. Walang talo at walang hirap nilang binatalo itong ibang mga teams natin, which led us to our current standings. Now, 3rd and 4th naman natin ngayon si Fervid at Shrooms. Pero tignan mo, ha, parang medyo pangpatayan yung laban natin from 4th to 6. Kasi biro mo, sobrang konti lang ng diferensya dito when it comes to their rounds and as well as kung ano ang kanilang mga round differentials as well.
Yes. And kung makikita nyo guys, 4 matches for majority of our teams. Yung kabuuan ng matches for each and every team is 7. So, lagpas na tayo sa halfway point ng group stage natin. So, this is where we get to see the teams na medyo delikado yung estado dito sa ating group stage. Remember, Mochi, 4 teams lang ang papasok sa playoffs.
Ayun nga, no? So, kumbaga, kung naghahanap ng matinong oras, yung pinaka-suitable na oras para galingan ng ating mga teams, ito na yon.
Yes.
Ikapitong araw, ito rin yung mga nasa delikadong posisyon ng mga teams natin, which is also an interesting one to note. Blue Vortex versus Team Micro, it's gonna be our first series, followed by Fervid and Alliance, and as well as Kadiliman and Shrooms. Kumbaga, pang pasabog din itong ating huling match natin for today. Kaya, kung meron kayong mga sinusuporta ang mga teams dyan, abangan ninyo yan.
Yes, absolutely, no. Medyo mataas yung standings at expectations ng Kadiliman and Shrooms. Of course, Shrooms medyo nahirapan magsimula dito sa ating group stage. But then, they look on form after taking a couple of weeks off dito sa schedule natin. And nung bumalik sila, no, last week, ang ganda ng mga performance ng Shrooms. You can say the same for Fervid and Alliance Gaming. Of course, itong dalawang team na to, medyo mataas din yung expectations sa kanila, no, based on their recent performances. So, I'm excited to see those matches for today. And syempre, huwag natin kakalimutan ng Blue Vortex versus Team Micro. Although I do have to say, Team Micro kailangan nila maghapit, no? Kasi yung standings as we know, is slowly drawing to a close on group stage. So Team Micro need to rack up some points, and tingnan natin kung kaya ba nilang ipatumba ang Blue Vortex today.
Totoo, no? Especially na nung nakaraang laban nila last week, hindi natin masyado nakita ang true colors ng Team Micro. But on the other hand, dito kay Blue Vortex, talagang nagkatalo lang talaga in terms of experience. Nung I believe nakalaban nila ron at that time is Querdas. But we're gonna check more about them later on. Especially yun nga, medyo patayan ang kanilang estado ngayon pagdating sa ating round robin standings. Pero guys, no? Maliban dito sa mga players at mga teams natin na pwedeng manalo. Alam nyo ba na pwede rin kayong manalo dito as well? At ito ay pwede nyong makuha sa pamamagitan ng pagkuha ng up to 4 permanent guns sa pagpapalit ng points natin sa ating point shop.
Yes guys, ongoing pa rin ang ating Stove PC Client Showcase event where you have a chance to get 4 weapons dito, no? Nakita nyo naman yung naka-flash kanina, no? The Chaytak Dominator Novel Gold. Permanent yan guys, ha? If you get enough points through the everyday check-in, pwede nyo makuha permanently yung Chaytak Dominator. Yan, meron ding M4 A1 Beast Azure and AK-47 Knife Iron Beast. Napakalilinis ng mga weapons na yan, no? You can get it for absolutely free of charge and permanent if you get enough points in the reward system dito sa ating point event shop. So, mag-log in lang kayo sa CF using the Stove PC Client Launcher and do the daily requirements para makakuha ng rewards at mag-earn ng points gamit sa ating point shop. Again guys, kailangan Stove PC Client yung gamit nyo. So, if hindi nyo pa nagagawa, you need to migrate your accounts.
Ito na, no? Kami nang magde-decide sa inyo kung di nyo pa nagagawa. Gawin nyo na habang nagpa-podcast kami dito at di pa nagsisimula ang laban ng ating mga teams. I-migrate nyo na yung mga account nyo kasi saglit lang naman yan. Yan din yung maganda dito sa ating Stove PC client, no? And, syempre, maraming salamat kay Smilegate kasi biro mo, no? Pamigay na yung up to 4 permanent guns natin dito para mas lalo nga makapag-dominate with style itong ating mga players dito na tumatangkilik ng Crossfire. So, ngayon, check out na natin ang ating map dito, no? Wag na natin patagalin nito ang laban ng Blue Vortex versus Team Micro. Abay, tignan mo nga naman, no? Pangbigatin kaagad itong ating mga serye with the Compound 2, Port, and as well as Ankara. Puro sniper heavy maps ang meron tayo dito ngayon and also an advantage on the GR side, Dedo.
Of course, of course. Speaking of the GR side, no? Compound. Actually, sa GR side magsisimula ang Team Micro dito. Hinayaan na ng Blue Vortex na sila ang magsimula sa GR. Trying to get that momentum in the second half para dito sa Blue Vortex, but there are no strangers to Compound either, no? We have seen Blue Vortex play Compound before as well. Nakita din natin Blue Vortex loves playing default heavy maps. They played Ankara against Rhea 7 GAON. Tapos nanalo din sila in sub-base up against Rhea 7 GAON earlier in the group stage. So, wouldn't be surprised how good Blue Vortex will perform in that particular map. In the second map naman, Port, Blue Vortex din ang pumili noon, and Team Micro will also start on the GR side. So, there's a big chance for Team Micro to start off well dito sa dalawang mapa natin, no? Starting as the GR.
Not to mention na rin siguro yung performance dito nila Yogs and as well as the Tangbats whenever that they play into Compound 2. Always phenomenal, always consistent. I feel like it just boils down into kung sino nga ba yung makakatapat nila dito, no? But on the other hand, for Blue Vortex, ito na talaga yung parang all-star player natin na possible, that has full potential itong team na to, no? They got the likes of Ephraim, Soulcast, and as well as Jersey as their prime pillars here. Minsan si Zib 777 nagpa-pop off din, and as well as itong si Inverse. So, it is bound na makikita natin more of our players here, especially na kada linggo meron na silang mga ensayo dito at mukhang nakikita naman natin nag-i-improve sila, and which also just means that little by little parang nagkakaroon na ng form itong mga teams natin ngayon dito sa Impact Fall.
Yes, and I'd like to see just how Team Micro has improved, no? Kasi medyo mabigat yung kalaban nila ngayon, no? If you remember, Mochi, earlier in the group stage, Blue Vortex was one of the first teams to take down Fervid in the first couple of weeks, no? Nalo sila 3-1 or 2-1 rather up against Fervid, at dalawa sa mapang yun, Moch, nakikita natin dito sa ating map dito. In both Compound and Port, tinalo ng Blue Vortex ang Fervid. So medyo mabigat ang kailangan buhatin dito ng Team Micro, no? But I do have full faith in Team Micro kung anong magagawa dito nila Tang Bats at nila Jeans. This team, very, very talented in the fragging department.
Of course. And since naipag na natin ang ating 2 piso, no, yung mga thoughts natin about here in our teams, let us have our predictions here. Because I believe, talaga sabi mo, quite of a challenging match ito for Team Micro. I will go 2-0 for Blue Vortex. How about you?
I do have to agree with you dito, Mochi. No? Although this isn't based on the entire potential of the team. I think this is just based off the statistics na meron tayo of the group stage thus far. Blue Vortex sila yung team na kayang tumalo sa mga top teams natin like Kadiliman, in my opinion, Fervid as well. So just a little bit of finesse in the form. I think Blue Vortex can rise to the top. So, Team Micro as it stands, I don't think they can win these maps, especially these 2 maps na meron tayo. So, I think 2-0 din ako in favor of Blue Vortex.
Pero once again guys, paalala lang no na yung aming mga prediction dito ay hindi purong bias. These are all observations and as well as statistics based on the weeks na nangyari nung mga nakaraan and as well as each of personal performance na meron dito ang ating mga kampo. But we are definitely welcome for Team Micro to show and prove that we are indeed wrong. Kasi that just means na, yun nga no, tulad ng sinabi natin, it's been a week of upsets, no? Baka naman hindi magpahuli si Team Micro dito. And we are so down to see that happen or witness that happen kung yun talaga ang magiging tema o istorya natin, no? Total, sila naman na may hawak ng pluma dito, tulad nga ng paboritong sabihin ni Salvatore, sila din ang gumagawa ng kanilang mga istorya. So guys, once again, unang mapa natin, Compound 2, there's gonna be quite of a bagger match waiting for us.
Yes, I'm excited to see just how Team Micro has adjusted, no? I mean, they are a team with a lot of potential. I keep saying this. Nung pinakaunang match natin sa group stage, nakatapat nila ang Querdas. Another team that has a lot of potential and they were able to go 1-1 in the set scores. No? Unfortunately, hindi natin nakita yung concluder nung seryeng yon. But Team Micro definitely can keep up in terms of firepower in these teams like Blue Vortex, like Querdas, arguably even against other teams as well. No, I feel like it's just a matter of bringing the team together. Last time we saw Team Micro, I believe si KRB yung naglaro, no, their 6-man in place of one of their players. So tingnan natin kung this time around they will have the full force of their main roster. Kung makakapagdalo ba dito si Knight or not. And how the team performs with Knight back into the roster. But maganda rin naman yung performance ni KRB, no? I believe in that week, yun yung puro sub yung naglaro and then all the subs performed, including KRB. So well. Yeah, and I am hoping to see just how Team Micro performs with their main man in the form of Knight.
Of course, no? I feel like that's also worth noting as well that every time they bring into a random sub in their team, for some reason, they always exceed with flying colors, which has been super insane for us to witness. Kasi minsan napapaisip tayo, saang dako ng Crossfire nyo na hugot tong player na ito? Saan nyo nahanap? Bakit ngayon nyo lang sila sinali? Or something like that. Which is crazy because that just shows na in these types of grassroots tournaments, nakikita natin kung gaano katindi nga yung mga unfound gems and treasures natin dito in the form of players that is currently playing here in Impact Fall, which is wonderful for us to see as well kasi parang nakikita natin na ito yung mga possible prodigies na maaari nating makita in the bigger leagues na upcoming dito for Crossfire. So that just means that it seems like the future generations of Crossfire is glimmering bright, if I may say, especially that there's already more and more franchises and even sponsors supporting our players here in the Philippines so far. And unti-unti na rin nare-recognize dahil na rin kay EVOS and as well as kay Team Stallions, no? Yung kagalingan ng mga talentong Pilipino. So, it's so nice to see something like that, no? But, once again guys, pinaprepare lang natin ang ating entamblado na pagsasayawan ng Micro at as well as Blue Vortex, no? Abangan ninyo lang yan. At kung gusto nyo rin makichismis, makichika sa amin, makipagkwentuhan, comment down below. Baka ma-feature yan dito sa broadcast natin.
Yes, absolutely guys. Kung nakikita nyo yung pin comment down below, no, pwede kayo magtanong ng any insight from me and Mochi. And mamaya darating si Bipolar nyo, pwede nyo rin siya tanungin sa comment section. Pwede yan ma-feature maybe today, maybe sa preview show. Pero Mochi, pinarinig ang barilan dito. I believe we are ready with our game. So let's get this show on the road. Team Micro on the GR versus Blue Vortex on the BL side dito sa ating Compound 2.0.
And it seems like we're opting for a default approach dito, no? Pinasimula na maganda ito ng Blue Vortex so far at kaunting mid-control na kung saan sumisilip-silip si Soulcast in case lang na merong possible na mga magpupush dito galing sa Team Micro pero sobrang passive ng kanilang position dito ngayon, Daydum.
And one of the key things to watch here is those snipers. Sershi, this time, the lone sniper in the ranks of Blue Vortex dito sa BL side nila. At nakadalawang sniper naman dito ang Team Micro, Yogs and Tangbats. A lot of highlight performances from Tangbats, no? But surprisingly, hasn't been enough for Team Micro. So this doesn't surprise me na nag-do double sniper sila dito, especially in Compound 2.0, no? You just need a little bit more firepower. Here's Zip, nakakita doon ng ulo and Tangbats immediately down. Uy, naka-chainsaw si Inverse. Wait.
Wait. Parang yung mga, wait lang, unang round pa lang to, pero may chainsaw na agad tayo dito na yakap-yakap ni Inverse, no? Parang hinihili, kumbaga sa bata, you know? Which is sight to see para sa Blue Vortex, kasi parang ngayon lang natin nakita na may hawak silang ganyan. It is quite of a custom na nakikita natin na sila Lance at sila Nice Kato lang naghahawak niyang chainsaw or yan ng KSB natin. Pero tingnan mo naman, some damage already being inflicted here dito kay Jins at papasimula ni Sol. Kaso naman ang mga kill dito, sinundan pa ni Cersei Wed as well as additional kill care from Soulcast himself. At ngayon si Knight na lang ang naiiwan ng daing niyang pagdadaanan dito, Dadom. At yun ay kung makakalagpas din siya kay Ephraim kung sakali. And it seems like baka makapag-exit frags na lang dito din si Knight kung possible. Pero i-check ata siya ni Ephraim dito at sakto sa ulo ang nakukuha niyang kill dito. First ever round here will be brought by Blue Vortex.
Ganda rin ng movement doon ni Boss F. Coming in, wide peak, crouching, just making sure that whoever plays the corner will not have proper aim and saktong-sakto yung pag-crouch niya. Parang malaniyo ang movement niya doon from the Matrix. And gives the round over towards Blue Vortex. At yun, I think kailangan makahanap ng magandang posisyon dito ni Yogs at ni Tangbats. No? Nahuli si Tangbats kanina no? Off of a shot from, I believe that was Zib, who this time also has the sniper. At si Tangbats na ngayon, lumipat dito sa may pillars, getting the shot onto Cersei. So that's a good engagement for Team Micro to start with. Pero si Inverse papasok dito. Naka-chainsaw. Looking for a kill si Tangbats on the other side. Magagaling siya mula dun sa door not from the window. But contact going to be prevented for now. Blue Vortex, regroup muna sa dito. Mochi, wala na yung sniper nila na si Cersei
But I really like the position adjustment na ginawa dito ni Team Micro, no? Parang na-realize nila parang di rin okay na naka-soil or nakabaon tayo masyado sa site. Na mapakahirap gumalaw, baka maipit sila. At na-recognize nila yon, where they allocated 3 people dito sa bandang mid natin. Pero yun nga lang nga, may mga butas silang hindi natatapalan. At isa na doon ang pagkuha ni Zib ng isang tao dito. One of their crucial ones at dinagdagan pa pati si Knight na pitas dito. Soulcast sa follow-up kill here on to Dexy. Yogs at Jeans na lang ang naiiwan dito. Both trying to man up dito sa B-side natin. 1 for each. Soulcast trying to trade yung lost comrade niya. Pero hindi niya ata magagawa yon. Pansamantalang mabubuhay. But eventually, mamamatay din si Jeans dito with a really good kill here from Chainsaw na hawak-hawak ni Inverse. And what's crazy here din, Dom? Hindi na pinapalitan yung loadout niya. Nakastick pa rin siya dun sa Chainsaw niya.
Ayun na nga the double kill with the Chainsaw. Inverse able to turn it around. Medyo nakakatakot yung round na yun para sa Blue Vortex because Jean was actually popping off. Pero si Cersei ngayon, waiting at the right corner, shuts down Tangbats, keeps control of pillar. Ito na nga magagaling sa mid, the double peek from Jean and Dexy to get 3 kills. And suddenly, Team Micro punishing Blue Vortex for their early aggression. Down to the last 2 players para sa Blue Vortex dito. Team Micro, good control on this defense. Knight, nahanap pa ako si Soulcast. It's all up to the Chainsaw player. That is Inverse. Hirap to with the Chainsaw. And Jean just dismissing of him with the HK. And there you have it. Team Micro with their first round on the board.
I feel like they didn't really recognize din, no? Parang di na nalaman din last round na merong mga tumataong tatlo dito sa mid area natin to deny whichever is gonna try and pick on the tower or even doon sa container natin sa gitna, which is actually wonderful here for Team Micro because that just means that they sealed the deal here for that current round or that specific round na yung defense nila is gonna be quite of a really strong one to say the least, no? Well, hindi sila masyado nag-allocate ng mga tao dito na naglalurk sa bandang LA and even sa Pillars area natin which definitely denied any casualties on their end. They might have gotten one but unfortunately hindi na ito nasundan. But now, marami-rami ang nag-o-up for mid-control assuming that there might be some people pa rin na tumatao doon pero hindi, no? They tried to change up their positions here with Yogsen as well as Tangbats here at the Pillar area, anticipating kung merong magpupush dito.
And I love the immediate adjustment from Blue Vortex. Kanina, nahuli sila sa mid. This time, taking a more slow, more util-heavy approach dito sa may curve. Tonight, mag-iimba jump muna, papalagpas into RS. As Team Micro, ready to receive any noise. Punta dito sa B site. Dexy, close angle, Soulcast waiting, lying in wait, and Yogs also in a corner. And the sniper shot from Tangbats na tama kay Zib. No entry for Zib. As B-site is still in firm control of Team Micro. May 1 minute pa naman mag-rotate dito ang Blue Vortex should they decide to do so. And I think they will.
Grabe din yung patience game natin dito, no? Parang nagcha-cha-cha lang ditong si Dexy tsaka si Yogs nang antabay ang mga membro ng Team Micro kung merong mag-swing, magpupush, holding a specific angle for who knows how long already. Pero yun nga lang nga, hindi nanalo sa patience game dito ang dalawang membro ng Team Micro. Eisenverse and Soulcast gets 1 for each. Tangbas in a really good position here to push forward, taking down ito si Eisenverse. Pero ang bilis ng palitan dito, no? Mas malaki ang kalamangan ni Soulcast but seriously, pero sobrang low na ng kanilang HP on this one. Paunahan na lang kung sino mang una magkakakitaan. Tangbats, isang bala na lang yan nasa harap mo. Kailangan mo ingatan and he would be able to get the 2 remaining players dito ng Blue Vortex. This dude again saved the day for Team Micro.
Tangbats, a nasty flick into the pistol shots. All he needed to turn that around. Ang ganda rin ng hold ng Team Micro doon. Despite the fact that they lost the site, nabawasan pa rin nila yung HP bars ng mga Blue Vortex players dito, making it possible for Tangbats to go for the clutch even with just the pistol. So now the score is 2-2. Tied up game dito sa round number 5 natin. Mochi Team Micro actually adjusting well to the Blue Vortex playstyle. Even with the chainsaw of inverse na binibili niya pa rin dito. Mukhang ito talaga yung gusto niya laruin the whole BL side dito. And suffice to say, it's actually working out decently well for inverse.
Trip niya yan yaan nyo. Sabi siguro ng mga kasama niya. Kung gumagawa naman siya ng mga usual plays natin at hindi na apektuhan yung performance yun, ba't mo papakialaman, diba? Pero ngayon mid-control ang punteriya ng Blue Vortex ngayon. They really need this round, most especially that in terms of defense, it seems like Team Micro is adapting quite well, no, sa mga galawan nila dito. Pero Cersei lang naman ang makakakuha ng unang kill. Sinundan pa ni Zeb 777. Ako po, parang nagsisimula na ang paglipol ni Blue Vortex dito sa mga kasamahan ng Team Micro. Night at Tangbats na lang ang naiiwan, pero hindi natin pwede underestimate itong dalawang ito. Pero kakasabi ko lang nun, sabi ni Cersei, wait lang commentator, kami ng bahala, ububos dito. Si Night na lang ang naiiwan, pero medyo delikado ang kanyang posisyon at hindi na nga siya sisikatan ng araw ng tuluyan. Inverse with the chainsaw kill at it again.
Ang hirap kalaban ng chainsaw Pag nag-wide pick ka, wala kang laban. Just spray you down and inverse. Just holding, lying in wait. At perfecto ang hawak niya doon na baril. And inverse taking the kill. Pushing Blue Vortex. Lamang na sila ng isang round dito. Mochi 3-2 and the sniper shot mula kay Tangbats na tama dito. No entry again for Zib. Bawal pumasok, boss. Wala kang ID
I feel like there's this fine there should be a fine adjustment para dito sa ating Blue Vortex na makapaggamit ng mga flash grenades natin, no, if applicable. Kasi pakiramdam ko kung meron sila noon and they can utilize more of their utilities, parang mas malaki ata yung magiging edge nila dito. Pero ngayon, Marami-rami na ang nalaga sa parehong kampo. 2 for 2 ang kanilang naging exchange with an additional damage dealt dito kay Inverse as well. But we are yet to see if there is gonna be certain commitments here on B site. But that might probably be the case here. Ewan ko lang, no, kung mapapatagal at makuhold ito ni Yogs na maganda kung i-check itong
Yogs.
corner na to. Pero tingnan mo, ang bilis ng adjustment dito ng Team Micro. Lahat sila nasa B-site na. Tamang antabay at intay na lang, abang lang kung merong mga papasok dito galing sa Blue Vortex.
I think may narinig silang footstep, no, mula sa Blue Vortex, which is why they put Jean dito sa may batteries. And Yogs with an off angle. Baka hindi expect dito ni Ephraim. Flash coming in, hindi nabulag si Yogs, and the peak is just perfect. And it's just one kill for Yogs dahil andyan ang chainsaw ni Inverse. Tangbats, muntik nang makatama doon. At nakita niya yung ulo ni Sershi to shut down this offense of Blue Vortex. Team Micro evening things out yet again. And it was the hold from Yogs that made it possible, Mochi.
Grabe yung pag-hold ni Yogs doon, and also the sheer crosshair placement na ino-offer dito ni Tangbats.
Yes.
Kasi tignan mo naman yung KD niya. 8-4 already dito pa lang sa ating unang half, and so far kaya talaga nakikita niya tanggal agad ang ulo ng kung sino mang sisilip dyan. Pero mukhang meron pa rin kalabangan ng Team Micro ngayon in terms of holding down any specific angles here on the defense. Definitely strong, definitely solidified, but we are yet to see kung meron nga bang magiging balik dito ang Blue Vortex, no? Lalo na kulang sila ng isang tao sa kanilang kampo.
And even more importantly, buhay pa si Tangbats dito, no? So the sniper, still something to look up to look out for rather. Pero si Blue Vortex, dito na sa may store A. Lots of LA presence, nag-flash pa nga sa mid, nag-smoke sa mid for a bit of attention. Pero may chance pa silang lumipat. There's still 1 minute 22 seconds on the clock. At yung C4, hindi pa naman sa mid, no? So, pwede pa lumipat dito si Zib. Create space for Boss F dito. Zib takes down Yogs. Lipat muna sa curb into EA, actually. It's an A execute si Dexy. Nasa C2. While finds Zib. Pero si Ephraim papasok na rin. Nakita yung ulo ni Dexy. Dexy trying to survive and will do so. Ephraim denied. Pero ito na naman yung chainsaw ni Inverse. Will it be enough? The answer is no. Mas malakas yung TRG doon ni Tangbats, and Team Micro pull the lead. 4-3 ang score natin dito.
I really loved the approach ni Dexy dito, no? You know what? Sige, gagawin ko lang fortress tong C2, no? Dito lang ako. Magano lang ako sa kaliwa. Lalakad ako sa kanan, tapos titignan ko, magsustrip lang ako, check ko lang kung sinong mga lilitaw dito galing sa Blue Vortex, and it definitely benefited them well, no? Quite of a great anchor here for Dexy as well.
Yes.
Hindi tayo masyado nakakita ng mga pop-ups from Dexy, pero man, when it comes to anchors, matik siyang asahan dito para sa Team Micro. Pero ngayon mukhang nawala na agad si Knight, no, sa ating curve to B, but we are gonna check if there will be an answer back dito for Team Micro for the time being. Wala nang rin masyadong nagko-contest ng ating pillars area. Seems like they made a different approach here for Team Micro, and instead, ang naiiwan lang dito si Tangbats. Kaya lang kasi iniisip nila, kung si Tangbats lang naman ang papatauhin natin dito, parang okay lang kahit siya lang, no? Matik merong matatanggal na isa dito, but the question is, would that be the case? And would they be confident enough into getting that thought into it? Pero we are gonna be seeing some diversions for a couple of members here from Blue Vortex as well, and we will just utilize the remaining time na meron. Total, marami pa naman segundong naiiwan para sa kanila.
Curious strategy dito, Mochi, no? Team Micro letting go of the sniper. Naka-HK si Tangbats. And as you said, siya yung nakaposition dito sa may B site in close to batteries. At mukhang magka-curve na nga into B ang players ng Blue Vortex for that B split eventually. Papasok na into the site. Tangbats, can you find the kill? Inverse takes down Dexy, and Tangbats goes down. Double kill na naman for the chainsaw. Ano ba to, man? This is a massacre. Parang Texas, Chainsaw massacre. Wala dito kay Inverse, and Ephraim takes down Jean. Blue Vortex unstoppable. 5 players still remaining, and Yogs mag-isa na lang. Anong kayang gawin dito ni Yogs? Hinahabol pa nga siya ng chainsaw. Inverse for 3. Naka-headshot pa nga for the final kill. Inverse. What is this chainsaw? 10 kills on the board for Inverse.
This is no longer a Russian roulette, man. Kasi pagka si Inverse na yung on the hunt dito, mayroong secure, merong mapapatay with the
Yun nga eh.
chainsaw at hand, which is pretty crazy for them. Pero, Cersei, papasimula ng kill dito onto Tangbats already denied. That definite first blood prowess na dapat meron ng Team Micro kanina pa at nadagdagan pa ang isinama dito sa hukay. Yogs already eliminated, obliterated din dito si Zibdo as Knight takes that trigger onto that guy. Soulcast just waiting dito din kay Dex, hindi na uubra ang iyon pagchacha sa C2 at ngayon si Dex susubukan pa rin na lumaban pumalag push makukuha ito si Ephraim pero kaya bang umisa pa? Hindi na. Soulcast tries to take him down and will be successful in doing so. Tapos ang unang half natin para dito sa laban na ito.
Yes.
At ngayon, ano naman kaya ang magiging pagkaiba sa behaviors ng mga players natin dito?
Yan natin, no? Pero all things considered, medyo mahirap ang half na to para sa Team Micro. Remember, GR sila kanina. Now they're on the BL at hindi sila nakapaipon ng rounds. Sila yung may disadvantage. Remember, Compound very heavily GR-sided. And Blue Vortex going into that side with already a lead is tough. Uy, naka-chainsaw pa rin. Si Inverse, akala ko, lilipat na siya dito ng barrel. Still holding on to the same weapon. Uy, Tangbats. Playing whack-a-mole kalaban si Zip, who has the sniper. Nakit muna siya dun sa tower, but Tangbats looking for any stragglers in curve. Wala siya makikita sa ngayon, Moch. Si Soulcast nandun sa ilalim niya eh.
Actually, this is the beauty of the lineup din ng Blue Vortex, no? Quite the flexible bunch ang kanilang roster. Maybe other than Inverse, kasi usually nagti-TRG din yan. Pero ewan ko nung pumasok sa ulo niya ni Inverse na nag-change na siya ngayon for like the whole duration of the game. But as long as it works, then it's okay. Pero yun nga lang, Yorks will be able to find this dude out, no? Hindi uubra yung pag-crouch at pag-abang niya dyan sa isang sulok nitong ating storage A. But now, it seems like we're just gonna be waiting for Team Micro to get additional kills here before they even opt for a commitment sa kung anong site ng kanilang pipiliin dito. Pero Tangbats, nako po, matindi ang pagpaslang kay Cersei. Zibdo mukhang masusundan. Dexy for the trade at kanila na, libreng-libre na. Pwede nang pumasok ang lahat. Buong barangay nandito na sa A-site natin ngayon. Pero si Soulcast na lang ang natitira para dito sa Blue Vortex. Pero ayun na nga, Tangbats will be able to take him out. And equalize na naman ang ating score ngayon.
And Tangbats with a beautiful hold down in the tower. Making sure na control pa rin dito ng Team Micro ang mid. And that was the key. Mochi, kaya hindi nakapag-defend maayos ang Blue Vortex eh. Nawala sila ng control ng mid. So they had to reinforce, rotate. Kaso may sniper pa rin na nakabang sa mid area. So Team Micro picking up the round dito sa unang BL side nila, no? And a quick adjustment from Blue Vortex. Iniwan na agad nila yung mid of Cersei peeking down from Store B into Pillar. Takes down Knight. Immediately, Team Micro. Wala na yung isa nila.
It's really interesting din, no? Na nung sa second round ng first half natin, ang ginawa naman ni Team Micro is nag-allot sila ng 3 dito sa mid-area natin. But now, no, it's quite different, no? Blue Vortex, they offer a much more different approach kung saan they just try to keep people gatekeeping on both storage A and B. When Zeb successfully connecting that shot here onto Tangbats with no one actually manning dito sa ating mid area. And which they should be careful of course, because they might repeat the same mistake again from their first round. But we are yet to see if there will be any contestment dito from Blue Vortex kasi tignan mo naman, they're just making the most out of taking every single space that they can, no? Up to their full advantage. And from the backlights, Inverse will be there. Hunting Jeans. Yogs, though, susubukang ipalit doon sa namatay niyang kasama. Pero si Cersei lang din ang sasagot. And Dexy will also go down with him as well. Cersei's been pretty crazy with the TRG ngayon na.
Yes,
Pero
sir.
nag-uunahan lang sila ni Inverse dito. Isa Chainsaw Hawk, isa TRG, but already on a double-digit kill count and a single-digit death.
Yung nakakatuwa pa dito sa chainsaw ni Inverse. So, nagda-dry pick. Siya yung nag-entry dito sa curve. Parang M14 lang yung hawak niya dito. Si Knight though, nakaabang sa push. And si Ephraim nahuli ni Knight. The pistol comes out. Soulcast will get the headshot onto Knight. So that's a good trade from Blue Vortex to take down Knight. Sakto lang yung posisyon ni Inverse dito, just waiting for the LA execute. Pwede siya maka-triple dito with the chainsaw. Gets one, gets two, and that's the double for the Inverse of the play. Good hold coming through, pero si Jean sasagot dito, finds his own double kill, but now it's a 1v2. Mag-isa si Jean, does not have the C4, kailangan pang lumipat ng LA. Pero playing it very smart. Iniintay niya muna na mag-push dito si Soulcast at si Sershi before making a move, and this might just be the way to isolate the duels. Medyo malayo pa si Sershi. Soulcast, hindi pa niya nakikita. Magpipik mula dito sa may EA at sakto lang ang ginawa dito ng Blue Vortex. Soulcast to take down Jean. And Blue Vortex 2 rounds ahead. 7-5 ang score natin, watch.
Grabe din, no? Actually, okay na sana yung pag-hold ni James in the last couple of moments natin. But medyo napatanong ako bakit niya kinontest, no? Siguro hindi niya ina-expect na magkadikit pala yung dalawang naiiwan dito from Blue Vortex, which is actually what we anticipated then though in terms of their current scoreline ngayon. Getting an advantage dito on Blue Vortex, pero on the bright side naman though, Team Micro, they can snatch this back up, no? This advantage on their end, especially if they become a bit more solidified and a bit more heavy in the utility usage. I feel like this is something na medyo quite of a lack cage dito for all of our teams here for Impact. But that is something that they can do more of, because having that additional utility can never go wrong with, no? Especially when it comes to the flash grenades na maaari nilang i-utilize, and as well as the smokes as well.
Yes.
Lalong-lalo na medyo mabigat in terms of the sniper rifle capacity pareho ng mga teams natin. If they can do more of that, matik, ang laki ng magiging advantage ng kanilang team. But once again, when it comes to trading, sobrang lapit lang siguro, no?
Yep.
Kung sino lang talaga yung unang magkakitaan at kung sino ang merong mga kasamang pang restback talaga sa kapwa nila.
Yeah, counting out itong chainsaw ni Inverse, which is surprisingly effective, especially in the GR side dito ng Blue Vortex, no? And I completely agree with you, Mochi. A little bit more utility use for Team Micro would definitely benefit them. Kasi for the most part, yung nakikita kong diferensya ng dalawang team na to, no? There's a lot more discipline for the playstyle of Blue Vortex. Parang yung 2v1 kanina, Blue Vortex was just able to win that because they stuck together, the body system. Sabi mo nga, which should have been expected para dito sa Team Micro, which they didn't. Another big play as well that could have been prevented was that dry peek down in curve from Inverse with the chainsaw. Pwede sana hindi sila mapick dun if they just had one smoke dito sa mid. Hindi na sila mapupush agad ng karon kadali lang, no? So way more utility use for Team Micro would definitely benefit them in this scenario. Lalong-lalo na dito sa kung saan nandito sila sa BL side, the post plants definitely needs a lot of that smoking. But here we go, back into the ball game. 7-5 ang score natin in favor of Blue Vortex, who's still on the GR side. Mag-push ng Team Micro, nagmamadali dito. Zip with a double, but Yogs and Jean to find two of their own. So it's a 3v3. And Blue Vortex still pushing up from the other side. Galing pillar si Inverse, makikita ni Yogs, and Yogs from CA denies mid control. Pero may isa pa, si Boss F manggagaling din doon sa area na yon. Pero hindi na magpipik. Okay, good slowdown from Blue Vortex. Keep them alive in this round. Pero 2v3. Team Micro yung may lamang dito. Still holding on to the C4 for Jean.
That's quite of a overconfident move, no? For Blue Vortex, not gonna lie.
medyo.
Pero yun nga, mukhang madadagdagan pa. Ephraim joining the bodies on the floor natin after that quick early massacre in the early stages of this round. Pero it's now all up to Cersei na holding itong si TRG sa kanyang mga kamay, no? And we are yet to see what is going to be the impact of that one. But now we are seeing it finally with the additional damage being done dito kay Yogs, at nakukuha niya pa with a possible clutch. Nakikipagsayawan lang sa ating container, pero yun nga lang nga, ang natitirang bala ay hindi tatama para kay Jean, and Jean will be able to take him out. Pero once again, I mean, not gonna lie, no? That could have been a different ending.
Yes.
Kung nagkaroon lang ng mas matinong placement itong kay Cersei din.
Exactly.
Parang medyo nadala na rin siya ng kaba sa last few moments natin. Nagkanda-taranta na. But that's an additional round here for Team Micro. And as much as possible, Blue Vortex, they wouldn't want na mapantayan sila dito ni Team Micro, no? Kasi maganda yung nagiging sitting pretty sila dito with a bit more or less pressure on their shoulders. But we can definitely see that they learned their lesson from their last round, no?
I think that 1v3 from Hershey is the perfect example of why Blue Vortex are ahead in this match, no? Kung nag-body system lang sana yung players ng Team Micro, pero hindi. Isa-isa silang nag-pick up against a player with a TRG. So, muntik pa nga silang matalo doon. Luckily enough, the aim was there with the EBR. But this time, it's Tangbats with the aim. Ephraim is down. Pillars, full control para dito sa Team Micro. So, that's another good start para dito sa Team Micro, no? Now, Blue Vortex, sila naman yung nagiging careless, ha? Peak sila ng peak dito in Pillars. And Team Micro ready for the punish. Good shot from Tangbats.
Of course. I feel like they should do more of this, no? Especially that they have someone like Tangbats in their team. I feel like it is undeniable that a -1 would already be a given. Especially if Blue Vortex continues to lack discipline in the next few rounds na meron tayo. But 53 seconds on the clock. Di pa tayo nakakita ng commitment dito for Team Micro, pero susubukan nilang pasukin ang mid-area natin. This might actually be a bloodbath waiting to happen, pero with the shots connecting here from Zibet as well as Sokas, medyo mahihirapan si Team Micro na makapag-commit. Ako po, isa-isa na
Inverse.
silang pinagpapapatay dito ng mga miyembro natin dito.
Knight.
Knight from the backline to be able to take down
Uy,
ang
Knight.
isa. A trade already coming in. Knight with the possibility of hovering them into darkness. 2 more people remaining here for Blue Vortex, and we are yet to see kung makukuha niya nga ba itong C4 natin. Medyo mahirap itong sitwasyon ngayon. Hindi ko alam kung masisegregate niya yung dalawa. Already
Uy,
getting that successful shot onto Cersei. 10 seconds left. Would you have enough time to get the C4 for your own? Even taking down the remaining player, Zeb. Knight, a change maker for Team Micro. Evening out the numbers, reducing them into none. Wonderfully done by Knight dito. They don't know. That is such a powerful play from him.
And Knight to turn things around for Team Micro. I believe that was 4 kills. That was 4 kills para kay Knight
Yeah.
dito to turn that
Yes.
round in their favor. Team Micro desperately needed the round, and it's Knight to deliver this time. Blue Vortex, eto na. Naku po, Mochi, yung mga mistakes na ginagawa kanina ng Team Micro, Blue Vortex na yung gumagawa. Isa-isa silang pumasok. Alam naman nila na nandun sa site si Knight, pero hindi nila pinagsabay-sabayan yung pag-peak. And Knight, perfect timing as well, pushing through the smoke. Si Inverse nahuli, nakatalikod with that trusty chainsaw of his. Not so trusty anymore. Tangbats, sumisilip-silip up from tower. Soulcast, Zib, nasa ilalim niya, no? And Tangbats will be playing it smart. Not really pushing up any further. And Tangbats! Perfect timing! Makakanap pa kaya ng isa sa Tangbats. Soulcast backing off. Blue Vortex again. Kailangan na nilang maging defensive dito. Not commit any mistakes. That's the playstyle Blue Vortex should look for.
I feel like that's also another pointer for improvement dito kay Blue Vortex, no? As much as they are quite of a star-studded team, kada isa dito may mai-offer, maibibring dito sa ating table, no? But once again, it's really important that they utilize the body system here. But Procast getting one, but would he get another here? All of the shots just raining upon him, raining down on him. Wala siyang choice but to receive every single one. Inverse with the chainsaw! Just killing every single one! The serial killer of this team! At na pumasok dito sa A-site, men eventually met their end, which has been a really powerful play here from Inverse himself with the chainsaw. Grabe. Kanina pa natin hina-highlight yung chainsaw niya. It is quite of a brain-dead weapon to use, but boy, does it definitely work wonders para sa kanilang team. Which is funny and amazing at the same time.
I mean, it's an interesting choice of words to call it brain dead, but what else would you call such a weapon, no?
Diba?
Kumbaga, pray
Yeah.
and spray. Ang problema lang, si Inverse, hindi lang siya pray and spray. May tutok kasi, no? Siyempre, walang
Yeah.
takot. And particularly on the GR side, may nakakatakot kasing katapat itong chainsaw. No? Ang taas kasi ng fire rate niyan, and the DPS, rivals, even the EBR, no? So it is definitely effective, especially when you're trying to push down that site and defend. And just like that, Inverse takes the show, steals the show once more. Kung si Knight kanina ang nanaig, ngayon isang magazine lang ni Inverse yung umubos sa Team Micro dito. Blue Vortex 8-7 and Team Micro immediately slow down. Napaisip sila, teka lang, hindi tayo pwedeng basta mag-rush. Kailangan muna natin hanapin kung nasan yung chainsaw na yun eh.
Of course. And not to mention, they've got 3 people here right now, but unfortunately, mababawasan ng isa, and another, and possibly another here, just waiting for Inverse to peek back dito sa ating A-site, sa entrada ng A-site natin. Ang dahil na nag-gatekeep galing dito sa B-site natin. Inverse already good for 1. Ang tanong, masusundan ba? Mukhang hindi, because Jeans will be back for the backside of the things. Pero ngayon, alam na nila kung nasan sa Inverse ang naiiwang miyembro dito ng Blue Vortex, and iintayin na lang nila na mag-push dito because they know that the accuracy of the weapon might actually be decreased kung iintayin lang nila mag-push dito, pero hindi pinaulan na lang din ng mga bala dito sa entrada natin. Wonderfully done so for Team Micro, and it seems like Team Micro is already identifying all of the weakness points na meron dito ang Blue Vortex, no? And as much as possible that they can decrease their numbers early on, gagawin nila yon. Pero sabi ni Zib, papangunahan na namin sila.
Good pick from Zib. Di niya pa ginagawa yun dito sa JR side, which is why Team Micro was not expecting it. Blue Vortex actually not able to find a good defense line mula sa Team Micro, no? I mean, surprisingly, ang ganda ng pag-atake ng Team Micro dito sa BL side nila in compound. Able to equalize the score from a deficit kanina. Lamang ang Blue Vortex. Ngayon, Team Micro 8-8. But I do have to say, medyo mahirap tong round na to with Jean going down. Kailangan makahanap ng pick-off sana ni Tangbat sa mid, pero good utility use mula sa Blue Vortex to deny the sniper in mid. At ngayon kailangan mag-push ni Tangbats. And Blue Vortex, this time with a lot of discipline, hindi sila nagpo-push masyado after that 1 kill, which is good signs from both teams. Which is why bumagal yung laruan natin bigla. Uy, nakatama ng bullet doon si Tangbats, but Ephraim is luckily surviving. So Team Micro have to look for an opportunity elsewhere.
If that is the best thing to do as well, but Tangbats, naku po, yan na naman siya! Si Ephraim may balik din dito from the curve area, being able to get a couple of members already here. 2 more people ang kailangan nilang daanan dito for Blue Vortex, and they are yet to decide which side they will be pursuing, especially na 2 per each side ang tumatao dito. Definitely anchoring down any specific angles na maaaring panggalingan ng 2 naiiwang miyembro ng Team Micro, Dexy and Knight. Both of these players have been able to shine in specific rounds in this map. But would they get that chance to do the same thing again?
Inverse!
Especially na Inverse back sa kanilang kaharap din! Just waiting for them patiently! And denying any source of entry for those members, reducing them to none. Man, match point secured here for Blue Vortex. Natatawa na lang talaga ako dito kay Inverse. This is such an entertaining match for us to see.
Guys, we're not laughing at Team Micro. Natatawa lang ako kasi sobrang effective kasi nitong,
so effective.
nitong chainsaw ni Inverse, no, finding the angle. Ephraim taking down 1. Si Soulcast, uy, nahuli si Tangbats dun sa tower, and Team Micro starting to fall apart. At least they take control of this A site, pero si Ephraim papasok dito Soulcast to find the kill onto Jean. Yung C4 hindi nila may tanim. Si Yogs nakita ng isa, but Ephraim from behind shuts it down. Dexy 1v2 na lang. Ephraim and Sershi still has the flash to play around with. Dexy down to 1 HP, makikipag-ikutan dito sa pillar, and that's Dexy to take down Sershi, pero si Ephraim sabi niya tama na to. Blue Vortex take the win in compound.
Sinalanta ng bagyong Blue Vortex ang kanilang mga kalabang Team Micro. Man, that is quite of an amazing feat here dito para sa ating unang mapa of today. Definitely showing up that with the combination of prowess and entertainment, they can do what they do best. And gonna lie, no, parang nakita rin natin, pwede nating bansagan itong that the man who always has a counter, no, with the chainsaw na hawak-hawak yan dito. But it works! It works so well for them. So tignan natin if they can do the same thing here in port or kung magkakaroon nga ba ng bawi ang Team Micro dito. Kasi men, tingnan mo they started off with quite a bit of an advantage with also yung combination ng giggle to the point na minsan nababawasan, lilimutan nila na maging disiplinado on the GR side. But sometimes, if you just wait it all out, total nasa depensa ka na naman, ba't di mo na lang sila intrayen na lumakad, pumasok papaloob ng site na kung ano mang piliin dito, denying as much and as many information as they can here from Team Micro. And that basically it, no? I feel like hindi na natin mas kukomplikahin ang analysis natin dito. It all boiled down to that one, and Blue Vortex has been able to take the win out of compound.
Yes. And credit to Team Micro, ang ganda ng mga approach nila on the BL side to the point where they were able to equalize. Nagsimula tayo sa second half natin 4-5 ang score in favor of Blue Vortex, but then they were able to make some semblance of a comeback, naging 8-8. Problema lang, hindi nila in-account yung yung chainsaw dito ni Inverse just sitting at weird angles, off angle lang, tapos triple kills, double kills, isang magazine lang ng chainsaw yung kailangan niya, and it's just very hard to deal with a player who plays like that. And Inverse making the most out of the chainsaw. I believe siya ngayon may pinakamaraming kills nung umabot tayo sa second half dito, which is weird to think that you're doing that in compound, the map that is very sniper heavy. You are able to make a chainsaw work. It's just so refreshing to see. And big credit to Inverse din. It's not easy to make that work, guys, kasi mahirap mag-challenge ng mga angulo using a chainsaw. So the fact na ang dami niyang kills on even the BL side is mighty impressive para dito kay Inverse. No? It goes to show you that thinking about how you play a certain off-meta gun is still very effective to a degree. And actually, I would argue siya yung naging dahilan kung ba't nanalo dito ang Blue Vortex.
I feel like saying that it is off-meta is already an understatement here in Impact Paul. Kasi hindi lang siya yung gumagamit din siya ni Lance. But the difference is, si Lance during second half, pag nasa GR lang nila ginagamit to. But this time, buong laro ginamit ni Inverse itong chase natin. Which also shows na definitely sufficient na yun para sa ating mga players ng Blue Vortex, no? We normally see Inverse, Zed, and Cersei swapping with the TRG role or with the sniper role. But this time around, mukhang silang dalawa lang. Medyo fixed or mas fixed, mas predictable yung mga titles na meron tayo for Blue Vortex na yun, which I think gave a bit more ease para sa kanila to focus on what they can. But here for Team Micro though, we can definitely say a couple of change makers and show makers para sa kanila. Nandiyan na si Knight, nandiyan na si Tangbats, nandiyan na si Lexi. But once again, sometimes kinapos lang talaga sila when it comes to their pushing and commitment prowess, especially when it comes to occupying certain angles na matik meron nang nakabantay dito tulad nila na Cersei and as well as what do you call this, si Soulcast na minsan parang ipo-ipo gumalaw, no? Magulat ka na lang, nasa likod mo na pala. But yeah, overall, this is quite a really good performance from both teams. I guess talagang nagkatalo lang when it comes to their approaches and especially their positioning when it comes to the GR side.
Yes, Inverse. Naalala ko na naman yung mga pinaggagawa niya on the BL side as you saw those highlights. No, you don't see an entry fragger holding a chainsaw and making it work. Ilang beses niya ginawa yun no? But here we go to set 7 ni Mochi. And tingnan natin sino nga ba yung may highest KD. Si Inverse pa nga, with a 1.82. 1.11 kill per round as well, showing his consistency. Oy, surprisingly 0.75 headshot per kill.
Wow.
Which is not something you would expect from a chainsaw player. No? Typically, you would expect more on body shots yung gagawin dito ni Inverse, but still providing actually the highest headshot per kill percentage in the entire team, no? So okay, an interesting new approach with the chainsaw, and Blue Vortex demonstrating that you can make it happen even on the BL side dito sa compound.
Speaking of brain dead, no, dinideal niya yon sa kanya mga kalaban kasi natatanggalan ng ulo ng lahat. Pero fair play here for Team Micro, no, nice try kasi evenly distributed naman ang kanilang mga KDs. Just that mas matindi ang pag-outshine dito ni Inverse, no, with a 1.82 KD, which has been crazy, like tulad nga nasabi ni Daydong from a chainsaw player. And which also shows na ito na yung kanilang testament, their declaration na sometimes it's not about the meta, it is more about about the comfort that it may offer in order to unlock your fullest potential and performance in a specific fight. And let us check out din ang ating highlights dito, no? Kay Inverse, kasi biro mo naman, men. Nirarat-rat niya lang talaga, no? ng mga kalaban, kung sino man ang mga makita nyo dito, even getting this 3K in front of us, lahat ng mga miyembro dito ng Team Micro, wala talagang naisagot sa kanya. Despite the fact na sama-sama, sabay-sabay silang pumapasok dito. What is funny here is yung strafing niya nang naka-crouch and just holding that left click sa ating mouse button. And it seems to get the job done. Which is pretty much a really great and lighthearted way to start off ang ating match for the day. But I wonder if magiging lighthearted pa ba ang ating ikalawang mape, kasi I'm pretty sure that Team Micro wouldn't go down without a fight.
Yes, it's lighthearted for us, but I think that hurt for Team Micro.
Yeah.
Tingnan natin kung makakabawi sila in map number 2, but you have to remember, Port Blue Vortex ang pumili nun, Mochi. Pero bago yun, guys, magpapahinga muna kami. This is still Datum and Mochi, your casters for CFS Impact Fall. We'll be right back after this.
This is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Cross, good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para
Sept Frax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Nagbabalik ang kontinuasyon ng ating mga istorya dito sa ating unang match for the day. It is Blue Vortex and as well as Team Micro kung saan nagpasiklab itong si Blue Vortex, no? Seems like they're finding a bit more comfort sa mga roles na meron sila dito so far.
Yes.
And here though for Team Micro, they are yet to answer back sa kanilang mga katapat, especially after that quite of a tilting move here from Inverse himself. So we are gonna see if meron ba silang kasagutan na madadala dito sa port, which is, mind you, ang mapang pinili ng Blue Vortex muli.
Alam mo, Mochi, feeling ko understatement yung mga players ng Blue Vortex are finding a bit of comfort. Kasi parang kakaibang comfort naman to nakita ni Inverse with this chainsaw, no? MVP performance on the chainsaw is not something we see anywhere. Hindi pa natin nakikita to. Yes, big shoutout to Fervid, no? Sila yung nag-iiba-iba ng mga weapon lineup every now and then. Pero rare natin nakikita na yung nag-iiba ng barrel siya yung nag-MVP. Kunyari, for example, si Nice Katol playing the SMG. Di naman siya nag-MVP. He's more of a deterrent for the team. Lance din, pagka nag-ano siya, no? Kapag nag-chainsaw din siya. Doesn't necessarily take the MVP kapag nag-chainsaw siya. More on pag nagsa-sniper siya. But Inverse setting the tempo and setting the place on fire. Talagang hindi niya hinayaan makapasok ng site dito yung players ng Team Micro, which is, yeah, it's as you put it perfectly, nakaka-tilt yung ganung kalaban, no? How would you address that? I don't even know. Because even with utility use, ang hirap to, no? Ang hirap. Paano ka mananalo ng duel against that? It's so hard.
I'm actually curious if they will do the same thing again in port, which is quite of a very difficult thing to do, lalo na ng daing verticality, no? Talamak ang verticality sa mapa ng port. But let's see if that would still be the case, no? Malay mo, iba naman yung gamitin niya dito na weapon. I don't even know, but maybe they will keep themselves in the standard na minsan nagpapalit-palit sila ni Cersei and as well as ni Zib on the sniper role. They might put that back already, no? Especially na nakikita natin na yun yung kanilang standard from the past couple of weeks na meron tayo. But, eto na nga guys, we are gonna be landing into the land of port, no? We are gonna see kung lalayag ba ng patuloy patungo sa panalo itong Blue Vortex. Mapapatigil ba ito?
Teka lang,
Micro! Tapos! Wow!
Good start para itang-bats
Ay,
dito
hawak
na
niyo
taking
din!
down one. Yan nga I was about to say si Inverse, tira mo naman yung hawak niyang barrel dito, no? Holding on previously to the chainsaw, pero yun, lumipat na nga sa TRG. Back to the trusty sniper, si Inverse. Kasi kinuha niya yung TRG ni Cersei dito, no? That is why he's holding on to the sniper. LA control para dito sa Team Micro naman. So, medyo may hirapan makahanap ng kill yung sniper ni Inverse dito. But they are gearing up for a B-side push, Mochi. And sakto lang kasi walang tao dito sa House B for Team Micro.
Play safe medyo itong lokasyon natin for Team Micro, Dexian as well as Jeans. Ayan, nagtawag na pati si Tangbats joining the mix. And also a possible flank from them, no? Si Knight ang gagawa nun, pero ang tanong i-check at makikita ba siya agad? Makikita siya ni Sokas, pero hindi tatama ang kanya mga bala. Yogs na ispatan ata ni Zip dito, no? Better be careful on that one. But the smoke definitely gave in a lot of coverage para makapandaga dito sa kanyang kalaban. Tangbats already falling down their hands up, Zib. Hindi man lang sila binigyan ng chance na makapag-push forward dito sa B-site natin. Jeans and Dexy na lang ang naiiwan dito sa B-site at maaaring makapag-rotate pa nga sila dito kung gugustuhin nila dahil libreng-libre, no? Bakanting-bakante ang A-site natin. Pwedeng rentahan. Pero, you see for medyo malayo pa, no? Just gonna be waiting for any people here. Pero Zip po 7 mahuhulog dito. And Inverse already getting that kill onto Dexy as well. It's now all up to Jeans kung ano ang gagawin niya dito. Especially na maaaring magkakitaan pa sila ni Inverse.
2v1 pero si Jean magaling sa likod ni Inverse. Hindi siya nakatingin. Inverse, the timing is perfect. And Jean's take down Inverse. 1v1 sa ngayon si Jean. Nakita na ni Ephraim. Holding on to the TRG. Jeans!
What?
Still gets the shot and Ephraim Wow, what a play from Jean. Lumipat siya sa RS after throwing the smoke. Went back into RS. Tapos bumalik ulit siya sa pinanggalingan niyang posisyon kung saan niya inihagil yung smoke. And Zib just wasn't expecting that angle. So Jean taking the cake, taking the win, and taking round 1 for Team Micro.
Napakaangas mo doon, Jean! Especially, I didn't really expected na makita niya that pixel doon on the top of the A tower as well, no? At saktong-sakto pa nga getting that headshot in the last remaining person here sa kanilang kalaban. But, mukhang merong kalamangan ngayon ng Blue Vortex, no? Parang ayaw na nilang ulitin yung pagkakamaling ginawa nila kanina in terms of letting a couple of spaces unguarded. Soulcast with a really good trade here as Knight falls down on his hands. But now all up to Yogs and as well as Jeans. Bakit? Yun na naman ba?
Natawa ako, Mochi. Kaya kasi namatay si Inverse doon. Pinik niya yung sniper with
the chainsaw.
with the
which is
chainsaw.
crazy.
Ayan tuloy, Team Micro. Punishing Inverse. But still, Blue Vortex taking the cake by controlling mid. So, okay lang yung medyo mistake na ginawa din ni Inverse. Sabi ni Knight, yan, kulit mo. Nakano kasi. Naka-chainsaw kasi. But this time, it's the B push. House B challenge mula kay Jean. Not working out. As Jean goes down early. Uy, Sershi! Through the smoke, through the fire, gets the kill onto Dexy. And that's just like that. Blue Vortex take control of that B side. Si Knight, mahanap pa nga si Sershi. And Team Micro have to go for the retake. 2v3. At si Knight magpupush na nga dito through the smoke as well. 36 seconds left on the C4 timer. Pero ang dahil pang utility dito ng Blue Vortex.
Mukhang panggagalingan ng isa House B din. They should be prepared on that one, pero si Inverse na ata ang nakaantabay dito in case na merong magpipick, merong magpupush, pero wait lang, nagkakitaan, naiwan niya ata na unguarded ang kanya kasama. And instead, this is a flawless retake from Tangbats and as well as Knight. Oh my, that is quite of a big mistake that's been performed dito ni Inverse, no? Parang masyado siyang natutuwa sa kanya chainsaw. Naiwan niyang bakante itong kanyang mga kasama at hindi nababantayan yung kabilang anggulong hindi nila tinitignan. Pero, wait lang. Malay mo naman, there's gonna be quite of a different approach na ilalapag dito ng Blue Vortex as well on the attacking side. Tangbats tatawid lang ng bahagya. Pero sobrang lalim na rin ni Soulcast dito. Hindi siya i-expect getting that kill onto Tangbats. One of their prominent players already out of the equation. At nadagdagan pa si Jeans patalon-talon lang. Sana ay tuluyan ang bumagsak sa kulupaan. Cersei already good for 2 as well. Efraim kada isa sa kanila. Merong kinukuha. May isang nasama patungo sa kabilang buhay. 2-2 ang ating scoreline ngayon at mukhang sobrang gipit at higpit muli ng labanan natin ngayon dito sa mapa ng port.
Pero si Inverse, inubos niya. Si Cersei, inubos niya isa-isa. Players ng Team Micro. Tangbats di tumama ng shot doon sa LA. There's 3 players from Blue Vortex currently pushing up. Tangbats reposition. Not hitting the shot yet again. Whoa! Finally, hits the shot on the Inverse. Pero si Zib sasagot. Tangbats down to 1 HP. Matapos na headshot doon ni Zib. Wow. And that's gonna be Zib taking him down. Yogs from the flank. Soulcast says no. And Soulcast going for another. The double for Soulcast. And Zib means Dexy is all alone and Blue Vortex winning every duel in that encounter, taking round 3 on the board.
Quite of an insane approach dito ng Blue Vortex, no? Kanya-kanya silang gumagalaw, but every single one of them finds these members off guard the moment na they are trying to occupy another space here. Meron na agad nakaabang galing dito sa Blue Vortex, which is something that they wouldn't want. Pero ngayon, Dexy in a really aggressive position will take on to si FM. Pero ang bilis ng mga sagot dito ng kanyang mga kasama. Yogs already good for Inverse as well. At 3v3. And we are yet to see a C4 plant dito sa B-site natin kasi nandito pa si Jeans, no? Pero I feel like aware na sila kung nasaan to. I don't know kung malalaman nila, mapepredict nila na si Zib ay nasa spawn. Si Yogs hindi nakatingin. Naku po, ang informasyon na nakukuha ni Zib dito. But now, being eliminated by Tangbats as well. Now all up to Jeans na nasa P-site. At libreng-libre ang ngayon. Nakatingin lang dito si Soulcast sa pwedeng panggalingan ni Jeans. At naku po, nabawasan pa ang kanyang HP dito, Dadum.
Naku po, Team Micro. Ba't niya pinapasok si Zib? Naghasik ng lagim, inubos ang players ng Team Micro. It's all up to Jean. Ngayon in a 1v2. May sniper pa nga dito si Sershi. Nakita na siya ni Jean, but Sershi stays alive. That's info gathered. At kailangan mag-reposition dito ni Jean. Pero si Solcast nakabantay sa mid, nakaantabay at naka-headshot pa nga. Jean is down, Blue Vortex is up. 4-2 ang score natin dito, Moch.
Medyo on point yung gabay dito, no? Ng Blue Vortex sa isa't isa. Lalong-lalo na when it comes to taking individual members here, which is crazy kasi usually you would expect them to be more of a body system type of team, pero once again parang kada isa sa kanila kahit sila lang mag-isa okay lang, especially when they know the specific areas to look for any possible casualties galing dito sa Team Micro. Hirap na hirap si Yugs ngayon, no? Despite of holding the TRG, hindi siya masyado nakaka-secure kasi always when he is looking at a specific angle, meron na pala sa kabila kung whenever man or saan man nanggagaling yung mga miyembro ng Blue Vortex dito. But on the other hand though, I feel like it would be much better for Team Micro to have a bit more of a solidified defense nang magkakadikit talaga sila, which is nice yung kanilang angulo ngayon. But medyo iffy ako dito sa bandang mid area natin, especially there's already a couple of people there, so they better be careful about that one.
Sershi, mga nakuuna naman dito sa House B looking for potential targets, but a good
Ayun.
smoke coming in. Si Zib hindi nakita sa may bridge. And that's Ephraim pushing up into LA, deep into RS as well. At ngayon mag-isa na lang si Tangbat sa taas ng A site habang tumatakbo si Jean papunta sa B site kung saan nakaabang naman si Sershi. It's all over the map.
Ayun.
At hindi alam ng Team Micro saan titingin. Blue Vortex, lahat na lang ng pwedeng pasukan, pinasukan nila. Kahit si Inverse na naka-chainsaw, hindi na rin nakita. Yogs is down. Blue Vortex pick up round 5 on the board. 5-2 na ang score natin dito, Team Micro. Mochi, nahihirapan na sila mag-adjust.
Nihirapan talaga. Tsaka man, not gonna lie, despite the fact that they're trying to fight for their specific positions, ngayon sila na ang nahihirapan. They're being a bit more reactive and undisciplined here on the defense. Kung kanina para silang mga pagong no, nakatago na lang sa kanilang mga shell sa mga bahay nila, pero ngayon hindi. Talagang na-force silang mag-push forward, walang suporta ang mga kasama, and instead they're facing the consequences of their actions. Now, Tangbats at Knight na lang ang naiiwan dito, no? One of the mid doors and as well as here sa ating A tower. Knight will be able to get one, but Ephraim with an immediate trade here for Tangbats as well. Si Knight hindi na alam kung saan pupunta kasi every single corner he looks at, merong tumatao at merong naghahanap sa kanya. 6-2 ang ating scoreline ngayon. Once again guys, ito ang map pick ng Blue Vortex kanina sa compound si Team Micro. So ideally, dapat silang nanalo ngayon, pero I feel like Blue Vortex is more than determined in pushing this and closing this series once and for all.
Exactly. Lalo na dahil sa panglalason nila sa mapang to, no, nakakahanap sila lagi ng mga angulo. Ito na naman si Ephraim nagpo-push. Pero may sagot ang Team Micro. Si Yogs nagpo-push mula sa likod.
Wow.
Soulcast, mali ang tinitingnan mo, boss. Soulcast is down and Yogs makes presence coming in from behind, pero magpupush dito si Zib into the site. B site ang pakay ng Blue Vortex dito. Dexy nagtago muna sa ilalim. At mukhang siya yung maghahanap ng solusyon dito sa problema ng Team Micro. Dexy takes down Zib. Sershi down to 1 HP, but the C4 has been planted. Sershi looking for the kill. Buhay pa rin si Dexy dito. And Blue Vortex are struggling because of Dexy, who gets the double kill. Jin to take down Sershi as well. Team Micro makaka-defuse. Buhay pa naman ang Team Micro dito, Moch.
That is quite of a gamble stack dito for Team Micro. Pero it worked, no? Which is wonderful because they've been able to stay with each other and ensuring na kahit sinong pumasok dyan walang magagawa kundi merong sure trade na sure ball para sa Team Micro. But now, let's see what's going to be the difference if they will succeed in taking someone down. Yes, they will. And yun ay ang sniper pa ng Blue Vortex. And Ephraim's also gonna be checking himself dito sa ating A site. Keeping himself in a really cheeky position in first row. Sa kabilang banda, sa bandang house B natin, entrada ng house B, may makukuha ka agad-agad. Zip 777, may ispatan lang din naman Yogs, pero mas mabilis ang trigger ni Zip 777 dito. And now it is already an advantage for Team Micro and they are yet to find anyone here. Repushing here, naku po, Soul kasi makukuha pa to si Dexy. Buti na lang si Jeans ay mabilis ang pag-akto. Now all up to Ephraim from the backlines. May ispatan, makikita, mga shots ay kukonekta din dito kay Knight ng bahagya, pero ma-anticipate at maaabangan na rin ni Jeans dito kung saan siya manggagaling all the way from spawn, trying to spot out, connect the shots, pero quite a really careful and safer position ang meron dito sa dalawang naiiwang miyembro ng Team Micro, keeping themselves on check, pero na-segregate niya with the possibility of a clutch here, denied by Knight himself. Another round on the board here for Team Micro.
Yep, good discipline mula kay Knight dito. Hindi siya nag-peek after his teammate went down. And Team Micro, good adjustment as well, punishing Blue Vortex. Pero sa ngayon, si Sersia magsasabing, ipapunish kita. Tangbats is down, no more sniper. Pero si Knight buhay pa naman. Ephraim takes the receiving end of the battle ng TRG ni Knight. Yogs takes down Sersia as well. Double sniper setup from Team Micro working out. Blue Vortex, nagpipik pa rin sila dito. Mochi, hindi pa rin sila natuto ng leksyon, and Team Micro giving them a harsh lesson. 2 players down per Blue Vortex, pero nagpupush pa rin sila dito sa House B. Ang lalim ng posisyon dito ni Soulcast.
Totoo, no? Medyo nakakakaba sa totoo lang, pero I feel like they'll be retreating a bit back, far back dito sa ating GR side, making it a bit more safer on their end, especially na kailangan nila bumawi ng isa pa, pero naku po, nadagdagan pa ang mga nawala nilang mga kasama. Ngayon, ito na ata ang hudyat para sa Team Micro na makapag-push dito sa B-site natin dahil dalawa na lang ang natitira. Soulcast waiting for quite a close quarter combat, pero yun nga lang nga, wala siyang mapipita sa kanila ni isa. And ngayon, it's all up to Inverse, holding the chainsaw for himself. At muntikan pa nga siyang mapopcorn dito dahil ang daing granadang binabato dito, no? But now, gonna be backing out into safety, and mamaya ay makapag-play na nga lang siya dito for quite a bit of exit frags para sa kanya.
So 4v1 Inverse. Naka-chainsaw pa rin si Idol, syempre.
Grabe.
Coming in from House B, nakita niya agad si Knight taking him down easily, pero lipat muna sa sniper dito. Yogs, okay, Inverse with the flick, actually making this possible, but time is ticking away. Inverse a little bit too late to the party. Sayang kung may oras siya dun, kaya pa sana, but Team Micro just overwhelming in Inverse. Push 5 to 6. Teka lang, dumidikit na dito ang Team Micro. Blue Vortex, kailangan kabahan na sila kasi Team Micro can still make a comeback. At yan na nga si Knight. Sabi niya, tama ka na Zib, akin tong mid. Ephraim says no as well. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Knight is down. Pero yung mid, pinaglalabanan pa na dito ni Sershi at saka ng Blue Vortex.
Yeah. And also in response to that 1-for-1 trade na nangyari dito sa mid area natin, medyo hiwa-hiwalay ang lokasyon dito ng mga players natin for Blue Vortex, which is something that they should be careful of. Pero ngayon, no, titignan natin kung meron pa nga makukuha dito ang Team Micro kasi sobrang importante na mas may kalamangan sila in terms of the pickups that they can get here from Blue Vortex. But Inverse is gonna be holding that TRG for the time being here, guarding itong ilong natin for any potential people here. Yogs and as well as Soulcast, mayroong posibilidad na magkakitaan dito sa ilalim sa taas ng bridge. And as well as Ephraim, keeping himself safe. Nakapag-cross naman siya dito after the smoke na inalapag nila dito. But now, dahil pa man ding oras na pwedeng paglaruan at gamitin dito, nagkakitaan na nga ang dalawa, pero si Ephraim sobrang low na in terms of HP after that encounter. I feel like if they will be deciding on which area they should take, I think this is the best time to do it. Pero ang layo ng C4 sa mga kasama niya.
At least na-retrieve nila dito, no? Hindi na control ng Blue Vortex. Team Micro about to make a decision. Sino nga ba sila papasok? 45 seconds left on the timer. Mukhang B-site na ang pinlano nila. Si Soulcast nakaabang lang. Waiting for anyone to make a move in RS. Mag-isa lang si Sershi inside of the side. Si Yogs, mali ang tinitingnan mo, boss. Soulcast takes him down. Sershi on the sniper, keeps a hold of that B site. Nij is down. Si Dexy papasok pa nga. Sergi mula sa ilalim, pistol is out, and he is about to get scrappy. That's the kill for Sergi, and Soulcast keeps control of B-side. Blue Vortex keeps the lead and makes it even bigger. 7-5 para sa Blue Vortex.
A calm mind amidst the chaos ang pinakita ni
Yes.
Cersei dito during that specific scenario, no? Wonderfully done. So, pero ngayon, wait lang, inverse. Naku, napaka-agresibo ng kanilang angulo ngayon dito. LA, sila lang naman din ang tumatao. Walang habas na nagpapapatay ang mga membro dito ng Team Micro. Inverse already back at the TRG, looking better than ever before. And every single one were obliterated right in an instant, no? Sa isang kisap mata, inawala lahat ng mga miyembro dito ng Team Micro. 8-5 ang ating scoreline ngayon. 1 round away from the match point ng Blue Vortex. And they're looking pretty good on the defense right now, Dadum. Parang sabi ni Inverse, tama na tong kalokohan na to. Babalik ko na yung sarili ko sa sniper role.
Ayan na nga no? Yun yung dating Pagbalik niya sa sniper dito, letting go of his signature chainsaw. Balik sa standard playstyle, and Blue Vortex thriving because of it. And a big part of their success is Team Micro not anticipating that LA push. Dapat ina-expect nila yun no? As a team, Blue Vortex loves pushing on the GR side. Pero ngayon, babagal sila dahil nga naka-sniper na si Inverse. Standard snipers inside of B and A. At yun na nga, si Ephraim makakahanap ng unang kill. Zib magpupush sa mid to find the C4 as well. Knight is down. Ephraim waiting for the corner pick of Jean. At yun na, makikita niya agad. And Ephraim to dismiss of Jean. Yogs, sasagot ng isa. Pero yung C4 hindi niya makuha doon. Si Soulcast manggagaling sa B. Nice headshot from Yogs. Keeping the dream alive. And the triple for Yogs to shut down Cersei as well. Teka lang, Yogs. About to make magic happen. Pero si Inverse nakita na yung C4. Kailangan niyang i-hold yung posisyon ng C4 dito. Zib, sumisilip. Nakikita niya ba? Si Yogs, ayun na nga. Info gathered, and Yogs gonna get challenged! Zib, tatalon, papabasi, sigaw ang pangalan mo. Blue Vortex, set points.
Oh my. One more round. The pressure is greater than ever here for Team Micro, especially mas mahirap ang kanilang approach on this one now na sila ang nasa BL side. Ephraim being spotted here by Tanbats pero hindi ko connect ang kanyang shot to the TRG. And this is all about time na lahat ng mga member dito from Blue Vortex ere-responde dito sa ating A side. The rush is actually here and already being carried out na Team Micro. But the question is, would this be enough for them as an approach to secure the objective that they are trying to fight over for ever since the dawn of time? Ngayon, si Cersei na lang ang naiiwan dito sa kanila mga depensa, and not gonna lie, I feel like the straightforward approach is all that they could ever need. Another round here on the board for Team Micro. 6-9 ang ating scoreline. Yun, abay boy pa ang laban sa pangarap.
Buhay pa ang Team Micro, pushing the game further. 6-9. Score natin dito, Blue Vortex have to start considering their choices carefully. Medyo napapalalim na yung engagements nila dito, no? And Team Micro are fighting fire with fire. Kaya buhay pa rin sila dito, no? But the fact of the matter remains, Blue Vortex, isang round lang ang kailangan nila dito. Mochi, Team Micro, one mistake is all it takes for them to lose this set, lose this match. And Blue Vortex ever more careful, pero hindi pwedeng hindi magpo-push Zib dito. Numininja na in mid. Pag lumapit dito si Knight, might not be expecting Zib up close and personal. Which is why they're taking it very slowly. Pag-push na dito sa mid. Reinforcing that lone player that is Knight. Ngayon, tatlo na sila na nandito sa mid, no? And Zib just holding on for dear life. Minsan kasi it's about patience. Pero si Zib, bababa muna. Waiting for anyone to push. Uy, nakita yung ulo niya. Tangbats with the adjust, and Zib is down already. And oh no, that might be all that Team Micro needs to win this round, Moch.
Yeah, indeed. I feel like that's gonna be quite a lethal mistake na ginawa dito ni Blue Vortex, no? I mean, not gonna lie, I feel like the thought or yung move na yon in theory should have benefited them. Pero yun nga lang, siya lang kasi mag-isa dun no? Walang nakaantabay sa ating bridge which unfortunately gave Zeb away for free. No, walang trade, walang buy one take one sa magkabilang kampo. Pero nako, ni Dexy, nakikita may ispata ni Cersei with already a kill here, already good for two with a major trade off dito ni Yogs and as well as the Jeans. Mukhang may tatlo pang naiiwan dito for Team Micro. Merong possibility na sila ang mananalo dito sa round na ito. Pero wait lang keep in mind, medyo low na in terms of HP itong tatlong naiiwang miyembro ng Team Micro. Quite of a really tough one here, lalo na si Solkas pa ang nagbabantay itong B-site natin. No ID, no entry. Ang mga magiging possible na tema natin dito, Yogs nakikipagsayawan pa, pero mapapabreak it down na lang talaga as Solkas this round and eventually seals this match 1 for the day.
And Blue Vortex sweep the match 2-0 up against Team Micro. Ito na nga, tinigilan ng laruin ng Blue Vortex dito. Nagseryoso na ang Blue Vortex and they take the win yet again dito sa ating set na to. This time in ports in their map pick. And what can I say, Mochi? Hindi na gumana masyado yung chainsaw dito ni Inverse. Pero panalo pa rin ang Blue Vortex. Team Micro, there was some nice adjustments, punishing Blue Vortex here and there. But at the end of the day, Blue Vortex come out on top.
I mean, not gonna lie, man, it's always quite of a really entertaining match pagka nakikita ko si Vortex na lumalaban and as well as kay Team Micro, no? But in terms of having a bit more creativity and as well as prowess in their individual firepower and accuracy rates, I feel like talagang may kalamangan dito si Blue Vortex, which is something that Team Micro should be able to work a bit more on. Kasi biro mo, we're already seeing signs of potential dito rin for Team Micro, especially when it comes to Dexy from Tangbats and as well as the rest of the squad. Laging merong mga plays tayong marerecall and as well as highlights. Parang yun nga lang may kakunti pang pwede silang i-work on because nakikita na natin yung potential in terms of lurks and flanks na ginagawa dito ni Knight as well as the pick-up potential na laging nag-exceed etong si Tangbats in performing and as well as the anchoring na ginagawa dito by the rest of the squad and as well as the support that they can provide with each other. Talagang mas naging matindi lang yung talima dito ng Blue Vortex, especially that every single person din kasi dito individually pang bigatin talaga yung mga na-offer nila. It's just that although kahit na ganon, may mga lapses pa rin tong si Blue Vortex, but congratulations kasi biro mo hindi na nila pinaabot ng decider map itong ating series ngayon.
Yes, and I feel like there was a lot of deficiencies sa depensa dito ng Team Micro, no? Kung maalala mo, Mochi, ang daming rounds na nakapasok, nakapuslit ni Zib, no? Going through mid just because nobody was watching a certain angle mula dito sa Team Micro, no? And I think kailangan nilang i-cover lahat ng bases nila dito to have better fundamentals all in all. And ultimately, in my opinion, that would be a possible communication issue din sa team na to, no? Kasi I could never know for sure kasi hindi ko naman naririnig yung comms dito ng players, no? But if may isang angulo kasi na hindi napapanood, usually that is the case, no? So Team Micro, that could be one of the underlying factors of why they are unable to keep it level with teams like Blue Vortex. But yes, I absolutely agree with you dito, Mochi. Medyo may kulang pa talaga sa playstyle ng Team Micro. There were moments where I feel like they had the right shot call, but just unable to pull through because of the difference in firepower na meron din dito. Ang lupit na naman makipag 1v1 dito ni Soulcast, ni Inverse, and particularly Sershi on Sniper. Ang galing humanap ng mga angulo ni Sershi dito, no? And that sniper is oh so deadly in the hands of Sershi. And you gotta give a shout out to Inverse as well. Nung lumipat na siya sa sniper, you can see immediately the change of impact na meron siya dito sa ating pangalawang set.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like it's been quite of a prominent team din dito, no? Sa ating mga players, but I'm quite curious din kung ano ang meron sa in terms of utility usage kasi pansin ko mas naging patalamak ang ating mga smokes and of course that's been brought by Blue Vortex, no? Especially in the mid areas. Sometimes may kamuntikan pang ang episode na may mapopcorn sila, but what matters is they've been able to conceal and delay as much as possible as they can dito for Team Micro. And unfortunately, yun nga lang walang nagawa masyado nakasagutan sa Team Micro kasi tulad nga nasabi mo, might be baka nabibilisan sila masyado sa pace, no? Na to the point na nagkakanda halo-halo na yung comms nila. That might also be a possibility,
Pwede.
which also caused the unfortunate circumstances that Team Micro found themselves in. But it is quite undeniable that they're starting themselves from somewhere, which is great. Kasi 0.60 or 0.50 over yun mga players nila dito. Pero sino nga ba ang nag-stood as the best among the rest dito sa ating istorya? It is no other than Soulcast, which is, man, ang tindi ng pag-anchor din ni Soulcast, no, nung nasa GR
Yes.
sila. Every single nook and cranny, lagi niyang meron siyang nahahanap dito, which has been quite of a strong team here for Blue Vortex. Every single match, imposibleng walang set na MVP si Soulcast dito. Super consistent.
Absolutely. Exactly. And also, no, side note, siya yung may pinakamataas na utility use of his
Yes.
entire team. 0.56 smokes per round. At dami niya ring flash na ginamit dito, no? So, Soulcast on the EBR absolutely performing. And I think the most surprising thing for me dito, is the space creation na meron dito sa Soulcast on the PL side. Yung mga nakikita nating clips dito, minsan nanggagaling siya sa LA, papasok ng RS, or maybe in mid. Minsan hindi siya yung hindi si Zib yung nagpo-push sa mid, si Soulcast na yung gumagawa nun. And as you said, the anchoring is just immensely powerful for Soulcast in this particular game. And a big part of that is the angles na nahanap niya dito. Ito, yung paglaro niya dito sa mga boxes inside of the site made it impossible for the players of Team Micro to duel him. At yun na nga ang resulta ng ating match. 10-8 in compound, 10-6 in port for our winner in this best of 3, Blue Vortex. Continuing on with a good win dito sa ating group stage. Dahil dito, angat ang standing nila sa group stage. And unfortunately for Team Micro, mas mataas yung kailangan nilang habulin.
Man, yeah, it's gonna be quite of a challenge for them, no? Especially that magkakadikit sila, as far as I may recall, sa ating 4th to 6th place natin, no? Ang lapit, no? Almost equal yung kanilang mga scorelines. But this time, Blue Vortex, this is gonna be quite of a boost on their end here sa ating round robin standings for this group stage. And I feel like we are bound to see more of them as time progresses by. The same with Team Micro, but once again, they have to iron out a few curves na meron dito sa kanilang mga clothings. Hopefully polish them the next few schedules na makikita natin sila. And pero ito, ang ating MVP in the whole duration of this one, it is Mr. Consistent himself na sobrang tinding dumaga at sobrang tindi rin dumepensa. Soulcast on the board here, right in front of your eyes with a 1.79 average KD for this whole series and 0.44 smoke usage.
Yeah, mighty impressive mula kay Soulcast dito, no? And I would definitely dub him Mr. Consistent as well. Kasi usually nakikita natin na kumukuha ng spotlight dito. Si Zershi, si Inverse. But Soulcast quietly makes the noise. Every now and then, no, siya yung consistent na nagpo-perform para dito sa Blue Vortex. While also providing a lot of the utility. In fact, siya nga yung most of the time pinakamataas yung utility use dito sa buong roster ng Blue Vortex, which is super impressive. Hindi ko napansin pala, no, siya yung nagpa-play ng HK dito sa unang mapa natin in compound, which also gives him that favor of versatility. You love seeing players play with a lot of versatility. Minsan siya yung supportive player, minsan siya yung nag-entry, but a lot of times he's the one that performs, and that's definitely the trademark of a player to look out for. Soulcast, the MVP of this match in particular. At syempre, you have to give him credit, no? Grabe yung kills niya in port. I believe naka 20. Around 20 kills siya dito sa ating port map, which is mighty impressive for the Blue Vortex player.
Of course. Which also just means, no, that if you need someone or a comrade to rely on, Matic, si Soulcast na ang answer doon eh. Pangalan pa lang, may aura na, no? Soulcast. Yeah. Pero let's check out ang ating match victory once again for Blue Vortex themselves. And it seems like there's quite of a well-deserved and decisive win for them. Pero props to Team Micro pa rin. Kasi biro mo, hindi naman ganun kalayo yung diferensya natin. Hindi lang nila napaabot ng overtime, but it's still quite of a close match with a 10-8 and a 10-6 dito sa ating previous map of course. So congratulations for Blue Vortex. Medyo mapakakahinga uli sila ng bahagya para sa ating standings, no? Na meron na silang additional win on that belt and let alone na mas malaki yung score na maibibigay ito sa kanila. Especially that it is a 2-0 sweep. Pero yan muna ang katapusan ng ating unang match for today's video. Kami pa rin ang inyong mga komentarista para sa ating araw na ito. Mochi and Tatum nga pala for CFS Impact Full. Kami magbabalik para sa ating ikalawang laban.
Good shot galing kay X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down,
Four
good
hits.
shot galing kay JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
At ayan na yan. Alright. Welcome sa kontinuasyon ng ating CFS Impact Poll. At kami naman ang inyong makakasama na tagapagatid ng aksyon sa inyo. Mochi and Bipolar nga pala dito sa ating caster desk. Nako men, musta ka naman? Kakagaling mo lang ng Unib.
Ay nako po, kakagaling ko nga lang din sa bakbakan na sarili ko na ang bigat pa nga ng dibdib ko hanggang ngayon, Mochi, hindi ko alam. So pag may nangyaring masama, ay nako po, may content na naman si Crossfire Philippines. Napakaangas naman. Pero Mochi, ang ganda ng game number 1 nyo kanina.
Napakatindi, no? 2-0. For a quick recap na meron dito, no, na mas pumabor sa kampo ng Blue Vortex. Pero ngayon, si Fervid at Alliance Gaming naman na magtatapat. Kanina, pinag-uusapan natin nung palagay natin dito. Parang matagal or mahaba-habang labanan to, Bipolar.
Yeah, possibly. These two teams actually one of the best contenders natin for CFS PH IMPACT Poll. So, looking at this right now, they might go the long way just like what you've said. Pero, I think I'm leaning towards, just possible prediction ko na agad to, I'm leaning towards yung nasa left side ng ating screen right now, dyan sa match 2 set number, nasa ilalim mo. Pero alam naman natin na Alliance Gaming really does have something in the bag palagi pag naglalaro sila. So, we never know, Mochi.
Yes, of course, no? Minsan talaga makikita na lang natin yan ano yung hatid nilang diskarte dito sa kanilang sa entablado natin ngayon para sa ikalawang match natin. Pero I feel like that's also about time for us to talk about a bit about their players, especially here in Fervid. Sometimes they do quite of really interesting loadouts, no? Yung kanilang ginagamit dito, yung mga armas nila, ini-switch up nila. Sometimes they opt for a KSV na Chris na SMG natin, or sometimes with the chainsaw. But also, there is a possible substitution din. Pero this is gonna be for Alliance Gaming later on. So, abangan natin kung sino. It is no other than Move. Ay, babalik na si Badsmaro dito ngayon, Bipolar.
Okay, it's been a while, no? If I'm correct, no, Mochi, na we haven't seen... I mean, alam mo na, babalik lang si Badsmaro after Move gets out of the way. Okay.
Wow.
Sabi ko sa'yo, Mochi, may palaging surprise ang Alliance Gaming pag naglalaro sila.
Yes, indeed. And I feel like dalawang laban ata, hindi natin nakita si Badsmaro, no? Si Move ang nakikita nating nai-integrate dito sa ating roster. Pero let us check out what's gonna happen next. Especially na nandito na ang ating map Vito ngayon. Naku po, dito na ang magdetekta ng kabuuang takbo nitong ating match number 2, it is Port, Angkara, and Compound 2. Naku po, may Angkara na naman tayo, Bipolar!
Ay, nako po, Angkara. For these two teams, Mochi, nagiging 50-50 to in my books. Kasi nakita nga natin dito, Alliance Gaming, napapa-overtime nila mostly lahat ng games nila for Angkara, just like what happened nung week 1 pa lang natin. Angkara with the map against Blue Vortex, nag-13-9 sila. For Fervid naman din, umaabot sila ng almost tie game. They lose these rounds for Fervid. Kaya nila maglaro dito pero mostly natatalo. But nonetheless, they put up a lot of numbers. Last time na nakita natin sila as well on week number 1. Just some throwbacks. 7-10 yung ano naman nila. Pero that was against Sunday Shrooms. Ngayon na it's Alliance Gaming. We never know, right? Possibly, it might go the very long way. Pero itong Port actually is a comfort pick for Fervid just because medyo kabisado na rin talaga agad nila. And last time na nakita natin itong players na to sa Port, it was a crazy feat for the entirety of the squad. The individual players dito ng Fervid nag-pop off simultaneously.
Exactly. So those are some of the stuff that we can anticipate dito sa ating laban ngayon, no? Lalong-lalo na itong dalawang team na to. Naku po, laging merong baon ng mga sorpresa. Ikaw na rin yung nagsabi. And pretty much we're also anticipating some growth in terms of the strategies, yung mga discarding dadalhin nila dito sa ating mga mapa na to. Kasi no stranger to para sa kanila eh. I feel like na paglaruan na nito for twice or thrice dito sa buong liga natin from the past few days, and we are definitely looking forward then for our star players from each team na tulad nila Froze, nila Lance, nila Skies, and as well as nila Nuken, ni Kay Cedric, no? Naaalala natin, every time na meron tayong sasabihing player dito sa magkabilang team na ito, matik meron tayong marerecall na mga highlights from these players because they are definitely one to rely on. Pero ngayon na nasabi na natin ang ating dalawang piso dito sa ating matchup for today, ano kaya ang magiging prediction natin dito ngayon, Bipolar? Ako nang mauna, baka mas mag-lean forward ako sa ating 2-1 for Fervid. Ayan, how about you?
Alam mo, I really, feeling ko talaga no, pinag-reviewhan natin tong teams na to, especially Alliance and as well as Fervid. Aabot to ng 2-1. Pero I wanna test the waters a little bit, Mochi. I'll go 2-0 for Fervid today.
Ay, interesting. Parang you're expecting na hindi na hayaan na mag-opt for a cider map ito ni Fervid, no? So, let's see. Kung yun nga talaga ang mangyayari, I feel like they have the capacity to do that naman. Especially na pagdating sa mga galawan nito ni Jam na I believe is naging MVP din from our last week's matches. Merong possibility din na magawa nila or ma-pull off nila to with another 2-0 sweep similar to what we have earlier on. And dagdag na rin natin yung capacity ni Hudge na dumaga, makapag-flank at makapag-catch with multiple players off guard here on the contrary. So, those are some stuff na aabangan natin para sa palagan nila, no? Sa oras na banata nila yung isa't isa dito. But do you think this will be a fast-paced game or do you think na medyo magiging mabagal yung galawan nila dito?
Feeling ko for Fervid, they'll be slow. Pero kabaliktaran nyo ng Alliance Gaming. Siguro mga 75% aggressive fast pushes para lang magulat itong Fervid. Kasi alam naman natin Fervid, they've improved quite a lot, Mochi. So Alliance Gaming wants to put some spice into the mix pagdating support pa lang. So titingnan natin dito if tama nga talaga yung sinabi ko. But yeah, to answer you once again, Fervid will play slow, will play default, while Alliance Gaming, bibilisan nila dito most of the time yung labanan.
Yes, of course, no? Tsaka siguro dito na rin na madedenay sa Fervid yung possibility na makapaglabas ng KSV tsaka ng Chainsaw itong si Nice Katolat na as well as si Lance. They will be forced to play a much more standard version of Crossfires in the map of Port. Pero sa Ankara, doon maaari mag-iba ang istorya. So, we're just gonna be preparing our stage, no? Na pagsasagupaan na tong dalawang kampo natin. Antabayanan ninyo, sinisigurado lang natin na maging maganda ang kanilang performance dito para naman wala silang maging hassle o maging problema once na magsimula tayo. Kung gusto nyo na makijoin dito sa aming usapan, sa aming munting kwentuhan dito sa ating broadcast, mag-comment lang kayo sa ating comment section at malay nyo ay ma-feature pa kayo dito sa ating broadcast.
I mean, hindi lang naman sa broadcast natin for today, no, or for tomorrow. Pwede pa kayo ma-feature sa matagalan nating preview show.
Yes.
What if, di ba? So, maging spice
Every
din yung mga takes niya din, di ba? Sobrang solid yan if ever man. And feeling ko, may kita nyo pa nga dun sila Mochi, sila dito next, this week if I'm correct. If tama pa naman yung mga scheduling ko kasi medyo, alam mo yun, nagre-review kasi ako araw-araw, Mochi. For
wow, sipag!
Ang sipag ko kasi, alam mo, pwede na akong gumawa ng thesis sa mga players natin.
Actually, no, lalo na kumpleto tayo sa stats din. Alam mo yung guys, share lang namin, no? May repository kami dito sa mga players natin kasi talagang tinatry namin i-scale or i-weigh, kung ano yung bigat ng impact ng mga players natin dito. Literal, dito sa impact wall natin and as well as na rin sa regionals finals. Shoutout kay Sneaky Frog at kay Salvatore, no? Kasi sila yung nagbibigay sa atin ng notes, sila yung mga prof natin, kumbaga, dito sa Crossfire para ma-ensure na accurate yung mga pinagsasasabi natin dito at mga pinagdadadaldal natin sa kada isang laban na maa-assign tayo dito sa Crossfire. Pero, habang kinikwentuhan namin kayo, ito na ata ang hudyat para magsimula ang ating palagan sa pagitan ng Fervid and as well as Alliance Gaming. Naku po, inumpisahan na!
Nagsisimula na agad si Lance. Last time na nakita natin si Lance, he was able to perform around 30 kills in one set. At sabi nga dito ni Sneaky Frog, this is the best Crossfire, pare. Grabe ka naman, Lance. Naka-double kill ka agad in mere 30 seconds in our first set.
Grabe, no? Dinaanan ng delubyo kaagad yung dalawang miyembro natin dito from AG. At dinagdagan pa nga ni Skies, no? Sabi niya, wait lang nga, parang hindi pa puno yung bag natin. Dagdagan natin ng isa pa. Pero Frozy sumasagot dito, no? Para kay Aris, team raid niya. Kay Cedric also in addition here for the bag here. Pero as well as the victory for our first round ay mapupunta sa Fervid bigla. And tabayanan muna natin ng saglit kasi DR yung susunod natin, no? Pero men, antindi na simula dito ng Fervid, biro mo, walang habas, walang ng intro, rekta na agad sa action at as well as yung unang puntos natin para sa mapa ng port.
I mean, parang medyo tama pa rin naman yung prediction natin kanina na Moji na they'll play default, pero parang nakalimutan ko, parang open nga pala ng port to a point na si Lance kaya niya talagang pumick out ng A, ng B, and ng mid. And makakuha siya ng kill. 2 kill straight, sabi nila dito. Parang may nararamdaman pa akong isang makulit dito sa kabilang bridge, sa kabilang
bilis, no?
Kabilang teritoryo. Nakakuha pa talaga siya ng 2. Tapos nakita nga natin may trade of agad mula dito sa ating Alliance Gaming. But nakapasok agad towards the GR spawn sila Hadj and sila Jam. So that was a crazy round instead for Fervid.
Ayun nga tsaka i-expect mo na naka-hold lang yung mga sniper, no? Kuha isa, atras, kuha info, 'di ba? Pero hindi siya yung pumronte. Yung sniper natin ng mistulang attacker dito para sa Fervid, which is pretty much quite of a shocker para dito sa Alliance Gaming kasi pati ako hindi ko alam anong ire-react ko pagka ganun yung naging unang welcome ng Fervid dito sa laban natin. Magugulat na lang talaga ako. Basta. Pero ayun guys, no? Nantabayanan lang natin na makalipas itong dead round natin just in a bit habang pina-perfect ang ating arena for fighting for victory. Itong ating laban. At ito na nga! Balik ulit tayo dito. Back in the ball game bipolar. Pero, naku po, hindi na-atras ang Fervid muli. At tignan mo, sobrang lalim ni kay Cedric.
Sobrang lalim na nga na parang hindi pa siya naspaspatan dito ni Jam. Very aggressive, just like what you said, predicted it, right? AG will be getting that approach even on the GR side. So ngayon na nakikita natin to, they have some layer of defenses. Ilalagay nila dito sa kay Cedric. Meanwhile, pagbuhay pa rin naman si Froze, sobrang ganda ng depensa nila sa mid. So all they have to look at is this B side and this A side. Some grenades will be flung by, pero kay Cedric now, able to get one, pero tumulan agad si Jam. Yung trade-off na yun, wala man lang napatay si Froze sa gitna mo, Chi.
Yeah, so of course, which is quite of a tough one kasi biro mo, sobrang laki ng nanganalagas na HP levels dito for Fervid. Jam at Lance, critically low, no? They really have to be a bit more careful in their approaches and picking their battles. Pero ayun na nga, binati ni Buds Maru. Sabi niya, wait lang Mochi medyo late na yung reminder mo kasi napitas ko na agad yung isa sa kanila. And now, we are yet to see kung meron nga bang ample time for them to commit here for Fervid and lalong-lalo na kailangan nilang kumuha pa ng isa galing dito sa Alliance.
I mean, better defense right now for Alliance, no? Pero looking at Fervid, despite them having low HP onto Jam, nakapasok na agad sila. Here's a Z going towards B. And this is gonna be a crucial one kasi if they don't go out with flashes, sobrang dali neto for Nuken with this M14. So they have to be careful. They have to look at it in a different angle. Pero sabi nila dito, di na kailangan ng flash. Kung tutama naman lahat ng bala dito ni Hadj. And there goes your smokes already. With the bomb being planted dito, it reaches the timer. Adds like 5 more seconds for Fervid to defend this. Pero Skies, Kahit siya yung maraming HP, magpupush siya. Blinded and through the smoke kill. On towards Froze. Batsmaro nakita na nga agad. Haj activates and Haj gets 2 kills in that smoke. That second round for Fervid.
Defense and retake potential demolished here by Fervid, and most especially na si Hadj ang nag-capitalize on that rotation na sinusubukang i-pull off dito ng AG, no? Definitely, trials by fire ang meron dito ngayon sa ating laban, pero titignan natin kung meron bang bawi ang Alliance Gaming dito, lalong-lalo na kailangan nila na kumuha ng 1 puntos. Pero maganda ang kanilang simula, no? Pinapaulanan ng sangkatutak ng mga utilidades dito ang Fervid with a lot of people already low in terms of HP, and they can make the most out of this one, Bipolar.
Yeah, very much so. But somehow, some way, Mochi, si Cedric falls back. And as well as Lons and Jam, despite them getting a lot of damage here, hindi pa rin naman totally nag-a-aggress ang AG. They stabilize, they use disadvantages into their name. Alam nila it. So let's just fortify B and A. And look at Cedric right now, wrecking havoc. Di na kailangan na sniper, pero sabi dito ni Hadj, possibly, kung makapick up ako dito, still, look at him, full HP. Froze peeks out, pero wala siya nakitang low HP doon. Walang tumama na shots mula kay Froze. And now Nuken also falls down. Wallbang para dito kay Hadj. Double kill para sa kanya. And Aris, once again, kapag nasa kanya yung TRG, parang may lance number 2. Pero si Abdel 2K wants 2K more as he claims 1. It's a 2v3 situation, Mochi. 1 minute into the clock. Pupunta na ata agad dito sa mid si Jam.
If this will be a patience game, parang panalo na ata si Fervid dito, no? Parang naubusan ng pasensya itong Alliance Gaming, kaya andain nilang binitawan ng mga posts, andain nilang binitawan ng mga angulo, mga posisyon, at ngayon naman nalalagas na sila rito. It's all up to Badsmaro. Would you be enough in order to shut down the 2 remaining members here ng Fervid? Parang hindi, because he's gonna be humbling, no? Will be choking dito sa smoke, losing a lot of oxygen from that one. 3-0 ang ating scoreline ngayon. Fervid looking quite good. And to the BL side na meron sila ngayon, man, this is gonna be quite a tough one for Alliance Gaming, pero sinusubukan pa rin nila na gumawa ng mga strategiya dito na hoping that this would actually work. But Abdel and Nuken, 1 for each. Naku po, nalagas ang mga miyembro ng Fervid dito ngayon.
Nalagas, hindi lang nalagas, Mochi, napanot ang buong FB dito because all of them are dead. Almost a flawless round. For AG, it was Badsmaro to get the last kill, pero man, oh man, what a push mula sa AG dito. That initial kill off mula kay Nuken or from that sniper dito sa long A was the initial pick off na kailangan talaga makita. Pag hindi sila nakuha ng shot there, it would have been a detrimental push. But right now, shots are be connecting for the side of FV. Hindi naman totally namatay dito si Badsmaro. Pero never mind, kung hindi kayo papatay sa akin, siya na lang down. Ako po, wag naman.
Wag naman sana ganun, no? Self-exit siya dun. It's just not entirely a good thing to see as well for their team. Pero di ako makamove on sa sinabi mong napanot. May problema ka ba sa mga panot?
Ay, ako din naman, Mochi. Ako din naman.
Ganun din ba?
Kaya okay lang.
Pero not gonna lie, no? Sino pa namang hindi mai-stress dito sa mga pinagagawa ng dalawang kampo natin dito ngayon? Froze medyo natuwa atang mag-push dito sa ating LA. At ngayon si Abdel tumatao, nag-aabang kung meron siyang maipangpapalit dun sa nawala niyang kasama, pero parang medyo matindi ata yung pag-hold down nitong Fervid ngayon dito sa counter nilang mga alyansa. But now, Abdel and kay Cedric, naku po, mailalapag sa ating sementeryo ngayon. Makikremate pa ata the possibility of Paris taking down itong last minute person na si Nuken. And a 4-1 on the board. Fervid, talagang asserting dominance kontra sa Alliance.
I mean, you said it quite clearly there, Mochi. Asserting dominance, and even though nakakuha agad ng isang round dito yung kaninang AG natin, they just kept on going, and it was just crazy to see na ganun nga, Mochi, dire-diretso sila, pero di ko alam bakit stuck yung camera ko dito, Mochi. Dahil dyan, magre-reconnect ko saglit lang.
Mag-comment pa lang sana ako, no? Kitang-kita naman siguro yung gulat ni Bipolar doon sa frame na yun. Ayan, okay na siya.
4-1 kasi.
Ay, naku po. Grabe. Bakit ganun? Parang ang goofy naman ata natin dito sa laro nito. Tayo ang goofy natin na samantala yung mga players natin napakaseryoso, bipolar. Ano bang pinaggagawa natin sa buhay natin?
Pag tayo talaga, Mochi, nandito kung hindi dead round, palagi tayo nako-caught off guard sa camera. Tapos
Laging
pero
may mga funny na ano eh.
yeah, pero may magandang laban palagi pag kami ni Mochi nasa harap nyo, 'di ba? So at
Matik
least,
yan.
'di ba? Sobrang solid. May dead round, pero masarap ang labanan natin.
Sim, no? Especially, guys, no? Mag-ingat-ingat kasi biro mo, kakalabas lang ng bagyong Nando ba yun? Tama ba yung pangalan? Tapos may susunod na naman na LPA. Lagi pong mag-ingat. Be sure na kayo ay safe sa inyong mga bahay at makapag-prepare na rin sa kung kailangan mag-evacuate. Dapat alam nyo yan. Most especially na yung delubyo, hindi lang dito sa bansa natin but also dito sa Impactful, no? Literal. Kasi biro mo yung background namin ngayon, binabagyo na rin kami. And ganun lang din katindi ang mga laban natin so far here dito sa group stage. Sa ikapitong araw na tayo, over the half already, which just means na talagang patindihan na talaga ang ating mga istorya dito sa ating mga teams. Pero ito na, no, naririnig na natin ang voices of the gods na magbabalik na tayo dito sa ating laban ngayon. And seems like dito na naman tayo sa mid-control, bipolar, yung tagisan nila dito.
I like these angles mula sa ating mga snipers, no? Able to get some peaks while hindi naman sobrang exposed. Pero Mads Maru will be defending A together with Abdel 2K. First time natin makita dito, AG actually not going for the aggressive approach. Ang pinaka-aggressive lang dito is gonna be Bats Maru closer to long A position, pero they're all default. Gumagawa sila ng malaking Great Wall of AG, pero it's all in the walls dun sa pinaka-norte ng ating mapa. They wanna go for default play para lang magulat dito ang Fervid because looking at it right now, if nag-push out nga sila kanina, siguro na spot out agad sila ni Jam dito sa CA.
Exactly, which is quite of a good adjustment here for AG to find themselves a bit hovering more into these types of passive positions that makes the percentage for retake higher, no, para sa kanila. And not to mention that they're a bit more careful than earlier on kasi biro mo yun yung deny nila sa kanilang mga sarili kanina, no, yung patience and as well as yung defense prowess na dapat kanina pa nila ginagawa, but at least what matters is that they're doing the adjustments that they need to do so. And already less than a minute left here, wala nang choice itong si Fervid kundi makapag-decide kung ano ang kanilang aatakihin, ipupush ng mga site dito. Pero wait lang, no, dalawa lang ang pumasok dito sa B site natin. This might be a strategy na sinusubukan nilang gawin, pero munti ka na mapopcorn yung dalawa na bawasan ng HP nila rito. With also some people over here on our A site, ang tindi ng pag-anchor down ngayon ng AJ, wonderfully done. Pero merong kasagutan dito si Jam trying to find for additional people here on A. Naku po, samot-saring gulo, chaos, at as well as mga balang nagliliparan sa dalawang site natin ngayon. Shot natin from Nuken, hindi ko connecta, and it's now a manhunt in front of us, and eventually Nuken will be found out. 5-1 ngayon ang ating scoreline, and Fervid still looking good on the attacking.
I'm actually surprised, no, Mochi, na nakapasok sila Ares uncontested. Talagang sobrang passive doon ng AG na they just gave all of the entrances dito sa B and as well sa A ng libreng-libre. Pero entering our 7th round, it's gonna be Nuken with a kill onto Lund. So wala na agad dito ang main problem siguro for AG. But nonetheless, Mochi, parang it was just crazy. 2 sites being taken just by pairs dito. Tapos wala pa masyadong aggressiveness mula kay Lance in that round. Pero right now, sabi ni Nuken, kung may problema kami for Fervid and it's Lance, ako rin naman kailangan yung problemahin, pero never mind. If Lance is not there, if wala na rin si Ares, it's Skies with the TRG connecting on the opposing sniper. But look at this, Batsmaru, nakita na agad dito, instant trade-off, and now they have a comfortable round 7 kasi si Jam stuck na lang dito sa long A.
Okay, no? Ang dami niyang pagdadaanan dito, pero meron siyang mai-deal na chip damage dito sa kanyang katapat. Never mind, critically low na pala siya. But Froze will be more than aware of the whereabouts dito ni Jam. Matayo na nga, no, DR muli tayo, just waiting for our players to prepare. Pero let us break it down, no, kung ano yung meron sa ating teams ngayon. Biro mo, it seems like EG is already finding their footing here, especially on the defense na kanina nakukulangan sila in terms of their map control and as well as their patience or discipline because may mga times that they're doing individual pushes sa LA, sa House B, sometimes sa mid-area, no?
Yep.
Kalimitan si Aris and as well as si Lance yung tumatao dito. On the attacking, trying to wait it out if meron sila mga pick up, and oftentimes nagagawa nila yun na maganda. Sometimes merong trades, but it's not always a 100% success rate on their end, which definitely gave them a bit of a deficit dito sa ating unang half. But if they can get these last 2 rounds na meron dito sa ating unang half, then malay mo naman, no, lalo pang mas maging matagal itong laban natin, which is definitely what they are vouching for.
I mean, tama ka naman dyan, no, Mochi, na talaga first half pa lang doesn't necessarily mean it will be a win for the one that has the most points. Especially for
Of
Alliance
course.
Gaming. Nakita nga natin sila, they thrive of being aggressive. They thrive of being the ones in pressure. So, pag nasa BL side na sila, there's not, parang once you're down, all you have to do is go up. Yun na lang yung pwede mong gawin.
Yeah.
So, once na, alam mo yun, nasa yung pressure na nasa kanan nila, tapos na-realize nila, oh, we have nothing to lose anymore. Dediretso na lang sila towards the faces of Fervid. Pero mukhang babalik na muli tayo dito, Mochi, kung saan ang labanan natin na finished off with a 5-2 scoreline. Last 2 rounds sa ating first half.
Grabe, man. Once you're down, there's nowhere to go but up. Pwede
Yeah.
i-tweet, pwede
Ganun
ilagay
pala yun,
sa
mali
bio,
pala.
pre.
Sinabi ko.
Solid. Hindi, solid. Tama naman. Pero, wait lang yun nga lang si Hadje medyo nabinyagan dito sa ating LB. Which is not a good thing here for Fervid. Kaya lang si Abdel hindi niya i-check yung kabilang banda. Jam would be taking him down. Pero si Buds Maro wala pang kasagutan. Wait lang si Aris. Naghahantabi
Buds?
pa lang sana na magbato ng utilidad doon. Pero yun nga lang hindi magiging maganda ang maiahatid sa kanya. Lands already good for 2 though. Immediate trades, no? After
One
all
more?
of the mess being dealt here ng kanyang mga kasama, siya lang din naman pala ang maglilinis nito. Ang tindi ni Lance ngayon, men.
All hail Lance. Immediately after that dead round, 3-0 agad yung kanyang scoreline. Kay Sept goes for the long approach towards Skies. Mapatay niya na nga agad. Pero si Lance ngayon, ang titikim dito, wants to go for the C4, pero
Wow.
never mind. He goes for the 4K instead. And guys, onting challenge mula kay Bipolar, no? Hulaan nyo kung anong ilang total kills na dito si Lance. Kasi feeling ko, he's almost at 20.
Actually, no? Sobrang linis na sa tumabaho talaga ni Lance. I feel like we've been highlighting this player ever since the start of Impactful. He's always the soulcast equivalent dito sa Fervid. Mas pina-level up lang because of how dependable this player might be. Especially dito in the sniper role as well. But also, currently, I wonder if may ispatan din siya dito ni Nuken. Kung si Aris nakita ata sa kabilang banda. And we are yet to see if there will be some additional kills as well. Pero ngayon, sobrang tindi ng pag-delay, pag-anchor, and as well as finding for pickups ang meron dito for Fervid at nagagawa ni Aris at Lance ito na maganda. Alam mo, Min, ito rin yung maganda pagka pinagdikit tong dalawang to, no? Imposibleng something is not gonna go down on their counterpart kasi laging matindi yung i-inflict nilang impact para sa kanilang team.
Yeah, very much so. It's always something up with these two teams. Kahit iba pa kalaban na bats na it's AG, bats na it's FB. It's a crazy battlefield for these two teams. But right now, it's even crazier for AG just because they have 3 players left against 4. Hindi naman totally healthy mga players natin for Fervid. So it's not gonna be impossible for AG, especially if Abdel 2K holds the TRG, able to kill off Jam. He wants to go, possibly push towards mid once again, pero never mind. He goes for the pick out, pero hindi naman matatamaan si Aris. Had the right thought in mind, pero may kita niya rin ata the Skies. As well as Aris falls down. Ako po, si Hadj nakatingin lang dun sa exit, didn't realize. Nakita pala yung baril niya dun sa boxes, and that is a 3rd round for AG. That is our first set.
Okay, Abdel, naka 2K, no? Staying true to his name, which is wonderful. And I guess that just marks the first half ng ating laban, men. I feel like kahit pa paano, no, na ibawi naman ng bahagyan ito ni EG. I wonder what's going to be the difference when it comes to second half, because in terms of having a bit more teamwork and collaboration or body system, I feel like mas may kalamangan talaga si Fervid dito. Once again, these guys been relegated here for impactful, still proving that they're one of the best and they still deserve that master slot. And AG is up for the challenge into saying to them na what if kaya naman pala namin kayo patumbahin. So we are yet to see if magkakaroon nga ba sila ng change of behavior, especially na sila na ang mapupunta sa attacking natin. Not to mention na mukhang nag-online na rin sila paunti-unti. Abdel is there, Nukan is there, and little by little they're trying to move mountains and making their victory into a reality dito sa ating match number 2. Pero yun nga, no, just anticipating and waiting for what's gonna happen next. But tingin mo ba, Bipolar, magiging matindi ang attacking prowess ng Alliance Gaming, or there should be a bit more passivity for them?
Feeling ko a more comfortable BL side for them starting off would be 4 rounds. Kaso 3 lang nakuha nila dito. So they need at least 1 more round dito sa BL side para makapag-adjust and para matimpla din nila yung laban, because they need to be the ones that are basically conducting the battle. Kapag hinayaan nila dito yung Fervid with all of this free space para kay Ares, matitake down sila very much easily. But Froze knows something is up. Alam nila may magpupush palagi dito, and sa Ares, they take him out. Nuken spots out one, natanggal agad ang tuhod dito ni Jam, and Skies ngayon wanted to go for kills. Easy headshot on top Abdel.
Also, the flash grenade, no? Pero yun nga lang nga, mabilis din ang decision dito ni AG na makapag-back out after taking that advantage from them. As a 4v3. At ngayon, nandito na sa B-side ito mga kasama natin dito sa AG. Naku po, si Hatch, naisputan niya naman ata. Pero yun nga lang, medyo na-delay ang kanyang pag-acto dito kasi hindi niya alam kung ilan ang kanyang haharapin dito. Pero what for each? Skies, Lance, kada isa merong ambag dito, no? Sa ating salo-salo. And now, it's all up to Mads Maru. Mapaplashan pa nga, connecting the shots into Skies as well. Immaculate cover placement and the possibility of segregation. Pero si Lance pa rin ang may huling halakhak. Isa pang puntos dito para sa Fervid. At ang depensa nila, despite of a rough start, na idiretso naman ng Fervid.
Alam mo, sisigaw na rin talaga sana ako kasi Emperor A1 might have gotten the 3K there for the side of AG, no? Kaso nga lang, kinulang talaga ng bala dito. And the Lance able to get a headshot doon towards the boxes. But now Aris once again plants himself in mid as a turret. Sabi niya walang lalagpas, walang mamamatay kapag nandito pa rin naman ako. Pero AG able to find 2 kills here. Kay Cedric wants to push out. Pero interesting movement dito para kay Jam, but he still falls down. What a blunder for Fervid dito sa ating 11th round, just because Skies is Lance is so unaware na nauubos na yung kanilang mga kampe. And you can needs to dodge all of these bullets, pero the pistol mula kay Skies able to pop him off. And now it's a 1v1 Mochi kung saan si Lance is the demon lurking in the shadows, at si Batsmaru, ang angel from the skies, finds him, gets the C4. Lance going for trick shots, but kailangan natin kalmahan kasi they're gonna meet each other dito sa House B. 1 minute 20 seconds, so much time. Batsmaru, kung ako sa'yo, umikot ka pa. Thread carefully kasi si Lance is just right at the corner. Timing is of the essence. Si Lance, hindi pa niya nakikita dito si Batsmaru, pero naaamoy niya. Sobrang stinky mo, Batsmaru, to a point na 1 HP ka na lang. And that is Lance with the rundown. 8-3. Saktong-sakto, he was following the footsteps, Mochi.
Pre, ang tindi, no? Yung footsteps, literal na sinusundan ni Lance. Nakabuntot ng maigi kay Batsmaru, do. Lagi ko naiisip kay Batsmaru yung penguin sa Sanrio, literal lang na ipunta yan. Pero, ang cute lang kasi ng character na yun. Pero ang tindi, men, no? Ang tindi ng ginawa dito ni Lance, no? Sinundan lang niya, naramdaman niya, narinig niya siguro with the sound cues na pinaggagawa ni Batsmaru dito. You know what sundan ko na lang siya. And boy, did it rewarded him well. Which is pretty much of a interesting approach din for Fervid. I feel like kung bibigyan natin ng magandang isang word to describe Fervid, it is interesting. Because when it comes to doing their executes, especially on the GR, in theory, maganda yung mga gusto nilang gawin dito, especially na lagi nilang ginagawa, tulad nga ng sabi mo, ginagawa nilang sentry, itong si Aris, no?
Yeah.
Taga-hanap ng tao with a sure kill na isasama niya sa hukay alongside him, but also additional information para sa buong team, which is also a good thing to actually adapt for them, especially if oftentimes it will actually work with also the support na inilalabag dito nila lang sa kanyang mga kasama. Well, it becomes a bad time here for Alliance Gaming as well.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, no, we can also recognize some strengths here from Alliance Gaming, especially when it comes to doing those mid-round calling. Sadyang nagkakaroon lang talaga siguro ng kakulangan when it comes to denying space for Fervid, because minsan dun nagkakatalo, nalalagas sila so they better be a bit more careful on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to dabble in more no sa thought mo for Ares dito sa Fervid, because I think I remember we called him a double-edged sword sa first week, second week pa lang, just because I want to go back to your kasi everyone needs to realize na despite Ares dying every time in the first 30 seconds of the round, he provides information. If makakuha siya ng kill, he provides an advantage. Pero if he gets traded off, still may back off pa rin. You have information. And one thing more, if walang makita si Ares sa pinagpushan niya, that only means nag-rush yung kalaban nyo. So you have all of these things that Ares gives you. Yes, it might be bad kasi syempre pag namatay agad dito si Ares, wala, talo ka agad, may advantage yung kalaban. But now you know how to play the playing field. Parang there's always a step after that yung ginagawa dito ni Ares. That is why he is a double-edged sword. Just because it's not just providing his team some downfall, but it always brings a downfall on whoever he's facing against. At ngayon, AG ang nakita niyan. But nonetheless, if you're AG, masaya ka na nakakapatay ka dito for Vid, just because wala mind down na yun all you have to think about, wala nang lurk, you have time to progress into the map, makukuha may map control, which is crucial for Vid.
Yeah, kumbaga may law of inertia na inilalapag dito si Aris, no? Parang once there is an action, may equivalent na balik doon sa kanilang mga kalaban. And not to mention na laging merong suporta si Aris in doing these very ballsy moves and pushes dito sa ating mid area, no? Kasama niya lagi si Lance na nakaantabay if ever there will be additional pickups na pwede niyang makuha din, kasi matindi rin naman nga talaga sumipat at magpatama ng bala ito on the sniper role itong si Lance. And also a possibility of having that lurk potential din para sa kanila, no, na kalimitan si Hadj ang gumagawa. Hindi lang natin siya makita ngayon dito because they're a bit more careful, which is something na good, kasi that just means na mas maingat sila sa mga galawan nila ngayon, despite of the fact na minsan napapangunahan ng gigil, no, itong si Fervid. Pero once again, we're still watching for AG na makahabol dito sa ating points with the 8-3. Medyo malayo, no? Medyo marami silang kakainin na bigas dito. Papakuluan pa pinala yun. So, it's gonna be quite of a challenge for them. But at the same time, it is not an impossible occurrence for them.
Yeah, hindi naman talaga impossible yung feat na yun, no? So, let's see kung may turnaround nga, may big comeback na mangyari dito, especially with these dead rounds. You can reset every time. Hindi lang naman per rounds yung reset dito ng ating mga players. So you have to take that into account as well, di ba? Pero, yeah, I mean, onti-onting natasabi natin na nada-download ng Alliance Gaming yung kailangan nilang gawin dito. They're adapting quite quickly. Nung first round pa nga lang nila dito sa BL side, di ba? They were already up in the mix din. Alam agad nila na si Aris will go forward nang walang pakundangan. So they put up a player na titingin lang doon sa lugar na yon, and that was the easy win agad for Alliance Gaming. Pero yeah, Mochi, it's looking pretty dire since 5 rounds na nga agad ang Fervid dito, but di naman talaga malayo. Hanggat hindi pa map point, may chance pang AG. Tsaka, I just wanna go back lang onti. Huwag niyo po gagawin yung ginagawa ni Ares sa pub games niyo. Please lang, gusto po. Yeah, Fervid lang po ang kayang gumawa ng ganyang play. Sinasabi ko sa inyo.
Totoo, no? Parang kanina na naglalaro si Sept.
Kailangan ng disclaimer.
Nanonood ako. May disclaimer lagi with that one. Pero, ay ako, that's quite funny din no? I feel like this is something that Alliance Gaming can abuse as well. Because knowing that there is already like 70% na gagawin lagi ni Aris and as well as ni Lance itong kanilang possible mid-domination or their attempt for mid-domination, they can utilize additional manpower, allocating additional manpower on the mid area so they can push forward, secure a kill, and possibly hatiin yung mapa natin in order to make it a bit more manageable for them to do their necessary executes. Idea lang, no? Which is something that they can actually do here for Alliance Gaming. Lalong-lalo na when it comes to firepower and as well as fast picks. Nagagawa naman yun ni Froze and ni K. Cedric and as well as ni Abdel. Actually, every single one of them has that capacity, especially when it comes to supporting each other here in terms of our rifles. Pero, yeah, let us see if that will be something na magagawa dito ni Alliance Gaming. Kasi sayang naman, no, if they cannot bring out the best, knowing na kaya naman ng mga players nila to do certain types of things, especially here in the map of Port. Nako, mukha yung susunod na mapa pa natin ng Kara. Man.
Yeah, it's a crazy set of maps sa ating map dito, no? Pero guys, I just you have to realize this is actually not the full, hindi pa to 100% ng Fervid. Kasi hindi pa naging aggressive si Lance, hindi pa siya nagtotally full push ng long A, hindi pa tayo nakita ng Lance on house B. Towards Z, wala pa tayo nakikita ng ganun. It's always just default plays from him. Again, nakikita lang nga natin siya is always the last one to get in just because they're still just planting Lance in that position sa gitna para lang you have that division sa gitna ng mapa natin. But yeah, you know what? If AG wants to win this, they need to look forward, not just 2 steps ahead, just like Ares. Kailangan 4 steps ahead pa para at least you have advantages getting into the sites. You have an advantage in defending those sites as well. So yeah, Mochi, feeling ko we're just waiting honestly for these players to get back in because I want to get some Lance action muli. Pati na rin kay Abdel 2K kasi actually si Abdel 2K is a fragger that performs 50-50 in my books. Not because na he's not a good player or he is like a big player or kailangan niya ng, alam mo yun, ng what they call this, ng adjustment. He's good, kaso nga lang, palagi siyang natatapat sa mga places kung saan palaging malaming aggression. So it's either he gets killed or he gets some kills. Pero right now, he's doing phenomenal. Sabi mo nga kanina, no, Mochi, na he is living up to his name. So let's see kung yun nga ba yung mga powers na pwedeng ilabas ni Abdel dito para maangat ang book AG natin sa port.
Yeah, I feel like they can invest on Abdel more, no? Especially when it comes to giving him a bit more support than usual. Kasi sometimes kasi Abdel gets multiple kills but unfortunately he does that on his own. Wala siyang kasama in doing those or delivering those types of impactful plays. But it would also be important na siguro pwede siyang dikitan ni Badsmaru or ni Nuken in certain occasions since I believe may mga times na nagpe-play si Nuken ng TRG, sometimes nag-rifle siya depending on which they think is gonna be needed para sa kanilang team. But in doing so, once again, that would just mean a bit more winning advantage, if I may say, para sa kanila. So, let us see if that is something that they can adjust on later on as well. I believe na sometimes yung mga pag-switch din natin ng mga rosters also needs a bit more adjustment for them. Pero wait lang, naririnig na ako. Ito na yon, Bipolar. Tayo ay babalik sa laban natin dito sa port at tuloy-tuloy ang laban at sagupaan ng dalawa mid-area. Lance taking out itong sinukan kaagad-agad.
How? At ngayon, naglabas na ng MG26 si Aris. It's time everybody for the onslaught ng ating Fervid. Namatay na nga siya pero he took one down before he fell. Good pla-pla mula kay Abdel 2K. But the damage has been done and it was emotional damage mula sa Fervid. They claimed the map point. Grabe to. Second round pa kay Aris.
Nako.
Please calm down.
Ito na naman po tayo sa kung ano-anong mga armas yung inilalabas ni Aris.
Surprise!
Mapapa-surprise at magugulat na lang talaga din ang AG on this one, no? Kasi medyo mapapakamot sila ng ulo dito. Ano bang nangyayari sa atin? At bakit tayo natatalo ng ganito?
Wow!
At lalo na nga paano nga din ginawa ni Skies ang pag-pick ni Nuken doon through the smoke. Saktong-sakto ang bala ng kuya mo rito. Pero yun na nga yung mga balik na ginagawa din dito ng AG. Sinusubukan na patasan at hopefully mapanalo itong laban na ito, no? Lalong-lalo na gusto pa nilang patagalin ang laban natin pero sabi ni Jam hindi na. Naku, si Frozen na lang ang natitira at naku po, may karagdagang impormasyon pang nakuha. Itong si Fervid ngayon, Frozen trying to fight and fend for himself.
Let's see, no? This might be a big clutch up mula kay Froze. Still has some utilities inbound pero dalawa agad ang titingin sa kanya dito and it's Luns pa on that TRG. He does have the C4 so he can play with this time. 1 minute and 10 seconds into the clock. Let's look at Froze kung saan nga ba siya pupunta dito. Gets out, picked out. Hadge will activate Froze. Not hitting the shots and he falls down from the wall. Bang napatay na nga dito ang ating Alliance Gaming AG with a single E at panalo ang Fervid Esports sa set number 1.
Wala talaga munang makakalabas ng bahay dahil may hatid na delubyo. Itong Fervid dito sa Alliance Gaming, that is quite a really decisive win on their end here dito sa mapa ng Port. Naku po, inanod itong si Alliance Gaming which is quite an unfortunate one para sa kanila, no? Kasi hindi na nila talaga na-counter sa lahat ng mga, I cannot say it is not anticipated at hindi expected yung mga pushes dito. It's more of the weapon na ilalabas dito nila Skatol, which is very crazy on their end. And I wonder what's going to be the changes, especially na mapupunta tayo sa mapa ng Ankara. Naku guys, kung tama ang aming nare-recall dito, kung tama ang aming memorya, pinili din ng Fervid ito.
I think so, yes, no? Pero, baka dito mas malaki ang chance ng ating, what do you call this? Mas malaki ata ang chance dito ng Alliance Games because they have played it here and sabi nga natin kanina na they got a 13-9 scoreline and that's something to look at kasi nag-overtime, pina-overtime kayo ng kalaban nyo pero you took it quite by a storm. So, diretsong 4 rounds yun. Let's see kung kaya nga ba nila gawin yun but you have to give to Fervid. They're so confident na the last 2 rounds, isa lang nakuha ni Ares doon with that LMG, yung mabigat niyang magamit dun, no? So, it's crazy kung ano pa nga bang pwedeng ibuga dito. But Lance, able to perform and as well as Hadge and si Jam Mochi. Feeling ko siya talaga yung core ground dito ng ating Fervid coming into that port.
I also would like to put a bit of a spotlight din kay Skies and as well as kay Hadge kasi whenever that they need additional support, lagi silang, ang bilis nila rotate, ang bilis nila mag-adjust, ang bilis nila mag-divert ng attention sa kung anumang lokasyon yung kailangan sila dito. And nagagawa naman nila yun ng ganda. Unfortunately here though, para kay Alliance Gaming, they're always being thrown off guard. Sometimes it's just a matter of duels and yun nga, no, minsan tatry nilang magbato ng mga utilities tapos bigla silang matatanggalan ng ulo. It's not the best case scenario for them to say the least, especially when it comes to the second half which has been taken away by Fervid themselves. So, nice try dito for Alliance Gaming. Malay mo naman, maraming magbago dito when they get into Ankara because once again, we've been glazing some of their players, lalong-lalo na si Froze, si Abdel, si Nuken, because they started off pretty strong from our first week ng Impact Fall. And I really do hope that they can bring that type of aura back dito sa ating laban ngayon. Lalong-lalo na when it comes to doing pick-off games, may kalamangan at magaling sila trumabaho dun eh.
I mean, totoo no, like their resilience into getting those rounds, they were very much getting into the nit and gritty ng ating labanan. But yeah, Mochi, it was a fast round nonetheless. Natapos tayo, what? 8-3? 10-3? Tama ba? Or 10-3 yung scoreline dito ng ating Fervid and Alliance Gaming. It just makes sense. Kaya I was banking on a 2-0 just because Fervid, every time that we see them, week after week, day after day, iba, nag-improve sila tenfold.
Laging may tapos lagi ring may baong bago. They always have that element of surprise, to say the least, when it comes to bringing themselves to a new fight, which makes it a refresher pag anytime or every time na nakikita natin sila na pumapalog. Quite of same charm na meron dito si Blue Vortex kanina sa kanilang laban. And not only that, na sometimes they keep on repeating the same strategies until na maubos yung kanilang luck in doing those, which is not gonna lie. Some of things that we also admire for Fervid as well, make it as simple as that. As long as it works, stick to it, cling to it, and if it doesn't, let's think of something else to pray over and try to deny once again them any rounds na remaining dito sa kalaban.
I mean, now, after that amazing first set mula dito sa Fervid, let's look at Ankara, Mochi, no? Ankara, one of the staple maps now for Impact, fulfilling ko every week. Hindi siya nababan out, palagi siyang nagagamit dito ng ating mga teams. And it's a setting ground. Para siyang, for me, another type of compound too, kung saan it's such a big map. There's so many things that you can do na it's always a 50-50 in everyone's book. So pagdating sa Ankara, just like what you've said, Fervid, they know this well. Pero Alliance Gaming might have something in the bag na di pa natin nakikita. But nonetheless, it's Ankara. It looks like Fervid wants to just quickly get over this. Kasi may talagang may angas dito ang Fervid. They're not becoming even more aggressive. Pero alam mo yun, they have the right mindset pagdating sa laban natin ngayon.
Yes, of course. And I feel like it is just right for us to forecast then what's gonna happen on Ankara, especially na when it comes to these types of sniper roles. Parang mas malinis talaga trumabaho dito si Lance. That is gonna be quite of a headache na rin dito for Alliance Gaming. As much as they're trying to even it out, no, sometimes it is Froze, sometimes it is Nuken on the sniper role. It is really important na maunahan nila with the trigger and into the hunt game dito si Lance, which is quite of a difficult thing to do if you may ask me, no? Especially there's quite a bit of verticality that they have to deal with here in Ankara. So I guess it's just a matter of who will find each other first, especially on whose side will be on. Etong si Alliance Gaming, would it be if mag-start sila sa GR or sa BL, that's something that they should be wary of as well. Kasi minsan isang silip lang ng isang ulo sa arko, mamamatay ka agad. Pero ito na nga, no, balikan natin ang mga pangyayari dito sa ating laban ngayon, no, wherein it all started quite a bit close, pero little by little, mas lumalaki ang agwat dito sa laban at mas nagpag-igtingan ng Fervid ang kanilang laban.
I mean, let's look at the highlights once again, no, Mochi, kung saan parang I want to see yung breakdown natin dito ng ating mga rounds because we did not see a lot of plans. It was always gunfires after gunfires, gunfights after gunfights, talagang raw power mula din sa ating mga snipers and sa M14s, and even some adjustments with the M4A1 mula dito sa ating AG side. So it did not get into the longer rounds, or hindi natin nagamit yung full na timer natin dito. It was seldom being used as a weapon just compared to other teams, especially sa mga teams natin sa regional finals. They played slow, pero itong Fervid and AG talagang may galit sila sa isa't isa mo, Mochi, para sabi nila, wala na, magsapakan na lang tayo dito sa mid every time.
Yeah, exactly. And not to mention na siguro kung meron tayong heat map dito, laging hotspot yung mga bridges natin from both GR and BL side kasi dun talaga, yun talaga yung nagdidikta kung paano magra-run yung mga remainder ng isang round dito sa dalawang kampo. At ito na nga, ang ating set summary, no? Sinong nagkaroon ng matindihang kalamangan? Tignan mo si Haj! 3.00 ang kanyang KD dito, sinundan ni Lance as well as ni Jam and the rest of the squad being able to provide support sa kanilang mga kasama with tremendous amount of smoke grenade usage on their end here, specifically for Lance and Haj. Dito naman sa Alliance Gaming natin, no, sobrang prominent ng performance ni Abdel 2K, being supported by Froze and Badsaro whenever the time needs. Pero yun nga lang nga nagkaroon ng kaunting kapusan dito kay Cedric and Nuken, because despite the fact that they are trying to provide support, they're oftentimes being caught off guard in certain scenarios on this one, with also a bit of a lack here in terms of grenade utilization as well. Pero ayan na nga, no, sino kaya ang MVP? Is no other than Haj himself. I feel like when it comes to support, when it comes to attack, when it comes to anchoring, andyan si Haj, do quite a flexible king, if I may say, with 1.92 KR, and as well as smoke, in terms of smoke usage, almost 70%, or oftentimes siya talaga ang nagpapasimuno nito.
Yeah, crazy ang ginawa dito ni Haj, able to get through the defense, able to get that win for the entire Fervid. Tingnan natin ngayon ang kanyang highlights, and just to look back at binabaron natin dito yung amazing highlights ni Haj. Dalawang bombs defused or planted lang ang nakita natin dito. One for each side. And kung titignan nyo, in a GR-sided map, in a global risk dominated map like Port, ang daming nakuha ng ating Fervid Esports pagdating dito sa BL side.
It's just quite of a crazy note, no? If I may also acknowledge then congratulations for Haj for being that MVP dito sa ating mapa ng Port. Parang pinatunay niya na kasuluk-sulukan, ultimo yung mga langgam at alikabok dito sa mapang ito, alam niya kung nasaan. And definitely been able to show the knowledge na meron dito ang Fervid. Pero yun muna, no, ang tapos ng ating chapter for our first map. Tayo ay magpapatuloy sa mapa na Angkara. Maya-maya, Mochi at Bipolar nga pala, magbabalik kami makalipas ang ilang mga minuto.
A-team through grit and grind through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot galing kay X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot galing kay JC.
Drill gets one and two. Beautiful timing.
Pero
para sa
Defrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Grabe man, obviously, this is the best Crossfire that we have here,
Yan!
pare, no? Magbabalik tayo dito ngayon sa
Yan!
ating Impact Fall. Ang kung saan na nakita natin ang talima na napakainit dito ng Fervid, starting off with a 10-3, a 4-hour map of Port. At ngayon, susunod naman natin ang Ankara. Are we expecting the same outcome here, Bipolar?
I mean, I stand on my prediction for Ankara. They have a upper hand here para sa Alliance Gaming, pero not that big. So feeling ko they have to take care. They have to use that to its full potential, and I think it's being aggressive every time. Kailangan nila pagurin dito yung Fervid just because si Aris naglalurk every time nagpo-push out. Hindi nila kailangan respetuhin yun. Kailangan nila bastusin. Kailangan nga nila maging agresibo. Kailangan nila maging pambilis. Just because sobrang default ngayon ng ating Fervid. But, nonetheless, it is Ankara. 2-0 pa rin naman yung aking prediction kanina for the entire series. Just because Fervid, just like what I've said before, nagiging sirang plaka na ako dito, Mochi, na they are a team that has been relegated. Pero, they are a team that has been improving from the off-season hanggang ngayon.
Yes, of course, no? And we can definitely see that simula nung umpisa. Although there are some really interesting strats na ibinabato dito ng Fervid, nagagawa naman nila na maganda. And what's important is that it works. At kudulad nga ng sinabi mo, no, kung binabastos sila ng Fervid, kailangan bastusin din nila.
Yan.
At kami na nga ang magbibigay ng bastos pa sa inyo. Ayan, kayo nang bahala dyan, no? Alliance Gaming. Mas
okay.
patindihin nyo ang inyong mga estratehiyang ibabato dito kay Fervid if and only if na gusto nyong patagalin ang ating serye at idulot ng decider map ito, no? So hopefully magawa ninyo yan, especially na it is also prominent din naman that we've been speaking highly of some of their players there, no, pre? It's just a matter of making that into a reality as well.
I mean, yeah. I also wanna keep talking about muna dito yung ating Alliance Gaming kasi masyado nating atang nag-glaze tong si Nice Katol. Baka may ilabas na naman siyang hindi dapat natin makita dito sa next natin or sa next matchup nila. Alliance Gaming, Abdel 2K, once again, nakita nga natin, sobrang ganda, sobrang formidable. He is actually carrying his team for this week. Able to get 2Ks every time, multi-frags here and there, and always the one that is getting the first initial frags. Sobrang ganda din ng ginagawa niya despite Alliance Gaming not going for trades kasi di naman natin nakikita mostly yung mga pwestuhan dito from the BL and GR side. Nung nasa port tayo, wala masyadong like dual setup. Walang pair setup ang ginagawa dito ng Alliance Gaming. So they go for initial pick-offs by just one player. So kailangan nila gumawa ng milagro. And Abdel 2K, despite having that disadvantage na yun nga, mag-isa ka lang, trying to go for kills, he is performing greatly nonetheless.
Yeah, indeed, no? So they really have to be a bit more focused then in recognizing their strengths in order to try and paano ko ba i-explain to? Hindi naman sa entirely abolish their weaknesses, but I feel like they can make it a bit more lesser on their end. Lalong-lalo na meron na naman silang mga materyales, kumbaga, no, para makagawa ng recipe for denying the victory here for Fervid. It's just a matter of execution talaga yung kakulangan dito para sa kanila and also yung suporta na maaaring ibigay ng bawat isa sa isa't isa. So, hopefully that we can see some adjustments here for Ankara. Apologies for the wait as well. We're just ensuring na perpekto ang entabladong paglalaroan ng ating mga players ngayon dito. So, yeah. Once again, no, kung meron kayong kung gusto nyong makisawsaw sa aming usapan dito sa broadcast, i-comment down below lang. Na-recognize namin yan. Naalala ko yung sinabi ni Bipolar na nakita na nag-chat daw ata si kay Cedric. Bakit daw parang pinaparusahan sila? Okay lang lang yan, pre. It's part of the improvement, no? Here sa ating impactful. Definitely trials by fire. Kasi sometimes these types of tough love and as well as yung pagkakatapat nila dito sa mga ehemplo natin sa Crossfire scene natin, dito sila makakakuha ng most experience as well.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Mochi, fully. So, let's see kung it's a different AG now, no? Pagdating dito sa Ankara. And again, everybody, we're just naglilinis pa po kami dito sa Ankara. Nagwawalis pa po yung ating mga katulong dito papunta sa Ankara. Para maayos naman. Para fresh para sa ating Alliance Gaming and Fervid. Para hindi man sobrang disadvantage din para sa kanila. But nonetheless, Mochi, it is Ankara. It is one of the most staple maps natin dito to a point na medyo nakakasuka na makita yung mapa na to. But nonetheless, sobrang ganda din kasi ng pinaprovide nito. It provides an equal playing ground for these two teams. And yeah, parang si Kay Cedric just needs to keep on going. And Nuken, feeling ko, just a quick feel, he might pop off here. Kasi tuwing na sinabi din natin kanina that they are just downloading all of the things that they need to download and apply it on the next round. At ngayon na magsisimula yan. Ladies and gentlemen, nandito na po tayo sa Ankara kung saan one round na agad or in a series, isa na agad dito ang panalo ng Fervid.
Yeah, so nagsisimula na tayo dito ngayon, no? Kung saan nakiperbide mukhang gusto atang pintahan ng pula itong dilaw, but also that kill here for Aris being able to take down itong sinukin kaagad-agad. Man, this gonna be quite of a tough one for Alliance Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, napakamot nga agad ako sa ulo ko. Sabi ko, bakit nakatayo dun si Nuken nang ganun-ganun lang. He was looking towards Akyatan, so possibly looking towards some kills there. AG, Badsmaru with the push in dito sa CA. Skies were able to fall down, pero doon naman agad si Jama to get the trade-off. Pero si Abdel Tukay on the other side, able to pick off Haj. At ngayon, susubok din naman dito si Froze, able to stop two players on their footing. They find each other at mag-isa lang dito si Lance. He is a deadly man with the CRG. He does still have the C4. Titignan natin siya ngayon. Going towards closely here sa bypass. He knows CA has been infiltrated by Froze and Abdel Tukay. So no need to tap walk his way towards B. Dire-diretso lang tayo dito with the USP. 1 minute into the clock. And he might just go for the push here instead of planting the bomb. That's also one way to do it. Just because Lance has been on fire. And itong AG parang they're just waiting for this plant. It's either A, it's either B. Maririnig agad naman nila if A yun. Pero look at this. As I predicted, he wants to push this out. He has so much time eh. He wants to get at least a kill or some information. But he fails on doing that so right now he plants the ball.
But I also acknowledge, no, that as much as possible, this is the type of scenario that the remaining players of AG wants to play as close as they can with each other. No, lalong-lalo na TRG pa ang hawak dito ni Lance. They can overwhelm him. And yun na nga ang kanilang ginagawa. And it seems like it is just gonna be a really good retake here para sa Alliance Gaming. Wonderfully done. At tulad nga ng sabi mo, gusto sana na makapitas ni Lance dito, no? Pero hindi nila hayaan yon. They will rotate once na makapaglapag lang ng C4 dito sa site para siguro sila, no, leaving no rooms for assuming dito for their end and just overwhelming itong yung naiiwang player nila na si Lance. Pero dito naman sila sa ating dilaw sa LA natin aantabayanan kung meron nga ba sila mga dadaan mga miyembro dito, no? Pero maganda ata ang position din dito ni Frozy and as well as ni Kay Cedric. Sino lang kaya ang unang makakakita sa isa't isa? Yan ang katanungang masasagot sa atin mamaya.
Let's see, no? Still so much time. 1 minute 50 seconds on the clock. We are seeing some movement towards tunnels. Ares, wala pa namang binubuga ngayon. Just 1 kill into his name. TRG still in the hands of Luns. Haj also trying to look towards boxes or EA. Vents opening mula kay Cedric, now being taken. Sky is just waiting for someone to make a mistake, pero siya ang unang titikim at narinig agad yun ni Froze and Cedric, and they wreak havoc. 2 kills para sa kanila, pero may sagot naman agad si Haj and si Aris. On that other side, they get into the side. Kaso nga lang, look at this, Abdul 2K behind EA. Sobrang lapit niya lang, as well as Batsmaru. So they just wanna wait for that opposition play mula dito kay Nuken towards exit. Flashes inbound as well as smokes up. Jam underneath the stairs dito sa kaliwa. Doesn't find anyone's offense, pero easy shots mula kay Abdul 2K. Aris will also get a kill, pero Batsmaru, double kill para sa kanya. Make it a third, pero he needs to reload. He goes for the pistol instead. A headshot puts Jam into his coffin, and he has so much time. Second round now for AG.
Man, Batsmaru is the hero they never knew they needed, pero he delivered so well, no? Hindi siya babae, pero he delivered so well dun, no? Crazy here for AG. And right now, though, it is gonna be quite a really good start for them, no? Like, once again, more than ever, this is the time we're in. They can make use ng mga daga tactics nila, and as well as the body system that they will ever need, especially here on the defense, which is nagagawa naman nila so far. But yun nga lang nga din, no, parang quite of a heart attack yung mga last few moments natin in both of these rounds so far. Laging nagkakatalo lang with the last 1v1 kung sino naiiwan dito in terms of their duels. But at least, no? But unfortunately, Abdel already out of the equation here. Bandang bypass, Nuken trying to trade and get another on top of that. Wonderfully done here. Definitely denying that numbers potential here against Fervid. Now a 2v3. Critically low na ang tatlong miyembro natin dito sa magkabilang kampo. At tamang abangan na lamang na mukhang magpupush pa tayo dito si K. Cedric, which might actually be a right call for him, but he is not looking at the right area. Possible na panggalingan ni Lance, at yun na nga siya ay nakuha.
I mean, hindi niya anticipate na gano'n na agad kalapit dito si Lance. An easy shot na lang para sa kanya yon. 3 players wounded, 2 for AG, and that is the last players as well for them. Pero they've been confident 2 rounds straight. Dahil dyan, Fervid, Lance, and Haj is taking their precious time before aggressing, and now Lance able to find off Nuken, a specialty delivered onto him. At ngayon si Froze, 4 kills into the bag, wants to get 6, but all he has is 1 utility and an M14. Hindi pa rin nagpaplanta dito ng bomba sila Lance. It's so interesting. Now they planted timer for Froze. Shots, will it connect onto Lance? It will, and he gets the kill. Mag-isa lang dito si Haj, pero he gets the kill instead. A cannon push will give them their first round sa Ankara.
Grabe, men, no? Hindi na binigyan ng pag-asa nitong naiiwang miyembro ng AG, denying that retake potential on their end, lalong-lalo na napakalapit na gumawa at trumabaho nitong Fervid so far. But now, Nuken! Ay, naku po! Matik may -1. Ari's already out of the picture here. And it's all up to the remaining 4 members if they can't secure the objective in a flash. Pero sisimulan na ata nila dito, no? Walang madadamay sa granadang ibinato, pero vents entry ata ang kanilang balak dito.
Yeah, this is no flash entry. Didiretso na lang sila dito with Skies leading the fray. Wide angle shot muna tayo ngayon kay Cedric. Might need to go for the push. Froze from the window, able to get 1. Na-damage lahat sila. Di makalabas si Lance. Haj also falling down. Nakakuha si Lance. Pero all he can take is more bullets. Skies na iwan na nga. Pero now, it's a 1v3. 50 HP onto Skies. Still so much time, pero may ipit siya dito, Mochi. Magko-connecta pa yung buong AG squad natin dito sa EA. Titikim dito si Skies, finds someone in CA. He needs to push into A. Kailangan niya na laruin to because if he doesn't, he will get picked off. Here comes the plant. Here comes the flash in the grenade, possibly. Pero Batsmaru with the push on the right side. Able to get the kill. And Mochi, this is the map for AG.
Alam mo, what is really crazy here for AG, their late rotations here actually gives them a huge percentage for retake potential, no? Yung success rate nila lalong tumataas in doing those types of executes. And not only that, as well as in terms of taking early pickoffs galing dito sa kabilang kampo. Man, this is just been a struggle for Fervid so far. I feel like kung Fervid really wants to get an inch further and an advantage, they should get these pickups more kontra sa AG para man lang merong ounce of hesitation sa kanila na makapag-rotate kaagad, hindi sila maging over-complacent into challenging their pushes, especially dito sa ating LA. And seems like they're trying to do that same thing as well, one in CA, one in Vents. Pero yun nga lang nga, may mga nababawasan na sa kanila, which is not a good thing for them at all. Kaya medyo mag-rotate into safer position tong si Froze. Still waiting kung merong magpipick dito sa bandang LA natin. Kaya lang kasi ramdam na ramdam ata nung Fervid na may dalawang tumatao dito. Sir, they're threading carefully. And K. Cedric already good for one here. Froze trying to challenge, pero yun nga lang nga, hindi ito uubra para sa kanila. 4v4, kabilang kampo, merong low na mga miyembro. And it's all up to them what's going to be the approach here. Pero wait lang, si Abdel tsaka si Badsmaro, ang ganda ng push dito on the metal doors, taking down itong si Haj. Oh my, this is gonna be a catastrophe waiting to happen for Fervid.
Big catastrophe indeed. Abdel 2K. Alam ni Lance dito pero wants to go for the pick once again. Skies able to get low pero Abdel 2K takes out Lance and a pistol behind him. Skies fall down and AG with his aggressive defense. And nakikita na nga natin na may trade-offs every time na if my comrade pushes, if Nuken gets some kills, if Cedric Cedric gets some kills, nandun si Froze, nandun si Badsmaru, and look at this FV. Fervid, pagod na. Ayaw namang hold back. They're gonna be pushing Ares with the initial kill. Dito sa hotel, Batsmaru, 2K for him. Goes for the third. And what a defense for Batsmaru. Takes down 3v4s. He falls down. Now it's a 2v2.
Now a 2v2. My, this is gonna be a bit of higher stakes more than ever, no? Para dito sa dalawang kampo natin. Each side has their own TRG players and riflers. But we are yet to witness a decisive take here. Galing sa Fervid, lalo-lalo na bakanting-bakante itong A-site natin. If they can anchor down this one, it would be more than a better situation para sa kanila. Kaya lang kasi doon din nagtatrive itong si AG, no? Yung pag-retake because they always ensure na sobrang lapit nila trumabaho, katabi ang isa't isa, ensuring the body system. Pero si Nuken may ideya na ata kung nasaan si Aris at si Lance, no? Naghiwalay sila pansamantala, and even this push na nanggagaling kay Froze, but he better be careful kasi nakaantabay si Aris dito. Being successfully that duel as well. Now the C4 is down. The time is ticking, already less than a minute available, at may ideya pa si Froze kung nasaan si Lance ngayon. A lot of space being denied, and to land a crispy shot from Nuken as well. I love this current state na meron dito kay Alliance Gaming yun, Bipolar.
I am telling you, Mochi, this is the map for AG. They have the upper hand, and that is to be aggressive, just like kay Cedric. Napatay agad dito si Ares. Gusto nila gumawa ng default play ng Fervid na gamitin si Ares to infiltrate and to divide the middle of the map. Pero kay Cedric, steps ahead, 4 steps ahead, and you can with the shot onto Jam. Lance wants to get these kills, able to get one, pero that is just 1 out of 5, Mochi. Angat pa rin dito ng isa ang buong AG. Let's calm things down kasi ayaw pa mag-push dito ni Abdel 2K. They know na wala pa rin naman pagplanta ng bomba. So let's use their pressure against them. Abdel, Batsmaru nandito sa tunnel. Meanwhile, they fall down! Skies, bakit ka nahulog mula sa langit? Lance able to connect with the grenade. Lance also able to get connection with the USP onto 2. Nakuha na nga ni Haj. Pero what the flick! From behind dito kay Lance. And they get the round just like that. Lance, your superhero.
Grabe naman talaga tong si Lance, mapapalakan na lang talaga no? Kasi biro mo, di mo ini-expect, akala mo nasa inyo na pero mali ka pala. Pero ngayon, anday nang nalalagas dito sa kampo ng Alliance Gaming, pinipinturahan ng pula itong Angkara. Pero ngayon, kay Cedric at Nuke na lang ang natitira dito sa Alliance Gamer. Mukhang ito ang problema nila, paano sila dedepensa. Tamang antabay, tamang harang kung merong dadaan sa crosshair ni Nuken. Hatch na wala bigla, Jam at Lance na lang ang naiiwan dito. Sinusubukan sanang i-contest lang ilaban itong B-side
Nuken?
natin at they are yet to put the C4 down though. Mapapaatras gawa ng ibang play dito si Kay Cedric, manggagaling sa likuran. Makaaring ito ang sandwich play na inaantabayan at inaasam-asam nila. Naku po, Nuken! Pinupush na siya dito ni Lance pero hindi yan problema! Nuken taken down na si Lance 6-2. Sobrang iba ang talima ng Alliance Gaming dito ngayon. Sumusobra na sila!
Kung naka-triple doon si Lance, may sagot agad si Nuken. Welcome to the double-digit mark, brother, and he still wants some more as he gets damaged dito mula sa ating Fervid squad. Froze falls down in an instant, pero sabi ni Nuken, tignan nyo ako, nandito ako sa vent. Hindi pa tapos ang sisira sa streak nyo. Anong 1-0? Kung gagawin naming 1-1 yan with this 1-to-1 trade-off, napabogdan tayo ng onti dito, especially with kay Cedric falling down low. But look at Ares eating a lot of damage mula kay Abdel 2K. Still so much time, pero mid has been infiltrated mula sa Fervid, and now Nuken activates here on CA. At disiplina lang dito, Mochi. This is a different AG, but Jam medyo pikon na, able to get the headshot onto Nuken. Abdel 2K also wants to find someone at nakita niya pa si Lance. That is 2 players down in mere 10 seconds. Hadj ngayon, medyo naiinis na. Everyone is hot-headed. Yung 4v4 natin, in 20 seconds lang yung lumipas, 1v2 na in favor ulit sa ating AG. And kay Cedric, yung kanina pang nadadamage dito, siya pa ang natira sa dalawang ito. They have the C4. They're gonna go in for the trade. Hadj has been feeling hot, pero kailangan niya pa rin mag-play very much disciplined. Goes towards his back, but Smart falls down, pero may isa pa rin naman na kailangan puntiryahin. It's kay Cedric with their first half. 7-2 ang ating scoreline.
This is the AG that we are wanting to see kanina pa, no? Which is nagagawa nila na maganda yun ngayon, especially here from our first half. But I wonder may equalize ba ito ng Fervid? Kasi tignan mo, ang dami nila dito sa banda nilaw area natin. Ako po, magiging problema ata ito kay Fervid. Already good for one though. Pero immediate trade na i-offer dito si Abdel. Naku po, grinadahan pa itong Vince area natin. Pero nakantabay, nakaabang lahat sila dito. Mamamagay. Why? Ang bandana dito ng Alliance Gaming. Kada isa, sinusubukan depensahan ito, no? Pero ngayon, Fervid has been able to maul every single one, narrowing down their locations. Nuken and Froze. Naku ba si Nuken na lang ang gumagawa ng hero play? At ayun pa nga! Successful! Sumakses! Si Nuken dito ngayon! 8-2-1 na away from the match boy dito bipolar. Buhay na buhay pa ang pangarap dito ng Alliance Gaming. Gustong-gusto na kunin itong ikatlong mapa natin para sa seryeng ito. Man.
Pare, this is the Crossfire, pare. Pero that was just crazy, no? Talagang hindi natumba si Nuken. At dahil dyan, naengganyo. Marami ng energy dito ang buong AG. Yung FB, nakakala natin going for the aggressive approach onto EA. It was immediately shut down mula kay Froze, and as well as dito nga kay Nuken, some shots in, trade-offs there, pero si kay Cedric, naku po, binackstab, na-flankan na nga dito si Hadj, and multiple points of entry. Ano nga bang pipiliin mo, Fervid? Pero Fervid, biglang nagpa-pop off, yung C4 libreng-libre, malayo pa si kay Cedric, pero nagko-contemplate sila, Mochi. It gives so much time for kay Cedric to go for the possible wraparound. Kay Cedric now has 1 minute, goes towards Vince. Hindi pa naman nakatingin dito si Lance and as well as si Skies. Akala nila pupunta dito. In
Yo, si
exit
Skies.
by K. Cedric will go for the timing. Lance will fall down as well. And AG, they go for map point dito saan ka kung gaano kabilis yung ating port. Speedrun dito ngayon ng AG ang second set.
No, my friend na lang ang AG dito sa Fervid kasi akala nyo matutusiro to. Diyan kayo nagkakamali, sabi dito ni AG. And as much as possible, sinusubukan pa rin na labanan nito ng Fervid. Naku po, napakaganda ng pick-up nila. Hindi ko lang kung paano na nakita yun, pero may kasagutan din naman si Frozy dito. Pero ang bilis talaga ng mga pagpapatay dito ni Aris sa dalawa pang miyembro ng AG. Now, si Nuke na lang ang naiiwan at wala ng chance for denying Fervid themselves here on the defense. Itong si Fervid, I wonder if they can pull this over for an overtime kasi biro mo, men, napaka-identical ng estado nila kanina sa port. Nag-iba lang yung team na gumagawa. It is a 9-3 pero for AG ngayon, I wonder if this will be finally a map for AG for our third map, or will Fervid try na makahabol dito ngayon? Kasi tingnan mo, sobrang interesting ng kanilang mga pinagagagawa, trying to push forward. Aris! Naku, hindi ukubra yan!
Will overconfidence be the turning point for the side of Fervid with Aris already falling down pero they did some damage. Not a lot though. Thanos push mula dito kay Abdul 2K might instill pero nga lang malayo dito ang mga players sa isa't isa. Skies will also peek out dito sa mid, able to kill off Nuken. Pero again, nandun pa rin naman si Abdel, waiting for that CA push. Good awareness in from these players, pero Jam with the better aim against Abdel. It's now 3v3. Kay Cedric eating a lot of damage. That is just too much. Jump shot mula dito kay Lance. They hold this down. They know the C4 was in his hands. So as they stabilize, they want to wait for someone to make a mistake. But Smaru going for the long route. Pero basado na agad dito ni Jam. Just waiting for someone to push out of their GR spawn. The timer ticking red. The timer is now in the hands of AG. Somehow, some way, nalagpasan dito ni Frozy. And I think hindi napansin yun ni Jam because he was really just looking at that other side. 34 seconds, but Maru nandito para maging isang depensa. Pero now it's a 1v3 kung saan si Frozy still has a grenade. Can he make it? 12 kills in this round. Goes for the aggressive push. 21 seconds, go for the spray down. Pero it's not gonna be enough. Fervid, hindi pa tapos.
Hindi pa natatapos ang ating kwento dito sa Angkara kasi tuloy-tuloy pa ang laban ng Fervid dito. Despite of the early round error na ginawa nila, men, that gave them a lot of information, no? At hindi yung nagiging impact dito ni Nice Katol and the fact that the rest of the squad has been able to carry over despite of an early deficit sa kanila. Pero ngayon, granada natin hindi tatama sa kahit sino dito sa ating LA area at mukhang titingnan ng AG what will be their next move on this one, especially, na if they really want to finish this one, they have to keep themselves collected. Hindi pwedeng mapapangunahan sila ng gigil or mawawalan sila ng patience, especially na si Fervid ang kanilang kaharap dito. Not to mention, they have a couple of players playing the TRG, no? This subtle loadout adjustment for the defense might actually mean a lot para sa kanila if they will be careful enough.
I mean, ito nga talaga yung nagbibigay ng ibang timplano. Pag si Aris naka-TRG na, you have multiple defenses, bigger firepower, bigger chances of holding this side. Lalo na kapag ikaw ang nasa GR, pero 5-man push without any flashes might catch Jam off guard dito sa kanan. Pero sabi ni Aris, unahan ko na. Jam will also fall down. A successful A-take mula kay Abdel and kay Cedric. Skies also magpapakita na nga. Kaso nga lang, It's just that easy for the side of AG. Lance gustong makakuha ng pickoffs pero iniiwasan nila. Alam nila kung saan nga ba sila titingin. Alam nga nila yung kanilang limitasyon, Mochi. This might just be it. Low pa si Haj. What can you do, Lance? Kailangan mo na mas maraming bala. What can your 10 shots do? Pero sabi ni Haj, I got you. Look at Lance. Able to get one. Pushes with the USP. That's one. Pero he falls down. The superhero. It's his kryptonite and its name is AG. Sept 2 goes towards Alliance.
At talagang tinuldukan na ng ating mga kabataan from Alliance Gaming ang kwento dito sa mapa ng Ankara. Everyone, we are gonna proceed to compound to man, ang tindi ng adjustment dito ng Alliance Gaming, no? Nagsimula sila in being a bit more careful, no? Especially during nung nasa GR side sila. Lahat ng mga area na maaaring panggalingan dito ng Fervid, hindi umuubra yung mga dagang ina-allocate nila sa metal doors natin. Hindi rin umuubra yung mga tumatao dito sa bandang arko natin. And it all boils down in terms of the retake capacity that they have as well, no? They outshine every single one of the members ng Fervid when it comes to the retake capacity na meron sila dito. Definitely making the most out of the body system na hindi nila nagawa kinina sa mapa ng port.
Yeah.
Wonderfully done so here for Alliance Gaming, which definitely forced Fervid to go back to a full circle sa kung ano ang usual na ginagawa nila dito, no? Inaalay nila si Ares, tinatry nila maglapag ng netong si Haj dito on the metal door simula nung sila ang nasa BL side. And unfortunately, nung sila na ang nasa depensa is hindi na ito umuubra. Kasi ang tindi ng mga spaces na binibigay nila dito para sa Alliance Gaming para gawin kung ano yung kailangan nilang gawin para makakuha ng advantage para sa kanilang team. Not to mention that when it comes to their pick-off potential, naku po, ang tindi. Nangunguna talaga si Nuken. And not only that, talagang ang tindi din sumayaw ng ibang mga miyembro nila dito, lalong-lalo na itong si Buds Maron as well as itong si Abdel, no? And even Froze joining the bunch here. It's just gonna be a crazy one here series so far dito sa ating gabi. At we are yet to see kung sinong kasapitan ng dapit hapon dito sa ating serye. Lalong-lalo na may glow up atang nangyayari para sa Alliance Gaming ngayon.
I mean that is a map. We've said it before, despite giving a win in terms of prediction dito para sa ating Fervid. It's all even, just like our lower third said. Pero right now, let's look at the highlights kung paano nga ba nagsimula at paano natapos ang ating labanan. Mochi, it's a different kind of AG, and just like what we said beforehand, kailangan lang nila i-download, and parang ginawa lang talaga ng warm up yung buong port because they weren't playing like this nung first set natin.
Yes, indeed. And I feel like something that we can point in this specific map, no? Kasi kanina merong a bit of a structure na sinusundan tong si Fervid. This time kasi wala. I feel like they're throwing whatever they can dito for Alliance Gaming, which caused it to be a bit more unpredictable yung mga outcomes. But when it comes to structure in terms of defense, naku, doon talaga nagmamayagpag itong si EG, no? Lalong-lalo na when it comes to being able to support each other and delivering all of the information that they can, especially during those types of executions na sinusubukan pumasok ng mga site. Ito nga, Fervid, well, there's always a certain amount of denial and eventually umuubra ng maganda ito matindi for Alliance Gaming. So, I wonder ano mangyayari dito, no, sa compound natin, lalong-lalo na mukhang gising na ang lahat dito sa parehong kampo natin. Kung kanina hindi tayo masyado nakakakita ng powerful plays here from Rose, well, ibahin nyo ngayon. Ito ang ating set summary ngayon, no, wherein it's 1.45 for Lance, which is pretty Lance of him and a bit of a predictable one for them, but unfortunately medyo nahirapan na sumabay itong kanyang mga kasama and it comes to providing support, medyo kinakapos sila rito. But on the other hand, here for Alliance Gaming, pumapatak ng parang may average sila na 1.00 in terms of KD dahil lahat sila been able to deliver what they can in order to aid each other towards victory.
Yeah, a victory that is really deserved for the side of Alliance Gaming. Just looking at this, not really a lot of smokes per round para dito sa Alliance Gaming. So you have to really, they really rely on just firepower and just fighting. And nakita nga natin, hindi mo naman na kailangan masyado ng smokes. Kasi dire-diretso lang naman dito ang Alliance Gaming. Mapa GR, mapa BL. Pero right now, let's look at the bigger picture, Mochi. Sino nga ba talaga ang nagpakitang gilas? Sino nga ba ang mala-impaktong galawan? Wala nang iba.
Wow.
Kung sino ang namatay agad nung first round, siya ang nagwagi sa dulo. Nuken, 1.21 KR and 1.89 KD. Almost 2 kills every round. This guy insane.
Insane indeed. It's pretty crazy that he's been able to push a bit more, pretty similar sa gawain ni Lance nung pupush siya gamit yung TRG. Which is a crazy thing, not gonna lie, because it just means na it doesn't mean na ang kanilang responsibility dito is to just get one and then back off. Hindi. Sometimes they even push further. And a quick swap out with the pistol as well. They even get more than one of a kill, which is pretty insane here for Nuken himself, being able to make the job for his team a bit more easier for them, no, lessening the weight out of their shoulders, and right now even being hailing as the MVP for this map in Ankara. Wonderfully done, and especially a bit cheeky when it comes to doing specific executes, and I feel like we're gonna be seeing a bit more of them later on, lalong-lalo na they've been able to find their footing, especially in terms of defense. I feel like these are the things na medyo nakalimutan natin i-note dito, no, for Alliance Gaming. They're good pagka talaga nasa GR side sila.
Yeah, they are crazy, Mochi. I think last thoughts for me is that we have a game number 3. I'm so happy.
Yes, sir!
Despite it becoming Compound 2, I'm happy that we are going to a decider for these two teams, just because sabi nga natin, top contenders to, kailangan talaga natin ma-weigh down kung sino ang mas magaling.
Yes, indeed. Pero ito na nga, no? Chill lang kami dito for a bit because biro mo, compound ang ating susunod na mapa. Mochi and Bipolar nga pala, magbabalik kami after a few minutes.
grit and grind through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gonna get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot gonna get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
And what's pretty crazy here, Bipolar, it takes more than a bullet dito sa seryeng ito, no?
Wow.
Para maipanalo ng ating dalawang mga kampo.
Sounds family.
Itong
Sounds
historyang
family.
ito. In Sounds family, indeed. We are gonna head into the map of Compound 2. Lalong-lalo na nasimulan ito ni Fervid with a 10, pero yun din ang in-inflict na Alliance Gaming dito when they head onto Ankara. And now, it is whoever's game.
I mean, tama ka naman dyan, Nuochi. Nagkabigayan lang sila on the first two maps natin. So, it's a best of one na, nonetheless, para sa ating dalawang teams. At feeling ko, si kay Cedric dito parang gusto niya talaga bawian kasi sabi niya nga, pinaparusahan daw sila dito ng Fervid lang na kay Aris. So, titingnan natin ngayon pagdating dito sa ating Compound 2. Bigger map, pero pero tight corners pa din kung iisipin mo eh. So, we were talking about this. This might not be a map for our snipers. Siguro it's a map not for Lons in a way if he wants to go for the aggressive route. Pero nakita nga natin yun, he didn't really do that pagdating dito sa Ankara wherein you have multiple ways to do it. Pwede ka mag-push sa EA kapag ikaw yung GR side. You can also just push out towards tower or CA kapag ikaw yung para makita mo yung B-bot. Wala tayong nakitang ganun, Mochi. So feeling ko the vibes are low for Fervid. AG might just prove us wrong.
Yeah, let us see what's gonna happen here in Compound 2. Kasi biro mo, hindi na magawa yung nice katol go push and then team take care of the rest so far here in the map of Ankara because if they would over-invest that much, na merong kasama si Nice Katol tapos susundan pa ni Lance, that would be a bad thing for them to do. And instead, walang choice kundi si Nice Katol lang ang mag-push. Which is something that not gonna lie, they shouldn't do that much kasi oftentimes parang siguro 75% of the rounds nagpo-push si Nice Katol with no support. So, he's just offering himself. I mean, we've been acknowledging the strengths of that in the map of Port, but in Ankara, that is quite of a different story, especially na iba yung disenyo nitong mapang ito, Kung there is a bit more coverage for them to hover and have someone accompany Nice Katol into pushing forward despite of being in the GR side, sa Ankara, hindi. There's a lot of open spaces, so they better conceal as much information as they can, which is unfortunately hindi lang na nagagawa, and they thought they are running out of strategies and instead they've been giving a free kill here for Alliance Gaming during that map. Pero this time here in Compound 2, I wonder what's going to be the changes, lalong-lalo na when it comes to being on the GR side. Sobrang, tulad nga na sinabi natin, sobrang tindi ng pagdepensa, ng control, and as well as ng pagsasama sa pwersang lakas ng Alliance Gaming. And if Fervid would have a bit more strategies up on their sleeve in this one. Kasi medyo, yun nga, kapos sila dito kanina sa Ankara.
Yeah, possibly it's not a good time for Fervid right now just because sobrang bigat na kailangan nilang pigilan dito, especially na sobrang gaan naman ng pakiramdam dito ng ating Alliance Gaming. Pero never mind, it's not about talking right now. It's all about skills and how these players perform. It's now a best of one in a best of three series. So one last map for these two teams. GR side ang ating FB and BL naman ang ating AG. Let's get right into the action.
Yes, indeed. Pero I feel like this is gonna be quite of a slow-paced map. I feel like dito lalo magta-thrive si AG kasi they really make the most out of these types of maps as well, yung mabagal, yung galawam, they can be a bit more calculative and careful in terms of their approaches. Pero seems like there's gonna be a lot of people na masisense dito sa ating pillars area which will force them to take mid control, which is absolutely the standard. Then naman here in Compound, waiting for any people na magpipik dito sa ating CB or here sa bandang entrada ng A, we are yet to have a casualty here.
Alam mo kung nag-review talaga ditong AG, they should have known na ganito palagi ang setup ng buong Fervid pagdating sa ating A and B site. It's a 3-2 setup with Lance holding this long area every time. Pero parang hindi sila nag-review, Mochi, because 2 deaths already. Nakaisa si Aris, nakaisa si Lance, at hindi agad alam ng AG kung anong gagawin nila. Tower position, you can waiting for the prime opportunity to pick someone mula dito sa curve. Pero Skies, naku po, magpapakita pa ata siya. Nuken is blinded or concealed from the smoke though. So hard fight nonetheless for AG. Less than 50 seconds on the clock. Kailangan nila mag-activate C4 in mid. Skies with a first contact. Headshot agad for Nuken. Anong gagawin ng TRG mo? Kung meron naman akong HK and he cleans up house in mid. Double kill for him and as well as Sluts.
This is quite a really good start here for Fervid, no? I also think that having the compound as a map just removes the blatant pushes from them, lalong-lalo na when it comes to being passive in your locations on the defense. It would actually give you the most advantage kasi ang daing check ng mga kasulok-sulukan nitong mga magpupush, which definitely consumes a lot of time para dito for Alliance Gaming. So they are yet to crack the code on what they should do. I feel like there is going to be a bit more advantage kung magkakaroon sila ng mga karagdagang creeps and pushes dito sa mid area natin ng hindi audition. If they can have someone support each other, that would be much more better. And although we are gonna see a couple of people din dito sa pillars area natin, quite of a standard positioning here in the early round.
Alam mo na medyo kung if you guys are looking quite carefully, Fervid has a weak spot kapag GR side sila, and that's curve. That's mid and that's GR spawn. If makakontrol nila at least put some smokes towards EA, makakakuha pa sila ng map control, but Aris, initial shot para sa kanya will connect at maliliko ng pangatan dito ng ating mga Fervid squad from Z. Pero sabi ni Nuken, I'm still here, able to get a shot in kay Cedric with a pick-off, and now it's a 2v2 in less than 1 minute. Ano nga bang plano dito, especially with kay Cedric in the midst of the battle, able to pick off Jam. Now it's all up to Lance. Ang ating sentry, ang ating third pagdating sa ating long A position, grenade will not connect, but this USP has been so deadly. Shots will connect onto kay Cedric and mapapawako na lang talaga because that ends up in a 1v1 against the sniper. Sino nga bang mas magaling? And Lance go for the pick here. Peeks out at A. Walang tao dyan. Goes towards the other side now. 30 seconds. Lance waiting. Slowly creeping his way. Pero Nuken, alam natin dito, Mochi, na mag-aantay lang siya. If Lance doesn't go for a wide pick here, he might just fall down. 17 seconds, and look at that shot! Lance knows where he's at and catches Nuken off guard. 10 seconds is so much time. We're going for 2 rounds here for Fervid.
Wonderful and careful rotation dito galing kay Lance, no? Talagang chinek niya bawat isang baterya dito kung saan na itong sinukan and been able to seal the deal. And not gonna lie, that's already quite of a good entry here for EG, no? Tulad nga nasabi mo dito sa Kirby natin, ang daing tumaon, daing nag-push, definitely overwhelmed the entirety of Fervid. It's just that hindi nila ito natapos ng maganda and it all boiled down to a 1v1. Pero Nuken ang unang makakakuha ng ating kill dito onto Haj, and we are yet to see kung merong balik to dito. But on the other hand, ang tindi ng advantage nito for AG kasi one of their quite of an impactful player itong si Haj ang nawala.
I mean, this is just play for peaks now for AG. They just need to stabilize kasi magre-react na ngayon ng Fervid. They don't wanna do something too much here as well. But the C4 not in the hands of AG. They just wanna look for some kills beforehand. But with Hatch out of the picture, that is a defense that is slightly more fragile than before. Pillar stake mula dito kay Frozen, not really necessarily taken too much of space. Pero some shots going here in mid, Batsmaru, half HP agad.
Uy, naku po, parang medyo delikado to sa kanila, no? Pero marami-rami na ang tumatao sa ating STB. Tamang tabay lamang, Nuken, may makukuha pang
Paano niya
isa.
alam?
Naku, hindi ko rin alam paano niya nalaman dun, pero ang tindi ng pag-ansinta niya. Doon, no, saktong-sakto at nawala at nabawasan ng depensa dito sa B-site natin pero si Aris na lang ang kailangan nilang problemahan dito.
Si Cedric.
Might as well assume that there's gonna be someone here kay Cedric. Naku po, may nasa likod mo ba ata? Ayun, si Lance ang makakapita sa kanya. An immediate trade-off here after Aris fall out of the board. Pero na yun, nasa si Skies na lang for Fervid. I wonder if they can try and retake this one. Medyo mahirap ata kasi biro mo sobrang narrow ng kanilang paggagalawan once that they put a step forward dito sa ating entrada ng B-site. That should actually be a possible done deal para sa kanila.
I mean, kailangan gumawa dito ng gulo ni Lance, no, para makapasok sa Skies. Pero already being spotted
Oy!
out. Lance misses the shot. Pero look at that. 2 kills para sa kanila. Skies able to get into the site. Bats push mula dito. It's Abdel versus Skies, and Abdel going for time. Knows he needs to play for the timer. The bomb explodes, and Skies also falls down. That is another round. That is the first round for AG.
Okay na sana yun, no? Makakapag-retake na sana din si Skies kung hindi lang talaga kinapos sa oras. Pero, once again, sometimes one utility can change everything for your team, which has already been done during that time dito ni Lance at ni Skies. Pero yun nga lang nga, masyadong marami yung tumataot, nagbabantay nitong kanilang C4 na pinlant sa B-site, which is wonderfully done here in terms of entry and commitment for Alliance Gaming. I feel like pwede lang nilang gawin pang a bit more solidified yung mga anggulong tinitignan nila para ma-ensure na merong naka-antabay in case na merong mapatay for AG themselves after doing their execute. Pero Skies, kay Cedric, sobrang lapit sa isa't isa. Sinong makakakuha kay Cedric would be successful in taking one down. Lance already has an idea na maraming mga tumatao dito sa entrada ng i-site natin. But it seems like they're not gonna be committing as of yet.
Ang ballsy actually ng ginagawa dito ng AG. They know na Lance will always just hold down this position mula sa A site. Aris able to pick someone there on pillars. Pero going back to the thought there na ang ballsy na nilabanan pa rin nila yung long side nun towards exit. Kasi alam nila, Lance is always there. They just need to kailangan lang nila iwasan dito Lance fully. Kasi he's been so hot. Hadj eating 2 grenades into the face. 5 HP now for him. At mukhang titikim muli dito ang buong AG on exit. And Fervid must know. Kailangan alam na nila that they are gonna be executing on A. Kasi naka-pick off na agad dun si Aris on pillars. Now it's Lance in the second floor. Wala na siya sa PC number 1. Nakapag-timeout na si brother. But waiting for the flashes. Abdel will go in dry. Ano yun, shot mula kay Lance. Connects. Goes for the second pick. Pero hindi niya na makakuha yung mga shots na yon. And now Batsmaro peeks out his head. Able to get taken out kay Cedric. Dodges the bullets there mula kay Lance, but he wanna push this out. Ginagawang shotgun! Ang buong TRG! What a shot mula kay Lance! It's all up to Nuken, the sniper. The TRG will also connect onto Lance. Pistol in hand. Goes for the 1v1. He's playing for time just like before. Kaso nga lang sabi ni Jam, the HK is much better. And Fervid now in a comfortable spot, Mochi.
Grabe, no? Getting quite a bit of an advantage dito sa ating GR. I mean, they were able to harness a huge amount of confidence, especially when it comes to taking those retakes or close quarter combats. Kasi wala silang kailangan gawin dito, no? Bipolar, iintayin lang talaga nila na makapag-clear, makapag-push at makapag-secure etong si Alliance Gaming. But once again, Alliance Gaming, as much as possible, they want that early pick-off advantage. At hindi yon hinahayaan ni Fervid. Laging merong balik, laging merong trade. Tignan mo naman din kasi itong KD ni Lance, 10-2, no? Parang kanyang-kanya tong compound, no? Parang ito yung bahay niya. Kung kanina, support si Hadj or ang merong doon, ngayon si Lance naman ang tumatrabaho ngayon. Definitely narrowing down the numbers early on dito for Alliance Gaming and making them a bit more hesitant to push forward, lalo with the GR-sided nature na meron dito sa compound, no? And which just speaks na despite of the changes din dito sa disenyo and as well as the space na meron dito for compound, parang medyo mahirap pa rin talagang umatake kasi biro mo, ang dai mong pagdadaan, dai mong gagapangin ng mga lugar dito and taking as much and as many space as possible. But now, merong totore Froze here on the tower area sa mid. And also, huge saturation. Here's entrada ng B. Aris getting one already. Badsmaru out of the equation here. And also a possible kill here dito kay Froze. Pero hindi lang siya pagbibigyan as of yet. Haj, naku po. No B taking Froze out. Catching him off guard.
Lance, able to get the shot onto kay Cedric. So 2v5 now. Mahirap to para sa AG and they just dwindle down like flies.
Ooh.
From the sky. Jam able to get the 2K. Headshot pa nga sa dalawa. And now Fervid, they just keep on going, Mochi. Parang hindi na silang papipigilan.
Diba no? Sobrang simple lang talaga ng ano nila dito ngayon eh. Galawan sa compound. Intay, abang, patay. For here na Fervid. And not gonna lie, if this is just the first half, everything is bound to change, especially pagka nag-swap yung sides. They might give Fervid the same taste of their own poison, no? Pagdating na nasa depensa na natin tong si Lions Gaming, they can just mimic or mirror the same approach na ginagawa ni Fervid sa kanila.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this is good because that just means, no, Fervid is getting a bit more safer in doing their pushes here. Unlike earlier on, meron silang mga inaalay na mga tao. This time around, they're pretty close into working with each other, which is something that we always want to see here for Fervid because it provides more structure and more chances of winning.
Actually, I'm quite thankful na medyo may dead round tayo, no? Kasi we have to look into Alliance Gaming plan pagdating dito sa Compound 2. We talked about this before, Mochi, na kailangan nilang, I pointed this out, na kailangan nilang iwasan dito si Lance just because, if I'm correct, tama ba ako? Yeah. Kailangan nila iwasan dito si Lance because if Lance gets those pick-offs, he's gonna be on fire. Nakikita na nga natin dito, no, na you said it before na he is owning this map. Kung kanina si Haj, kung kanina si Nuken on that Ankara, it's now him controlling this. And what's enabling him to be like this is the plan itself mula sa Alliance Gaming. Kasi hinaharap nila every time dito sa site si Lance, which you should just not do. Nakikita nga natin na mas maganda yung success rate nila into planting the bomb dito sa may bats, sa B site, sa may store beat. Pag doon sila nagpo-push out and as well sa curve, naiiwasan nila yung shots mula kay Lance kasi that's the problem right now for Compound 2. It's such a tight corner na mapo-force out din si Lance to just keep on going in exit. And I don't know why Alliance Gaming wants to keep on going in this route. And right now, nakikita na agad, dun pa rin papunta yung mga players natin ng AG. So this is not a good take for them. Lalo na naging agresibo na. Nare-realize dito nila Lance that they can get all of this map control in mere like the beginning of the rounds.
And not to mention, the utility usage is quite lacking here dito kay AG, no? Ngayon, nagpakawala sila ng sandamukal na granada dito in both ends. But at the same time kasi, it would still be much more better for them if they would try to push or put a flash grenade, tapos mag-push sila sabay-sabay. I feel like that would give ayan yung mga ganyan, no? But, unfortunately, with the smoke, hindi sila makakapag-push agad. And also, the free fire coming here from Hajin as well as Aris. It's just a basic spray and pray and taking multiple kills as much as possible. Buti na lang nandito si Abdel para sumanggunit, makatulong sa kanyang mga kasamang nawala at naglipa na. Pero ngayon, 3 pa ang naiiwan dito sa magkabilang kampo natin. Parang depende na lang talaga sa kung sino ang kung saan magko-commit itong mga miyembro natin from Alliance Gaming, no? With Abdel and Nuken already pretty low in terms of HP. We are yet to witness if this would be a successful take for them.
Yeah. I mean, it's easier now with Lance able to rotate towards B or towards the G or spawn. It's Skies pa naman ang makikita nila dito, especially towards C. But with less than 1 minute onto the clock, they enter A side quite clearly and quite freely. First time nangyari to for AG, but already close by Lance together with Skies here in second floor. Wide angle shot muna tayo ngayon as there's too much angles to look by. Pero Skies here in Z might push out kapag nandito na si Jam and si Lance. They don't have a lot of utility left, so they need to go in dry. Kailangan simulan ni Lance with a wide angle shot. PC number 2 ang pupunta ni Nuken. He wants to go out with the M14. Shots connecting onto Lance. Skies also enters without anything. And this is just a great take for the side of AG. And nagamit talaga nila dito yung distraction play na kung saan napaggamit lahat ng utility dito ang Fervid even before makapag-execute ang AG.
Of course, and not to mention the top-down defense na meron dito for Nuken and as well as Abdel. Ay, hindi. Si Nuken pala yung nakakross. So, I feel like they did quite of a good combination in terms of positioning there. Definitely depleted any chances of retake na meron dito kay Fervid. Not to mention, tulad nga na sabi mo, they've been able to overwhelm them with smokes as well. Wonderfully done here for AG. I feel like they can do the same thing again. Pero yun nga lang nga, merong quite a bit of adjustment dito. Ang Fervid, 3 na agad ang inallocate nila into A site with the fear of replication. The same approach ang gawin dito ni AG. That possibility has already been denied, and right now I feel like they're hovering more into B site possibly, which might actually be a good thing for them. But it would be better kung i-deplete muna siguro nila yung mga utilities na meron dito ang Fervid.
Yeah, kailangan muna nila ulit gamitin lahat ng pwedeng angulo dito. Try to make Fervid commit with one player at least, or all of these utilities. Medyo conservative na ngayon ang Fervid because just they know na sobrang detrimental ng at least a smoke and a flash doon sa kaninang take nila on A. But Skies, able to peek out. Easy headshot onto Froze. But instant trade-off, Skies and Luns able to get 2. So 2 players lang ang natitira dito for AG. It's Nuken and Bats Maru. Look at the angle mula kay Batsmaru, easily shut it down by Aris. That careful analyzation na may butas tayong nabigay. Able to get him 1 kill, pero Nuken peeks out, able to get 1. Pero solo in HP kung saan itong plapla na to might connect, pero it won't. 30 seconds, Nuken is gonna be low and pushing towards this smoke, and Jam able to spot him out before he pulls the trigger. 5 rounds for Fervid.
Wow! Seems like we're off to a great start here for Fervid, no? And not gonna lie, in theory, maganda sana yung approach ni Alliance Gaming on that one. Parang nagkaroon lang talaga ng kaipitan kasi biro mo, pagka talaga merong mga nakatao dito sa magkabilang banda natin ng CB at sa kabila, ang kailangan lang nilang gawin, mag-spray ng mga bala, titignan kung kokonekta, at nagawa naman yun ng Fervid. Pero now, we are now seeing a 1-for-1 trade here. Skies, or rather, itong si Abdel and si Lance already out in both teams, but tignan natin anong ma-offer ni Skies dito, lalong-lalo na rumuronda siya sa mid-area natin. Hindi pa siya naiispatan. Kay Cedric falling down the hands of Skies. Wonderfully done here. The control and the space being denied temporarily for Fervid, pero susubukan sana ni Aris na makapag-trade pa sana, no? At yun ay kung hahayaan ni ni Badsmaro ito, lalong-lalo na magkakakitaan. Badsmaro successful in taking that kill for herself, and also an additional one here for Nukem. B-site natin, they are depleting any signs of defense, pero wait lang, sabi nila, wait lang, andito ata yung isa, no, sa B-site. So what if dito lang tayo sa A? Totally available na naman to, and it would give us additional time in order to reset. Mas maganda sana, and denying Haj any space and rotations successfully being executed by Alliance.
I mean, crazy play for AG and Fervid. Ang gandang awareness yon mula kay Haj, no, na instantly binigyan niya ng respeto dito yung rotation dito ng AG, but sobrang trigger happy niya, na spot out agad siya. And now, big push mula dito sa ating Fervid squad, 4-man towards mid and towards pillars. Pero Abdel 2K just pushes them as well. 2K para sa kanya, he dodges all the bullets like Neo, and now it's a 3-man or 2-man advantage for both sides. Kaso nga lang with Abdel 2K very much low in his HP, he needs to be careful. He needs to go for trades. Kay Cedric enters A without any push out mula kay Lance. Lance very low, pero yung plapla dito connects onto him. And now AG has also downloaded this map for themselves. At nakikita natin, Mochi, in the last round of the first half, nakapag-adjust agad sila.
Grabe, napag-goodbye Philippines na lang din dun si Lance, no? Wala, cornered siya dun sa C2 natin eh. Pero, wait lang, si Skies may namataan, may nakita na patay itong si Abdel 2K ngayon. Pinagnanasaan pa sana na makapag-trade at merong kapalitan itong si K. Cedric, pero parang nahirapan siya doon. Critical in terms of HP. Jam, tumatao lang dito sa mga veteran natin, no? Ang tindi ng pag-angkor at pagdepensa niya dito. 1-for-1 trade, pero si Jam, 1 HP and a dream time lang naman ang kita dito sa ating unang half. And we are yet to witness what's going to be the changes, especially na pagka ang dumepensa na si Alliance Gaming. Total, nabanggit naman natin dito, maaaring gawin lang uli nila yung ginawa dito ni Fervid kanina. Not to mention that when it comes to GR kanina in Ankara, ang tindi ng performance dito ni Alliance Gaming. So we are yet to see kung ano ang magiging takbo na tong storya natin dito sa compound.
I mean, yeah, possibly pagdating sa GR side no ng ating Alliance Gaming, mas maging active as a sniper dito si Nuken in terms of positioning, in terms of the early round picks, para lang matigil agad yung mga set plays dito ng ating Fervid, kasi mas nakikita naman talaga natin na Fervid has a lot of like executions in terms of these maps. So titignan natin ngayon kung paano nga ba i-handle yun ni Nuken. He is gonna be a crucial part para sa depensa dito ng Alliance Gaming. But also, they can go for the double sniper setup para lang, alam mo yun, you have pillar stake, you have exit as well with a sniper in both sides. Tapos just hold down curve, hold down EA para hindi kayo maflankan ng mga players coming in from mid. But for Fervid, just like what you said, Mochik, they just need to keep on going. Dito ma-activate na sila Ares. Nakita natin yun when they were on the GR side, he was always pushing towards pillars. Now he has so much room to work with. All they just need to do is use the smokes para makapasok sa mga likuran dito ng AG.
And I'm also wondering what will be or ano yung magiging itsura, no? Ano yung stature and yung structure na meron sila when it comes to handling mid-control. Kasi kanina hindi ma-pull off yun ng Alliance Gaming, kasi lagi silang nagsispray and pray, putting a smoke out of there to delay them, and then spray and pray, kasi expected na nila na merong mga tumatao malapit-lapit dito sa entrada ng pa-curve B and as well as sa E. Pero also, they can explore a bit more plays na pwede nilang gawin dito sa LA and as well as sa Pillars B natin. Especially na they have, tulad nga ng sabi mo, pretty talented snipers that they can definitely utilize, especially in terms of the proactivity that we are anticipating at inaasam-asam natin dito, especially for Nuken. So, we're gonna be checking that if this will be present here into the remaining second half ng compound. Man, what will be the defense be like for Alliance Gaming? We're about to find out.
Ooh. Impressive grenades. Will not connect out to anyone though. Pero Froze already in pillar. Spots out Haj. Haj, will he get the kill here? Pero nga lang, it's too much to handle. Kapag dalawa ang makikita mo doon, Lance with a beautiful flick on towards Froze. Instant trade-off. So now they capitalize. They stabilize. 2 players for A, 2 players on B.
So of course, 1-for-1 trade. I feel like 2 of our very impactful riflers are already being taken out dito sa ating unang mapa ng second half. Pero I think this will be a bit of a difficulty for Fervid so far, especially na they have a TRG though, pero kasi ang ingat ng mga lokasyon ngayon ng Alliance Gaming except for Nuken. Pero yan nga ang kailangan niyang gawin dito, no? A bit more advanced and extending forward, taking a much better space if possible. Pero Abdel, ako po, nakikipagsayawan dito sa C1 with additional kills being racked up by the rest of the squad here from AG, denying them that entry onto A site. Ang bilis ng pagtapal dito sa kanilang butas when it comes to making that A site entry point open. But now it's all up to Lance, no? Nasa LA, but eventually, he will try to take any possible kills na meron dito for EG. At magakuha niya dito si Nuken with a quick scope of the steed. But I feel like they already got that information here as much as possible. Kailangan magkalapit ang galawam dito ni Abdel and ni kay Cedric. Pero it all came down into Abdel. Another round here for AG.
What a round for AG, no? Sobrang aggressive nila, and they are also just going toe-to-toe with Fervid. But what a shot mula kay Lance. You have to give him that. Again, some grenades finally hitting on the mark dito kay Skies and kay Lance, already wounded in this battlefield. So they divert their way towards B site kung saan nakabantay lang naman si kay Cedric and pati naman si Froze. But they still just wanna carefully clean every corner out. Nuken providing some covering fire. Kay Cedric close to the door. So top-down position na mangyari dito for the side of AG. But Sky is also just waiting if they will go in fortifying the push. Will be one more for AG, pero Skies enters it. Froze needs to reposition. He is getting overwhelmed. He is getting overstimulated. What a shot mula kay Lance towards the window. And now one more player divides the site. And as well as Fervid, with him down, they can get into the site. Pero C4, hindi ata napapansin dito ng Bina. Iniwan ng ating Fervid squad na iniwan nila sa mid. Now they realize they go towards A instead, Mochi.
Ayun nga lang din, tignan mo kung saan nanggagaling dito. Si Aris, yun nga lang nga, he's gonna be punished by Nuken. And seems like the game sense is game sensing for them, no? With this rotation na manggagaling sa Fervid, no? We are yet to see kung meron nga bang ang success rate nito. Kasi si Nuken, tignan mo, parang Nuken, it's all it takes when it comes to the defense. But Haj, a quick spray down is all they need in order to shut them down. 7-4. They are quite of a really good advantage na meron tayo dito ngayon. I feel like medyo napasobra ng pag-contest itong si AG dito sa ating STB.
I mean, he was just crazy, you know, flick around, almost 180 pa nga yung ginawa nila doon. But now, 3 versus 3, Lance able to get first shot out of nowhere. Nakapatay pa siya kahit na na-overwhelm siya dito nila Batsmaru. And Haj, yung kaninang gumawa ng play, will also fall down. AG now in control, especially kapag buhay na buhay pa si Batsmaru. Pero it's an equal trade-off now, Mochi. Kung saan Ares is very much low. TRG still in the hands of Nuken. Abdel gets spotted out. Pero wala naman magiging trade doon or at least a kill. At magkakakitaan dito sila sa LA, Mochi. Skies still has smoke, still has flash, but doesn't want to use it instead. Want to go in raw. Want to go in dry. Kailangan nila i-clear out tong exit to because if Nuken goes unscathed, goes uncleared, he can get some frags here. Pero good awareness mula kay Ares. He does clear it out. It's all up to Abdel. 2 kills into the name. After that first half, goes in once again, just like Fervid. Hindi na kailangan ng flash. I'll just go in, clearing out C1. Abdel, overstimulated once again. Anong gagawin mo kapag pinaglalaroan ka na lang dito nila Ares? Konting pitik dito, biglang tago na lang, konting tingin, pero hindi na magpapakita si Skies. 19 seconds, Abdel needs to do something. Decide on what you need to do. Goes towards the second floor and he gets taken down. Ares with the kill and 4 rounds up pa din ang Fervid.
Nahihirapan sa depensa itong Alliance Gaming kasi nagmimistulong pinaglalaroan na nga lamang sila ng mga membro galing sa Fervid kasi biro mo naman no, the diversions are so quick. Nahihirapan makapag-adapt itong si Alliance Gaming, but I wonder what will be the changes here. No, I feel like they can be a bit more proactive in terms of their positions, pero wait lang, parang ang tindi naman ata ng kanilang pag-extend dito sa ating pillars area. This might be a bad thing to do. Buti na nag-backouts sila. Flash not gonna be connecting to anyone, but the pillars will be freed para dito sa Fervid.
Sobrang libre. First time to matitikman ng Fervid na they can easily just go in, pero AG Nuken able to kill off Ares. Medyo nagpaparamdam na muli dito yung I choose you Ares mentality ng Fervid. Kaso nga lang palagi na natitigil kasi if you go in mid without any smokes or at least a body with you Ares, mahirapan ka talaga because you don't have that extra backup. So he's just going in dry, he's just going in solo, which you don't want. Pero still, buti na nakikita natin ulit kasi they've been playing default for Fervid now. Hindi na sila masyado nag-gamble with Ares going into the mix.
Of course, which is a notable observation because as much as possible din naman kasi nasa BL ka, you always want to capitalize more on the strength in terms of numbers other than the pick-off potential that you may offer dito sa iyong mga kasama. Pero dito sa A-site may 3 tumatao, no? Nakaabang lamang kung merong mga papasok. Also a cheeky position for Froze as well. But should be a bit more careful because they can be overwhelmed by a lot of utilities na maaaring iba to dito ng Fervid. At mukhang sisimulan na nga din ni Lance ito pansamantala waiting for that 30-second mark before they offer an execute. Pero anticipated at nakaabang-abang na rin ito si Froze as well as si K. Cedric Lance trying to fight and try to opt for what is left, no, trying to salvage everything as he can, pero it's just gonna be too much for him. Additional round dito para sa Alliance Gaming. At mukhang 2 round pa rin ang kailangan kunin dito ng Fervid, pero hindi pa rin tapos ang laban.
I mean, napa 8-8 na lang dun sila, no, sa ating C3 position. So, or on default. So, it's gonna be hard for them to get that round. But still, Fervid with a comfortable lead. And what a shot mula kay Nuken. From afar, from 100 meters away, he hits the shot as he was falling down from that jump. Jam now ngayon, medyo flabbergasted, medyo nagulat. Paano nangyari yon? He knew someone was there, but he knew that he can also just dodge it out. Pero Nuken is just on fire. This man, I think, has already have 16 kills, if I'm correct. And now with Aris waiting for something here, goes in with a smoke. Throws it quite clearly. Kailangan niya muna i-clear out to. Trying to bait someone out of this position. Pero they ignore. AG doesn't want any taste of this. Ngayon, baka malikuran sila, and it does. Skies and Aris nasa likuran. They take off Nuken. They take out K. Cedric. And they take out one more. That's 3 players down for AG. And now it's a 2v2. Palagi na lang ganito yung sitwasyon natin. Pero ngayon, sila nagpaparamdam with the USP. They have all of A. The C4 is close by. At malayo pa naman si Batsmaru. Kailangan muna mag-hold out dito ni Haj, because if Batsmaru pushes this at malayo pa si Lance, kayang maikot ni Batsmaru ang laban na ito. 1 minute goes towards exit. Malapit na agad si Batsmaru. He's already in. Hindi nakita ni Haj, and he gets overwhelmed once again. But Haj is able to get the headshot. This is map point. This is series point for Fervid.
Naku po, isang puntos na lang ang kanilang kailangan para ipagpatunay na sila pa rin ang mga hari nitong seryeng ito. Kalaban ng alyansa. Pero, yun nga lang parang medyo naghihirapan na talaga makabawi itong si Alliance Gaming, lalong-lalo na pagdating sa pinagsanig puwersang lakas ng Fervid. Okay, online lahat, which is something that we should be seeing a bit more of, na it's not just a lone man push, it should be a collective one, to say the least. And so far, nagagawa naman nila maganda. Talaga nahihirapan lang tong si Alliance Gaming. I feel like they're lacking a bit more of utility usage, especially when it comes to the exit area and as well as itong mid area natin. And even yung mga pickups na hopefully inaantabayanan natin at inaabangan natin kay Froze and as well as kay Nuken, hindi nila nagagawa because they're instantly being denied here by some of our members here from Fervid na once again, mas dikit-dikit gumagawa ng kanilang mga trabaho dito, which is something na talagang gusto nating makita din from Fervid. And we've also been able to mention din kanina, these are the things that they should have been able to change, and nagagawa nila yun, which is nice.
And it's crazy. Pagdating talaga sa compound to, nalalabas lahat ng galing ng mga players natin. No? So it's just nice to see that these are we are seeing almost a close game. Just 4 rounds out. Map point for Fervid. Kaya pa makuha to actually ng AG, but I think it's biting them na yung ginawa nila nung nasa BL side, na they keep on battling out that long A position dun sa exit natin. Feeling ko nararamdaman na nila, we should not have done that kasi sobrang laki na ng lamang dito ng Fervid. Again, still possible for a comeback play, pero mukhang Mochi, malapit tayo bumalik sa ating mapa.
Ayan, bumalik na tayo din agad, no? Wala nang intro, tapusin na natin to, sabi siguro ni Fervid. At yun ay kung hahayaan ito ni Alliance Gaming, especially some early shots going expected here by Aris here in the mid area, hoping and vouching for mid control. Is that going to be the play here? I guess, yeah. Pero sobrang passive ng mga position natin dito from AG, no? They, as much as possible, they want to keep their defense solidified, but until when?
Until when? Can they keep on doing this as well? 4-man push towards pillars might be the last round for these two teams. Pressure building up. Nervousness kicking in. 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock. Still so much time. No aggression mula dito kay AG. Biglang naging disiplinado. Biglang naging boy scout na sir. Yes sir. Ang pakundangan na ginagawa nila. Flashes. Smokes as well. Able to stop the push for now para dito sa Fervid. And nakita nga rin natin dito, Nuken in that position ngayon in C1. He's been shifty pero hindi pa siya dumadalaw sa B. This might be the time para gawin niya yun. Grenades, not connecting as well. Pula dito sa Fervid. They reconsider, leave out Lance of all people to hold down this B position. And this might be a bad play mula sa Fervid actually because Lutz won't see anyone here. Hindi naman nag-over-aggress. This fifth player, si Batsmaro, hindi siya aalis doon. Unless he gets too shifty in his movements. Grenades flying by as well. 4-man push going towards curve right now. Iipitin nila Mochi at iniwan din nila doon si Aris sa tower to maybe stop the retakes. Lance gives some flashes inbound and Lance able to get the shot in. Batsmaro falls down. What an entry mula sa Fervid. Biglang nag-ikot yung laban kung saan yung AG na sobrang ganda ng defense at hinigil agad. Dalawa na titira. Nuken now needs to go in, needs to go for Hail Mary shot. Pero sabi ni Aris, anong gagawin nyo? It's time to jam out and get the series win. 10-5. Fervid Esports, Mochi. What a play.
Napakalinis ng pagwalis at pagpasok dito ni Fervid dito sa ating B-site. Wonderfully done to the point na walang nagawa yung mga tao at sumusubok na dumepensa dito but to accept whatever's being thrown at them. They got overwhelmed big time during that last round and definitely been actually a really well played approach here para sa Fervid. And I guess, eto no, tuloy-tuloy ang ating istorya ng Fervid that they were actually indeed relegated but still they can still assert their dominance and prove na sila pa din ang mas angat dito sa seryeng ito. Alam mo, may Polar, kung bibigyan ako ng 3 salita para describe itong ating seryeng ngayon, it is beautiful, powerful, and as well as tragic. It is beautiful because we can see a lot of adjustments na ginawa dito ng ating teams and they were able to show that they can adjust the best that they can. It is powerful, especially when it comes to acknowledging all of our players here is talagang nagagawa naman talaga nila yung kanilang mga trabaho, but it's a bit tragic. Kasi despite of all of the changes and adjustments na ginawa dito ni Alliance Gaming, they were still overwhelmed by that last minute push na ginawa ng Fervid. Congratulations for Fervid and nice try for Alliance Gaming. Kasi guys, ang tindi ng seryong dinrap nyo dito sa ating broadcast ngayon, definitely deserving of recognition.
Yeah, nayanig talaga yung buong araw natin yan because we were actually expecting again another 2-0 all across board. We're seeing that in the mix, but with Fervid and Alliance Gaming, parang it's not gonna be an easy game for any side. It's gonna be full on best of 3 series. Talagang naging 2-1 tayo dito kung saan may nakita rin tayong light of day para sa Alliance. It was almost a comeback. They just need more time, I guess, especially na nakapag-adapt na dito ang Fervid. Kailangan i-reset yung download speed dito ng Alliance Gaming, especially on map number 3. So feeling ko it was just a hard time for Alliance Gaming at that end of that stretch. It really bited them nung they kept on battling out A side when B side was so clear for them. Kailangan lang naman nila ng flash and smoke to get into those sides. So possibly some learning ground for Alliance Gaming, pero for Fervid, nonetheless, nabawi agad nila yung talo nila from set number 2. Pero, Mochi, kung may 3 kang words to describe this matchup, ako rin meron naman.
Oh, ano yan?
Fervid is doing it. Silent yung is. So, 3 pa din yun.
Fervid doing it.
Yes. Yeah. So, tama pa rin naman. Di ba? Okay pa rin naman. I mean, nakita nga natin, no, Mochi, parang nai-impress talaga tayo every time na Fervid is in these rounds. Parang hindi sila deserving to be put down sa impact. I mean, it is still a privilege, pero alam mo yun, as a Masters team, you want to be on that regional spot natin right now, or regional final spot natin right now, to get a chance to go into Chengdu. But it proves that they are still a Masters team.
Yes, indeed. And definitely, they're doing what they can in order to learn the most dito sa ating Impactful. No? Kasi, yes, they may be there in Masters previously, pero that doesn't mean that they will stop learning. Which is wonderful kasi nakikita natin that they are definitely improving the way that they move. Kung nasa Masters, is sobrang hirap na hirap sila gumalaw, makakuha ng puntos, or even get a match done and get over with it. Ngayon is hindi. They are the ones excelling and proving and showing na actually, meron pa kaming baon na something else. Though. It's not just blatant pushes, it's not just blatant lurks, but a bit more structure na unti-unti na nalang nai-incorporate in the way na gumagalaw sila dito sa ating entablato, which is wonderful to see here for Fervid as well, especially na they started from the bottom and now we're here, literal. And although here for Alliance Gaming, no, I feel like they just need a bit more control, especially when it comes to GR. Kasi biro mo, ang ganda eh. Sobrang smooth ng kanilang Ankara. It's just that I feel like they need to practice more in these maps. Kasi, once again, sometimes when it comes to map picking, merong mga advantage ang bawat isa. Pero pagdating sa kabila, yung parang dun na talaga nahihirapan. I feel like they just need to establish that feat more para sa kanila.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to keep on going at the end of the day, Mochi. Parang it is still compound to sobrang hirap na talaga na ito. And I think nakapag-ready lang din talaga ang Fervid as a whole kasi I was actually in doubt dito ng Fervid because with the momentum coming from set number 2, they can Alliance Gaming could have just kept on going with that aggressiveness ka nga lang. Yeah. It's Fervid with the better approach pagdating sa mapang ito. Looking at the highlights once again, Lance is able to infiltrate every line of sight kahit na sobrang hirap mag-sniper in terms of this map. And now let's look at the set summary kung saan it's a total of 15 rounds, 5 for Alliance Gaming, Fervid with 10. 2.50 on lots. That is actually crazy with a 0.47 SR skill per round na 1.33. Wow. While nandun naman si Skies and si Jam para tulungan siya every time. And the headshot, one dito
100%.
para kay Skies. Totoo ba yan?
Ang lala ni Skies, no? Actually, didn't notice that as well. Pero now that it's being shown to us, man, that is insane for Skies.
Wow.
No? We finally, I mean, hindi naman finally, parang we already get the hype for Skies playing dito sa Fervid, pero mas lalo lang na semento itong kagalingan itong batang to, getting that 100% headshot kill for every single kill na nakukuha niya, no? Parang sure ball, no, na asintado sa gitna ng mga kilay na itong mga kalaban niya rito sa kung sino man ang malalandan ng mga balang ibabato ni Sky, which is now si Lance, ang ating set MVP,
siya
but
na
then
naman.
the only person that we are always thinking of, Mr. Consistent himself with a 2.50 KD and as well as a 1.30 kill for a round, and also not to mention also the skill or rather the utility usage na meron dito for Fervid. Ang taas man. Hindi man lang umaabot ng 20% dito pag in-average yung sa Alliance Gaming, which is quite of a bummer on their end. Pero here for Fervid, they just show na yes, they possess those qualities na kaya nilang i-allocate ang kanilang utilidades dito the best that they can. And despite of the efforts na binibate ito minsan ni Alliance Gaming, hindi nila ito pinagbibigyan at hindi sila nagsasayang. And now, ito ang ating match results. 10-3, 10-4, and then finally 10-5. Man, sobrang tindi ng mga agot natin dito. Pero imagine all of the 3 rounds being played here, or rather the 3 maps being played here sa ating ikalawang serye for this night. Interesting and a powerful series indeed.
Yeah, 24-18 basically yung total maps natin dito if my math is correct, no? Kung saan 4-10-3, Ankara 4-10, and Compound was basically 10-5 for Fervid Esports. Sobrang ganda ng performance dito ng dalawang teams natin. You have to give it to Alliance still kasi napaabot din talaga nila and nakuha nga nila yung momentum on set number 2, but Fervid really is a team built in long kind of games, built in pressure that is also contained and bursting out at the last series. Ganun yun at the last set of the series. Yun yung nakikita natin for Fervid. But yeah, nonetheless, I wanna also keep on talking about our set MVP doon. If you wanna, again, I live by these words, if you wanna know how to snipe in Crossfire, gayahin nyo si Lance. He is a man with discipline and he is a man with great aim. Grabe si Lance.
Totoo. Ang nakakatuwa din kasi dito pag nanonood ka ng mga magagaling na mga player, parang yung ego mo napapangunahan ka na parang gusto ko rin gawin yun.
Yeah.
Mapaforce kang mag-play Mapaforce kang buksan yung Crossfire mo, pumalag, mag-FFA saglit, tapos, hopefully try to replicate yung mga plays na ginawa dito nila Lance and Delvage. Pero ngayon, sino pa nga ba ang ating match MVP? Si Lance lang din naman yan. Almost pumatak na ng DOS ang ating KD niya dito, no? And not to mention, kahit na ganyan lang ang kanyang chopper kill, hindi niya naman din kasi kailangan kasi oftentimes TRG lang din naman ang hawak niya. And also one of the prime users of utilities dito sa Fervid, which just means that this dude is definitely a prodigy and a well-rounded player waiting to happen.
Yeah, an all-around player indeed kung saan he is just formidable as a whole. From the TRG to the USP, sometimes even with the M14 when all hell's loose. Pero this guy knows every map, knows everything to look at, has multiple ways to get in your face. Lance is a man with a mission, and that mission is to be one of the best snipers. And again, your standard in terms of TRGs, look at Lance because they are your victors as well. Fervid Esports take our second series of the day for 2-1. What a game for both of these teams.
What a game indeed. Pero alam mo nung malala dito, mas matindi
Ano?
yung susunod. Kasi balita
Let's go
ko,
po.
tama ba? Ang alam ko, Sunday Shrooms papalag din maya-maya. So ang alam ko, matindi din yung pinaglalaban nila. Pero guys, eto, hindi nyo na kailangang ilaban. Kasi balita ko, up to 4 permanent weapons ang pwede nyo makuha just by exchanging points here sa ating point shop. Pero paano nga ba nila pwedeng gawin yun, Bipolar?
I mean, sobrang dali lang yan guys, no? You just have to keep on playing, mag-check-in sa event natin, and mag-log in ng CF gamit ang Stove PC Client Launcher at gawin ang daily requirements para makuha na kayo ng 4 permanent guns. Nakikita yan ngayon, yung Chetak Dominator natin, Noble Gold, yung Gatling Gun na Gale Beast, yung Obsidian Zilong na malapit ko na rin makuha. So, there's also, I think, nakalimutan ko actually main name nung isa pa nating fourth weapon, pero that is a pistol nonetheless. Yun na nga po, buti lang pinakita dito yung ating blue light na ating deagle.
Sheesh!
And it's just gonna be great. Alam nyo, kung kailangan nyo ng permanent guns, maglaro na lang kayo and lumipat na kayo sa ating Stove PC client. Sobrang solid. At maraming salamat, Smiley.
Ang Sim, no? Sobrang generous. Pero, at dahil generous din kayo, no? Pagbigyan nyo naman kami ng pahinga. Dahil tayo pa-proceed sa ating ikatlong laban mamaya, Muchi and Bipolar nga pala, kami ay magbabalik para sa susunod nating seri.
A-team through grit and grind through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot galing kay X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down,
More
good
hits.
shot galing kay JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang
Sa
lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Sa dinami-rami ng mga rounds na pinakita natin ngayong araw, isang match-up na lang ang papunta sa kanilang mga pangarap at dahil dyan, this is the best Filipino Crossfire para brought to you by Sneaky Frog and Salvatore. Everybody, nagbabalik po ang pinaka-the best, ang pinaka-normal na casting duo dito sa ating Impact Fall for today. It's Datum and Bipolar at dahil dyan, last match-up natin, aarangkada na in just a little while, Kadiliman versus the past champions of Impact. It's gonna be Sunday Shrooms.
Yes, it's gonna be the hottest one of the day. Bipolar kasi ito yung, kumbaga, laban ng mga higante to. Tama-tama ka dyan, tayo ang pinaka-normal na commentators dito sa Impact Fall. Dahil ito ang pinaka-masayang matchup na makikita natin kung saan malalaman natin sino nga ba ang tunay na mananaig. Ito, paulit-ulit kong sinasabi to. It feels like week in, week out Bipolar. Lagi kong sinasabi yung phrase na Kadiliman ang nananaig. Laging sila yung panalo eh. They're the only team that hasn't dropped a single series apart from Querdas at Sunday Shrooms naman yung defending champ. Sino nga ba ang mananalo, Bipolar? Can't wait to see.
I mean, I really can't wait to see kasi ito na talaga yung ating number one sa seeds versus the team that is always wanting to get in. Pero as we say that, mukhang malapit tayo makakita ng ating Matt Vito. So, anytime na ipasok mo na lang yan direct habang nagkakwentuhan kami dito ni Datum. But yeah, it is gonna be an interesting map pool kung saan may pinag-usapan tayo kanina dyan, Datum. I-fill in mo naman kami.
Yes. Ito fun fact para sa mga nanonood dyan. Sa lahat ng laban ng Sunday Shrooms sa group stage, laging pinipili ang Angkara. Pag nakuha nila yung Angkara, mataas ang tsansa na may ipapalag sila dito sa Kadiliman. Ang kaso, Polar, Kadiliman, sila yung pumili ng Angkara, tapos sa base pa ang pinili ng Sunday Shrooms. Madugo-dugong labanan to. I can't wait to see anong gagawin ng Kadiliman sa Angkara.
Yeah, it's actually crazy, no? Kasi pagdating sa Angkara, medyo magandang win rate dito ng Angkara, ng buong Kadiliman. It's about 80% if my math is correct. Pero pagdating dito sa Sunday Shrooms, it's around like what, 45, 50. Pero maganda talaga yung mga set plays nila dito. So possibly, there might really be big truths to that sa sinasabi mo, Datum. Pero this sub-base is actually gonna be even more interesting, Datum. Kasi panimula to for both teams. Kadiliman knows how to play somewhat aggressive pagdating dito. But for Sunday Shrooms, this is actually somewhat of a big gamble in my books because it provides a playing field for Kadiliman to be crafty. Pero for Sunday Shrooms to be more default pagdating dito, baka yun pa yung maging gulat factor nila against Kadiliman.
Ito, nakita na natin maglaro ang Kadiliman sa sub-base when they went against Blue Vortex in day number 4 of our group stage. Tinalo nila ang Blue Vortex sa mapang yon, no? So, in terms of statistics, yung Sunday Shrooms, yung hindi pa natin nakikita maglaro yun sa sub-base, no? So, parang ito, sabi ng Sunday Shrooms, nag-sub-base na kayo, ha? Sige, talunin namin kayo dyan. Parang ganun ba, Polar?
I mean, we have to look at it in a point of view, no, kung saan kailangan muna natin bigyan ng predictions sa ating manonood. So, join us here as we give our own predictions. Dito, unahan mo na. Ano nga bang prediction mo pagdating sa laban na ito?
Eto, sinabi ko kanina, Bipolar, ha? Sinabi ko kanina, kapag may Angkara, 2-1 to in favor of Sunday Shrooms, and I'll stick to that. Ha. Sub-base pinili dito ng Sunday Shrooms. I think Kadiliman still has a bit of an edge sa sub-base. Like I said, hindi pa nakapaglaro ang Sunday Shrooms dito sa mapang to. We haven't seen them in that map yet, so I don't think they have enough in the tank to take down ang kalaban nila dito. Kaya I think magma-map 3 tayo. I think magsa-set 3 tayo dito, Polar.
I mean, kung ang sinasabi mo dito, may may angkara sa mapa, Sunday Shroom sa mananalo. Feeling ko pag may Kadiliman sa matchup, magiging panalo yun. So 2-0 ako in favor of Kadiliman just because of their sheer power. And tulad nga ng nangyari sa ating regional finals, if there is a team that is always 2-0, meron din ganoon tayong counterpart pagdating sa ating impact falls Kadiliman to keep on going, and tingnan natin kaya nga ba nila ituloy ang kanilang streak pagdating sa ating match decider, basically. Kung worthy champions pa rin ba ang Sunday Shrooms, or is Kadiliman in the mix para ipakita na sila ang liwanag sa gitna ng dilim na medyo tinatahak ng ating mga other teams dito sa ating Impact Fall. Pero Daydom, what a map to start it off, no?
Yes.
Sub-base, it is a map kung saan mostly Visayan people have been concluding na kanila nga ang mapa na ito. Pero it's actually crazy because I know these two teams not really a centered team with that kind of regional players.
Yes, no. Well, we do see a lot of teams as well that kind of breaks the pattern. Even in the main league natin ng regional finals, so you talk about Pacific and you talk about Vanguard as well. Mahilig din sila maglaro ng sub-base, no? So, yung mga Tagalog naman natin dyan, no strangers to playing sub-base din. Pero yun nga, no, with the revamped roster na meron ng Sunday Shrooms dito, we've yet to see them play in this map. At least dito sa Impact Fall. So, I don't know what we're going to see here, but naririnig ko na. Bumubusina na yung submarine dito, Bipolar. Let's get straight into sub-base. Kadiliman, magsisimula sila dito sa BL side. At Sunday Shrooms naman sa GR, Bipolar.
I mean, actually, it's actually crazy. No? I think my information is correct. Isang beses pa lang nalalaro ng dalawang teams na to ang sub-base. And it's Kadiliman pa to play it. Sunday Shrooms actually haven't shown us kung paano nila nilalaro ang ating sub-base. But nonetheless, it is a battle between these two titans pagdating sa Impact Fall. Sunday Shrooms starting off the GR side. Any thoughts with that?
Well, of course, they're gonna have to start playing reactively muna. Parang pakiramdaman muna how Kadiliman approaches this map. Well, of course, they did pick up this map. Zolek magpipeak early dito. Hangshu with the flash. Beautiful. Silent pushes up as well. The second mid push rather. At Kadiliman nakapag-control na agad ng bomba dito. Planting it immediately at kailangan mag-retake ng Sunday Shrooms. 3v5, Polar.
3v5 agad, no? Kung saan Silent already going sneaky against Simple. Knows that isa lang naman yung tao doon, pero J-Bass nagpapakitang gilas ngayon. Dalawa mamatay, and now J-Kim here in CR. Kasama niya naman dito ang kanyang veteranong kaibigan, pero Hangshu close in si Kip, able to find J-Bass, and one more. Hangshu gets 4 kills in the first round.
Yun ang the HK in the hands of Hangshu. Absolutely deadly. And Kadiliman penetrating to the defenses A-side, pero yun sa MR naman si Zolek magpupush, taking down Jestril already. Nice little flash play from J. Kim to give them control of MR. Pero mukhang lalaban pa dito ang Sunday Shroom. Si Hangshu naghihintay lang na may magpupush mula dun sa kabilang dako rather. At well, it is only Jestril who fell down. Pero 4v5 pa tayo dito, pwede pa makapasok ang Kadiliman.
I mean, yeah, pwede pa rin naman talaga, one man down doesn't really mean the end of the day. Pero I just want to highlight yung palaging push dito ni Hangshu on that A side with the USP. Tapos flash in towards missile lang, tapos tatalikod siya, tatalon. He's been doing that ever since nung first time natin sila makita this sub-base. And it has never failed. It is 100% win rate, everybody. So, abangan nyo yun ulit pagdating dito sa A side. Let's see kung makakuha nga ba dito si J-Bass with an interesting angle than before. Right now, they go towards me.
Exactly. Simple dealing with Hangshu. Di mo na makakapasok dito ng B-site ng mga players ng Kadiliman who are down to the last two players. Si RTA at si Jessan na lang ang natitira. At yung C4, wala sa kamay nila dito. So, kailangan mag-push ni RTA ng county yan. Yung sniper na hawak ni Jessan still waiting at MR. But I think may idea ang Sunday Shrooms dito kung nasaan mga players nila. Alam din nila na mayroon pang sniper na hawak dito. Si Jessan, nobody peeking. One na yung C4 dito ni RTA. The Vents play could be the key. J-Bice hindi siya nakatingin sa taas. Fires a warning shot. Pero hindi pa sumisilip si RTA.
Sagutan dito ang Kadiliman. I mean, RTA is still yet to push out to vents. It's a multi-prong approach. Jessan with the TRG. Di pa naman spot out. So he's clearing every corner. Able to get one. That's one down finally for Sunday Shrooms. Might be a light of day para sa Kadiliman.
Ito na
As
nga.
RTA falls down from the sky, they're going to be now flushing in mula sa Sunday Shrooms.
Sunday Shrooms, they're gonna try to go for the rotation, pero si Jessan nakalagpas! Getting a double kill already, and suddenly, it's a 2v1. Anong nangyari? Sunday Shrooms, it fell apart. 4v2 to kanina, tapos ngayon naubos na. Oh my goodness, Kadiliman, sabi na nga ba, Polar, the vents play. Naubos sila.
Yeah. Naubos sila, and with that crucial shot mula kay Jessan, he was able to get into the second floor undetected. Ngayon, medyo galit ang ating Sunday Shrooms. 3 players ang pinadala dito sa MR, pero kalaban nila sa labas din naman ay 3 players. Buhay na buhay ang ating mga players mula sa Kadiliman, at mukhang lalabanan nila to, Didum. They still have the smokes in front of them, so may concealment ng onte, pero magpa-flash na si Jestril.
Malawas sa malapit na angle, playing against the smoke, still gets the kill. Jestril for the trade, at naka-double kill si Silent dito. The 3v2, Sunday Shrooms, wala nang tao sa locker, so B-side is wide open, pero si J-Vice naka-sniper pa rin, down in shutter. And there's still 2 players left standing for Sunday Shrooms to hold down the fort. Pero mukhang nilipat na ang Kadiliman papunta sa RS. Lipat muna ng doors into woods, into luwag.
Ito nga sila, no? Pero J-Vice, very aggressive. With his TRG, pero use the USP instead. Mamatay na nga siya. Jestril wants to go for a 1v1, pero is half HP. He has the C4. Oras na para magplanta dito sa missile on A.
Jestril on the 1v1, si J. Kim. Ang kalaban niya dito, HK versus EBR. Si Jestril plants the bomb in a site. Likod ng missile doon, no? Sa sikip manggagaling dito sa J. Kim, not making any noise. Si Jestril nakatalikod sa ngayon. Nakita na yung ulo niya. J. Kim pushing up, and the shot will connect. Jestril is down, and Sunday Shrooms put a number on the board, 1-2.
I mean, sinasabi nga natin na parang headshot pagdating dito sa HK natin. So, that is gonna be a good round for Sunday Shrooms, not giving that off-the-ball 3-round deficit agad in the first set. So, Kadiliman ngayon, I mean, it's a 1v1 at the end of the day. So, it was a 50-50. Pero look at that, J. Kim enters towards MR. Ferrari peak, isang headshot agad? What?
Nabubuhay na si J. Kim. Now dipping his toes into the contact play of Sunday Shrooms. Kanina, si J-Vice lang yung nagpipick, no? Si J. Kim ngayon, lumalaban na rin. And immediately backing off, you love to see just how disciplined the players of Sunday Shrooms are. Pag nakakuha sila ng kill, tago na ulit. Wait for the play of Kadiliman.
Their play right now is to really just be passive. Let them come in. Let them enter into their domain. Ram lalapit. Going for the spray. Easy one for him. Kasama niya pa si Simple, and that is a 2K double kill pala kay Ram.
And Sunday Shrooms yet to drop a single player. Silent and Jessan, sila na lang ang natitira. What can Jessan do with the sniper? Silent papasok na dito into that luwag area, papunta ng A-site. Missiles, flashes coming in. Ram magpupush na nga with the EBR, and Silent challenges, pero kulang yung baon ni Silent. Ram takes him down, at si Jessan na lang ang natitira sa ngayon. 1v4, has the TRG, 2 players inside of control room. But there is time to play with. The USP connects. Ram is down. It's a 1v3. Pwede pang bagalan ni Jessan dito. Play for the time. J. Kim coming in mula sa sikip. Jessan doesn't have enough bullets left in the barrel, and Simple takes him down. 3-2. And of course, it will be the fire back mula dito. Ang score natin, dikit na dikit, Bipolar.
Yeah, dikit na dikit to a point na 2-2 pala ang ating labanan for for these sides, no. So medyo kailangan na dito gumawa ng mga kakaibang bagay ng Kadiliman as well for Sunday Shrooms. Not a lot of passage push, not a lot of like second mid towards shutter, kasi sobrang ganda rin naman talaga ng pinapakitang depensa dito ng Sunday Shrooms, kung saan pag nasa wooden na dito or nasa woods na ang Kadiliman, hinaharap na lang agad nila Daydom because they're giving that a lot of space, pero hindi pala nakakala dito ng Kadiliman na lalabanan sila harap-harapan dito ng Sunday Shrooms. Using the timer now for the first time dito ng ating ng ating Kadiliman towards getting into the sites. 3-man approach on outer and on woods. Pero first time din natin makita na 2-1-2 setup. Kumbaga, ang ginagawa dito ng ating Sunday Shrooms. First shot for J-Bass, not gonna connect.
Nakakatakot yun. Pag nakarinig ka ng TRG shot, tapos parang may dumaan na bala sa likod ng ulo mo. Parang ganun, Polar. Nakakatakot yun. A lot of attention being drawn into that A site. Nag-aagis na dito, nagpo-push si Hangshu at siya na naman ang mangunguna. Jessan to take down J. Kim and Sunday Shrooms. Oh no, this defense is falling apart. Si Ram mag-isa na lang dito sa A site at ngayon malalaglag na rin. J-Vice all alone and no one to hold on to. Sniper na lang ang hawak niya. At si Silent, uti-uti ng lalapit. Si Jessan pa ang unang makakita sa kanya. Sniper versus sniper battle. At si Jessan ang mananalo kay J-Vice. Kadiliman pick up the lead.
A bloody but flawless round for Kadiliman nonetheless. Hindi ko lang alam bakit nila hinayaan si Hangshu mag-push out towards si Kip. Alam nila na nakapatay na siya towards CR. Pero hindi nila man lang tinignan yung si Kip position natin. That's very big mishap for the side of Sunday Shrooms, but nonetheless, di pa naman malayo dito ang angat ng buong Kadiliman. And right now, despite J. Kim getting a lot of shots in for the first round or for the first few rounds natin, as well as J. Baez, it looks like Kadiliman already trying to go for that immediate push, trying to go for like multi-rounds here as an advantage. Kasi syempre, in the BL side, pag it's sub-base, kailangan mo lang naman at least to secure 5 rounds dito sa BL side.
Get the advantage and then move to the second half. At sa ngayon, Kadiliman 3-2 at papasok na nga dito sa locker. Takes down J. Kim. Hindi siya handa sa double pick. Hangshu nakapasok na sa second mid. At si Simple hindi niya alam. Pero si Zolek magagalit pa sa likod. Si Silent nakita na agad siya. And Sunday Shrooms again. This defense falters. It's all up to J-Vice. A 1v4 and the TRG doesn't seem like it is enough, Bipolar. Dahil kung saan-saan tumitingin dito si J-Vice, it's time to run. It's time to think of what you'll do in the next round because this defense, Polar, it's not working out.
Yeah, it's not really working out. I mean, it works for other teams siguro, but right now, nauubos lang sila isa't isa. There's still a lot of like ways na nakakapasok dito ang Kadiliman. Despite them looking at multiple angles, yung vents natin not contested, passage is not contested fully. Hindi sila nagpo-push out ng mga players towards lockers, towards that luwag position. Dahil doon, nakakuha ng much needed space ang buong Kadiliman. But now, in our round number 7, nakakuha ng initial pick-off si J. Baez. Magpo-push out sila towards outer, and this is a good round for SS.
Yes, a good start. J-Vice taking down Jessan, so the sniper from Kadiliman already out for the count. Pero mo yung setup dito sa may woods. Zolek simple with a crossfire. Hinihintay lang nilang pumasok si Hangshu dito. Sabi nila, sige Hangshu, pasok ka. Pero mukhang walang kakagat from the side of Kadiliman. And look at this, on the other side of this double door, yung Kadiliman nakaabang lang din. 3-man hold just outside of doors of rather woods. And nobody moving so far. Sunday Shrooms, this is the adjustment we've been waiting for. Stop peeking. Wait for Kadiliman to make a move and get the advantage. Yun na nga, J-Vice taking down one, and now they are on a 5v4.
Yeah, tsaka mas confident na sila, no? They're applying the defense much further from the sides. And this is what you want. Kasi syempre, sinabi nga natin kanina, sobrang daming space na nabibigay sa Kadiliman that you wanna initially take that away from them. Vents push mula dito kay Silent if you look at the minimap, pero RTA, Hangshu as well. Hangshu is deadly, pero look at this, RTA able to get a shot in at Silent naman from the vents. Gonna be sneaking his way towards CRJ by speaks out at the right time para mapatay na nga siya, at si Ram ngayon makakakuha din ng kill, but now it's a 2v3, no, it's a 3v3, now they fall down. 40 seconds onto the rock, they wanna go to A, sikip push mula kay Ram.
Si Ram manggagaling na dito sa may malapit! And the headshot
Hangshu!
from Hangshu yet again! The USP God himself! Si Jacob na lang natitira mula sa Sunday Shrooms. Yung depensa nila, bipolar, naubos na naman. At si J. Kim, hindi niya pa alam kung may tao sa likod niya sa second mid. Wala dyan! J. Kim, nandito lahat! Sa may site! Nasa ilalim mo pa nga si Hangshu. Okay, nakita niyo yung ulo nun. Jesril, nasa may missile din. Pero si RTA naman, andito sa luwag. J. Kim is just trapped. Running out of time. 14 seconds left. 12 seconds. RTA hiding behind the box and RTA jumps up para siyang Ninja Turtle doon. Kadiliman again punishes Sunday Shrooms. At kanina pa sila nagpupush bipolar eh. Inaantay lang ng Kadiliman ang push ng Sunday Shrooms.
I mean, ang ganda ng depensa doon ng Sunday Shrooms, but nonetheless, it was just a good aim that put them down into a losing round. Grabe yun, Daydum. Etong si Hangshu, we can call him a jump king now. Palaging jumping jolog sa mukha ng mga kalaban. Which is, siguro kung ikaw yung Sunday Shrooms, maiinis ka na lang eh. Lalo na kung ikaw yung mga A players natin. Kasi palagi mo nakikita, may tumatalon sa mukha mo. This guy is always just in your face. At
Ang
hindi mo
malupit pa.
matamaan kasi syempre, wala na. Nasa mukha mo na agad yung tumatalon na tao na to eh. And this is just crazy for Kadiliman. They're playing confident despite SS adapting with their defense.
Ang malupit pa dito, Polar, pag pumapasok si Hangshu, pistol yung hawak niya lagi.
Yun nga
USP. And always getting the kill as well. Pero uy, Hangshu, papasok na naman. Enter naman siya. Polar tumatalon-talon ulit
Ito
siya.
na!
The USP yet again to open up that A site. Yung missile,
Every
control niya
time.
na agad. At si RTA, si Hangshu na naman nakakuha ng isa pang kill. 3 players down for Sunday Shrooms. At yung A site bukang-buka na.
Man, 1 HP si Hangshu pero wala silang pake. J Baez now wants to make a difference for the side of Sunday Shroom kasi sobra na ang 3-point deficit. Sumosobra na kayo, RTA. Tumingin ka sa taas mo right now kasi may tao doon. May delubyo. It's Ram with the kill. 17 seconds. Kaya mo nga bang tumalon? Kaya mo nga bang sumugod sa site? Meron nang nasa likod. A backstab mula kay Jessan and a quick swipe with the USP. Daydum, kailangan natin i-study. Kailangan natin gumawa ng research kung paano nga ba nakakapasok si Hangshu and getting a kill with just a mere USP. Ibabato yung flash towards missile, magbo-wall bounce, tapos easy jump in, easy shot
Yan
para
na
sa kanya. That is 100% every time gumagana.
At lagi siya nakakuha ng space ha. Even if it was a 2v1 scenario, nakakuha pa rin ng kill dito si Hangshu with the pistol. Practicein nga natin yan mamaya. Hindi ko pa nasusubukan yung USB entry, USB entry na yan eh.
Grabe.
Kahit may HK siyang hawak, USB pa rin. Ang pinapang entry dito ni Hangshu. As Kadiliman pick up 4 rounds in advantage of Sunday Shrooms. 6-2 ang score natin, Polar. At Sunday Shrooms, I think it's time that they stop peeking. Just let Kadiliman start moving and then respond. Kasi masyado nang risky yung mga peek dito ng Sunday Shrooms.
Yeah, sobra. Parang it's not giving kills, pero now it does as J Baez holds down B and takes out people. Wala dito sa MR. Silent and Hangshu though. Iba ang pupuntiri head towards Pashes. Nakapasok na nga with the issue skill.
Hangshu!
Hangshu! Hindi pa siya namamatay!
USP na naman yung hawak niya doon, Polar. Tumatalon-talon parang palaka. Si Ram, palaka naman doon sa may RS. At si Zolek, plakak din. RTA for the kill. And Kadiliman with the 5-round lead.
What in the world is happening? May kasama bang flashbang yung katawan dito ni Hangshu para hindi siya makita, hindi siya matamaan ng mga bala? To a point, M14 lahat ng halos gamit dito ng SS kanina. I mean, there was HKs in the mix, but now, in the BL side, SS might have it in the bag. MR spawn mula MR push mula dito sa Kadiliman, but 5-man strong pa rin naman ng SS and J-Bass with the kill.
Okay, what a flick from J-Bice to start things strong for Sunday Shrooms. Si Hangshu this time. Hindi kasi naka-USP boss. Nahuli tuloy ni Ram. Zolek takes down RTA and suddenly it's all up to Jezreel. 1B5. At yung bomba, nakita niya. At I think narinig niya dito yung tumatalon-talon na si Simple. Mahuli kaya dito ni Jezreel mula sa likod. Could be a massive flank that gives the opportunity for Jezreel to take down the bomb planter. At si Simple, di pa rin siya nakikita, pero mula sa shatter, J-Vice gets taken down, but that's it. Minimizing losses, J. Kim takes down Jezreel, and Sunday Shrooms pick their first round on the blacklist side.
I mean, this is a comfortable round now. Hindi pa rin talaga malayo ang 4-round deficit for Kadiliman. And now they dictate the movements, especially on the BL side. If you don't take care of that like momentum boost na kayo talaga ang gagalaw sa mapa, kayo magdidikta kung saan nga ba dapat dumepensa ang dito ang ating GR side, you're basically doing it wrong pagdating sa BL. And now with this aggressive vent takes, looking towards woods, ano nga ba ang plano nila? RTA holding down CR. Wala rin tayo nakikita for Kadiliman na magpupush out outside of vents towards forklift. So medyo default lang din ang galawan dito ng Kadiliman, pero wala silang presensya sa lockers. If ma-realize to na buong Sunday Shrooms early on to the game, baka spam out nilang nila to because Hangshu is not a TRG user pagdating dito sa B site. So easy spray, it's not an easy spray doon mula sa kanya. And now, nauubusan na agad ng utility sa Kadiliman.
Halos lahat ginagamit nila dito sa second mid, no? Also, 2 people guarding it down. Careful not to step into the crosshair of J-Vice. Ayan na nga, nag-locker presence na dito. Papasok na ang mga miyembro ng Sunday Shrooms. Si Hangshu nasa 2F, waiting for Zolek to push in. The nade is gonna be there. The challenge from Hangshu is successful. Getting a double before going down. Kasama pa nga si Jess Sand to get a kill onto J. Kim. And Kadiliman holds the fort. Kanila ang B-sites. Ram is down and J-Vice follows in as well. 8-3, Kadiliman successfully defend.
Alam mo, medyo may insider lang ako. Next time nga na magsasub-base tong Kadiliman, kapag BL side si Hangshu, tawagin na natin siyang EJ Con Obiena. Grabe ka, brother. Tumatalon ka lang. Tapos katulad pa ng pangalan mo, yung ating magaling tumalon sa buong mundo, no? Kasi marami nang natatakot. Sunday Shrooms is also actually kind of scared in terms of gameplay. Kasi they're still planting themselves just quite carefully sa ating mapang ito. They're looking for long range shot despite them taking a lot of like control sa woods palagi.
Mala world class ang galawan ni Hangshu dito. Kumbaga mala Olympics na performance. At si kay Jezreel naman, unang tatama ang mga bala niya. Up against Zolek, si RTA holding down second mid. And that is going to be a kill onto Simple through the smoke, through the flash. Si Silent, saktong-sakto yung timing dun. Boss, paano mo naramdaman yun, boss? Ram, making a little bit too much presence. At yung Sunday Shrooms na ubusan na ng lahi. Si J. Kim at si J-Vice na lang, the J connection. What can you do?
Wala ng generation tong SS natin. Nauubusan na ng breeding ground ang ating Sunday Shrooms. Unti-unting nilalagas, unti-unting nawawala sa ating mapa. At naghiwalay pa yung Sunday Shrooms dito. What are you trying to do here? You want to go for like multiple angles, but there's still 5 man strong. At ito lang ang mangyayari sa'yo. Mauubos kayo ng todong-todo. It's J. Kim alone. At si Hangshu pa makikita niya dito. Hangshu, wag mo ilabas USP mo. Wag mo ilabas.
Hindi na nga niya nilabas, my folder. Hindi niya na kailangan because Kadiliman are already at set point 9-3. Mukhang hindi man lang paaabutin na round number 15 dito ng Kadiliman. Ito na, papalag na sila sa MR. Nakita na si Zolek at si Silent lalapit pa nga. That is the nade to his face. Pero si Zolek, pipik pa rin naman. Good flash to deny them of the push. And Kadiliman kept in check, pero yung MR control na ngayon ng Kadiliman si J-Vice. Hindi tumama doon pero okay lang. Still, okay lang. 5 man strong for Sunday Shrooms.
Yeah, they just need to keep on going. They just need to keep on applying this pressure. Unti-unti. Try to damage these players out. Huwag yung kayo yung ma-damage kasi medyo mahirap yan. Pero kailangan nyo lang ma-poke out ng unti-unti para maging, alam mo yun, matakot naman yung Kadiliman. But now, the push Simple falls down!
Uy, Zolek takes him down, pero si Jessan sasagutin naman. Kadiliman still ahead in terms of manpower. Si J. Kim naiipit na dito. Good flash coming in Pero si J-Vice andun lang para sumuporta at nakakuha na nga siya ng isa. RTA is down, Jessan pushing in, but that is not the USP that works every time. Hindi ikaw si Hangshu, si Jesriel takes down J-Kim, but Jesriel all alone. Kailangan niya pang hanapin si J-Vice na nakahold lang ng angle dito with the TRG, yung C4. Hindi pa nitatanim bipolar. Yun na nga, the peak from Jesriel. Walk straight into the crosshair of J-Vice. And Sunday Shrooms pick up round number 4.
Round number 4, and still Kadiliman now in a map point needs to keep on providing. Sunday Shrooms, kailangan nyo ibigay yung todo nyo. And I like this push, single push mula dito sa ating one of the top players pagdating Sunday Shrooms. Jake Kim falling down low, will he get a kill? Silent is dodging all of the bullets, pero he falls down.
Uy, bench play. Si Ram hindi nakita ni RTA. This could be the key for Sunday Shrooms to take control of that A site. Pero, Mamba out. Mukhang lilipat ang Sunday Shrooms 4v3. Polner hindi alam ng Kadiliman kung saan sila pupunta.
Wala silang mapuntahan man. They cannot go anywhere, pero divided na ang buong Kadiliman ngayon. Providing some time, kaso nga lang si Jesriel finds simple at the simplest time kung saan he just wanna look towards the site, kaso napatay pa siya 3v3. Daydom. Both TRGs and both rifles still online.
Yes, si Jessan buhay pa. Si J-Vice, medyo malayo ang tingin dito sa may locker. Nakatingin sa itaas. Sinong nandun? Si Hangshu. Naka-HK. Mag-USP ba? Hindi, si Hangshu. Defensive angle malaki Hangshu. Hindi niya na i-contest yung 2F. Andito lang siya nakatingin sa may passage. Si Ram yung manggagaling doon. Pero sa likod niya, ando na si Solek. Perfect timing mula kay Hangshu. Jesriel to get the kill. And Ram all alone. At syempre, USP pa ang makakakuha ng kill from Jessan's hand. Kadiliman take sub-base.
I mean, I keep forgetting na nandito si It's TV. Just ko po. Si Akshu pa if I'm correct Pero Kadiliman E-Sports now take game or set number 1 pagdating sa ating labanan no Dedom, kung saan it wasn't even close for Sunday Shrooms. I mean, we want them to win. I want them to prove me wrong pagdating sa mapang ito. Especially ito yung pinili nila. They're going to Ankara wherein you bank a lot of your trust pagdating dito. So they need to move on from this sub base again. Kung may dalawang sets pa naman na pwedeng laruan dito ang ating Sunday Shrooms. But man oh man, Kadiliman played it just like before kung saan they dominated sa another team. Ngayon, they're just transferring that energy sa Sunday Shrooms.
Yeah, the only thing that worries me for Sunday Shrooms dito is the way they lost is heavy. Ang lakas ng pagkabalibag kumbaga ng Kadiliman sa kanila doon. No? I mean, I'm sorry for the term, but Sunday Shrooms, remember, they took the challenge to fight Kadiliman in one of their comfort maps in sub-base. At ano nangyari? Well, Kadiliman won in a very decisive fashion dito. No? Granted, Ankara is one of Sunday Shrooms' favorite maps. No? I mean, kada serye na nilalaro nila dito sa group stage, palagi nilang pinipili ito. But with the way Kadiliman are looking right now, Bipolar, I'm a little scared.
Yeah, it's actually scary kasi the possibility of also coming to the 2-0 just keeps on going with their map pick, despite us banking a lot again of Ankara to be Sunday Shrooms to take. Parang in sub-base di ba? Sub-base na yun Sunday Shrooms could have at least gotten like 8 rounds, but no, it was half of that, 4 rounds straight. Tapos ginaganon lang sila ni Hangshu, ginaganon lang sila ni Jessan. It's just crazy that these things are happening to our champions last time.
Exactly, and come to think of it, them picking sub-base is a sign to me na naghanda sila sa mapang
totoo.
Kasi hindi naman pipiliin yung mapang yun kung hindi mo pinaghandaan Kung naghanda sila para sa Kadiliman ng gentong lagay, ano nang mangyayari sa mga mapa kung saan malakas sila dati, kung saan panalo sila madalas, especially in summer at sa last 2 matches nila na turog ang kalaban dito ng Sunday Shrooms. At we keep saying Sunday Shrooms as a team that is back, as a team that is out for revenge. With this sub-base map, napapatanong tuloy tayo, Bipolar, are they back? Are they out for revenge? Or na-dethrone na ba ang Sunday Shrooms?
Feeling ko parang si revenge sila man Parang onting-onti na dethrone sa kanilang pedestal na binibigay natin. But Nonetheless, I wanna give comments dito kay J Kim, initial rounds, able to get some headshots in. J Baez from afar, able to get some kills. Si Ram as well. Also just driving off of pure emotion and pure energy para makakuha ng wins, but it was still not enough for them to get these rounds. It was always Kadiliman that is on the top. It was always Hangshu delivering fear into the faces of Sunday Shrooms. But now let's look at the set summary. Umabot tayo ng 14 rounds. Let's look at Sunday Shrooms for a bit. Good rounds or good KDs for Ram and J Baez. Jakim also able to perform. Again, Jakim headshots every time. Almost
Yes.
0.8 yung pinapakita niya. So you have to take that into consideration kung gaano nga ba kagaling ang Sunday Shrooms. They are good aimers. But in terms of team play, in terms of just all-out confidence, Kadiliman, look at that. 1.75 on Hangshu, pero RTA closing it out with 2.
Yes, and Hangshu, look at the impact, no? I wanna circle back Hangshu a little bit. 14 rounds, 14 kills for Hangshu with a 1.00 kill per round. Nobody else touches that kill per round ratio, no? Si Hangshu lang. And yes, very respectable performances from RTA and Jessan. Pero man, hindi ko makakalimutan yung entry frag na USP. Ngayon ko lang nakita yun. At feeling ko, ito lang, Polar, feeling ko hindi ito yung last na makikita natin yung USP dito ni Hangshu. Let's take a look at who the set MVP is. At wala nang iba kundi si RTA. Siya ang may pinakamataas na KD, no? And it makes sense as the player that also provides the most utility for the team with a .57 smokes per round. Katakot-takot ang impact dito ni RTA, both in the killing and in the utility department.
Yeah, you are crazy, my brother. Every time, no, they parang nag-improve talaga ang ating mga players. With you being the MVP, we don't necessarily expect a lot of team plays. You're all in terms of smokes per round, in terms of assists. But man, this guy is just always there. Lalo na tong Woods position natin. Binibait out na sa Hangshu, pero he was still behind it, waiting for the trade-off. And it's just nice to see that RTA, this kid, is just dominating. This kid has the confidence to keep on going. He's on par with the rest of the squad ng Kadiliman. They don't. What around? Any thoughts dun sa ating first round?
I mean, I think RTA was the sole anchor of this game for this set for Kadiliman. Laging siya yung nakakahuli ng mga lurk, ng mga late pushes dito ng Sunday Shrooms. Pero, dyan nagtatapos ang sub-base natin. Pagbalik natin, Bipolar, it's gonna be Ankara, the map pick of Kadiliman. Makakabawi ba ang defending champs o tuluyan na silang madidethrone ng Kadiliman? Let's see when we return. This is still Impact Fall 2025.
This is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot galing kay X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot galing kay JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
At tayo po ay nagbabalik dito lamang sa Impact Fall ng CFS PH. Welcome to the casters deck. Kami po si Ibay Por at siya po si Daydom, ang inyong casters for the last matchup of the day. 1-0 po ang ating labanan kung saan Kadiliman ang nakakuha ng puntos ngayon. Ngayon may tanong lang tayo, nakapag-insert na ba ng USB si GAON para matulungan dito ang buong Kadiliman para mapatay muli ng USP ni Hangshu ang buong Sunday Shrooms, or will Sunday Shrooms finally bounce back dito pa sa Ankara kung saan we're banking a lot of our stones para mapanalo nila ito.
Not just a lot, everything to stay alive in this matchup, no? So kailangan ipanalo to ng Sunday Shrooms para lang makaabot tayo sa ating pangatlong set, which is going to be Port, which is a different story in and of itself, no? Nakakatakot kasi yung Port Polar kasi Kadiliman as a team loves playing default. Yung nakita natin kanina na Kadiliman, hindi yun yung normal playstyle nila. I think sobrang confident lang nila kanina na sobrang bilis nila maglaro. But if we go into the typical Kadiliman playstyle, mahilig silang mag-intay, mahilig silang mag-default. Maybe in Ankara, kapag nahirapan sila sa Sunday Shrooms dito, ilabas sa nila yung ganong playstyle. But still, this is a map where I think even though may slight advantage ang Sunday Shrooms, dikit pa rin ang laban.
Yeah, dikit pa rin to. Feeling ko dito, mas may kita natin a possible a contention of an overtime just because of these players. Makita nga natin dito na J Baez nagpapainit pa lang siya dun, man. Hindi pa natin nakikita yung full power nila. J Kim as well. So marami pa tayong kailangang abangan for these two teams. And with this map pick, it's gonna be an even open map kung saan wala, magiging 50-50 lang talaga yung labanan natin dito. It all ends up kung paano nga ba mag-defense ang TR and paano nga ba mag-execute ang ating mga BL side. But one thing is for sure, dire-diretso lang dito ang confidence ng Kadiliman with them winning 10-4.
Of course, I mean that is a big swing, right? That's a big win. At syempre, after nun, confident tayo mga players mo, no? And that really gives a lot of momentum going into set number 2, lalo na pag ganun kalakas yung performance nyo from set number 1.
Yeah.
And you have to remember as well na Kadiliman ang pumili ng mapang to. Yes, Sunday Shrooms love playing this map, but Kadiliman are no strangers to Ankara. In fact, I believe, I would say nobody is a stranger to Ankara anymore, no? Yung nakakatakot lang dito para sa Kadiliman Polar, pinili nila BL side, no? So they will be having the GR side on the second half. Kailangan nilang magstay afloat, kumbaga, dito sa BL side nila sa Ankara. Or maybe even do even better than that, no? I mean, we did see just how aggressive they were dun sa USP plays ni Hangshu. At hindi lang siya yung gumagawa nun eh. At the end of the game, kahit si RTA, nagpipistol na rin. Which is not something we see a lot of, but would definitely be a welcome sight dito sa ating Ankara map.
I mean, hindi nga talaga hindi talaga hindi mo talaga maitatanggal yung impluwensya dito ng mga players natin for each side. But right now, let's go right into Ankara, ang ating so-called second Black Widow for these two teams in terms of paging homey yung feeling. But right now, J Baez going out of tunnel, simple lang naman to. Paging aggressive ni J Baez, makita nga ba ng kill flick up, pero just real close by, catches him off guard.
Yeah, good trade of kills there. Jessan is down, so is J Baez. So pareho nating sniper taken down early in that mid encounter, habang yung mga player dito ng Kadiliman lipat muna ng LA into that CA push of Hangshu. Pero mga mag-set up na sila dito, barely any noise made. Nag-rotate na ang Sunday Shrooms. This might not be the best idea for Kadiliman to push A site.
Sino? A site will be there. Now here comes the flashes inbound. Papasok na ang Kadiliman.
Okay, everyone pushing in, but the counter flashes are better for Sunday Shrooms. Kaso lang, yung mga pistol, nag-iingay na. Hangshu with the double, make it a triple. As he's the only one left standing, naubos na mga kasabi ni Hangshu. Si Zolek na lang ang natitira para sa Sunday Shrooms. Yung bomba hindi pa na itatanim, but Hangshu, He is confident in this fight, man. Si Zolek iikot pa to try and play ring around the Rosie. Pero si Hank Shumin parang may anting-anting pumasok, naka-USP, naka-triple kill. At siya pa yung natirang buhay dito, Polar. 1v1 against Zolek.
May agima talaga si Hangshu at tawag nun, USP. Ganun lang
USP.
kadali ang
Ano ba yan? Type A,
kailangan
type B?
gawin dito. Ay, hindi ko lang sure man. Kailangan natin tanungin si Hangshu. Diyos ko po. Pero
Okay.
magkakalapit na sila dito ha. Hangshu wanting to claim his fourth and Zolek wanting to claim his first. Kaso nga lang, the timing just
Ito na.
might be great for Hangshu. Instant heady onto Zolek.
Winanta pa nga ni Idol Hank Shu with a 4K to start things off in Ankara. Man, oh man. Kadiliman are not done yet. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang pagdomina ni Hank Shu dito. Ito na naman si J. Kim sa laso niyang anggulo. Mula dito sa sarili niyang anggulo dito sa may middle area. Papuntang TB si J. Kim. Nakakuha na agad ng isa. Just release down. And Kadiliman starting off a little bit on the lopsided side. Pero si J. Vice muntik nang malaglag doon with the sniper. Pero okay lang. Saktong repick lang para kay J. Vice dito sa vents.
Two-man approach mula dito sa A. The smoke's becoming a problem once again. Medyo nag-a-adapt na rin dito ang ating Sunday Shrooms. But now, Jessan, we go out. Meron ding ginagawa dito si Hangshu. But now, let's go back to this vents kung saan si J-Vice titikim din Daydom. 1, 2, 3 for Jessan. And all of A side is clear.
And just like that, equalize na ang mga numero natin dito. 4v4 with the snipers. Out for the count for the ranks of Sunday Shrooms. Si J-Vice nalaglag na. Kadiliman have full control of this middle area. Pwede silang mag-CA, pwedeng mag-TB. Hindi. Ang kukunin nilang ruta papunta sa B-site. Simple is out. And B-site, andito na lang si J. Kim to try and hold it down by himself.
Oy.
Hawak-hawak niya yung batteries. Si Hangshu nahuli na nga. Perfect timing mula dito kay J. Kim. It's a
Good flash.
2v3. Sunday Shrooms man advantage. Nahuli pa si RTA. And this could be the round the Sunday Shrooms takes for themselves. Yung C4 hindi pa nakitatanim. At lalapit na dito si Silent. But through the smoke, it will be Ram taking down Silent. And Sunday Shrooms even out the rounds 1-1.
Grabe yung W in the chat na trifecta nila yung na isang titirang player doon ng ating Sunday Shrooms. And that is a good round coming from them, man. It's a 1-for-1 right now. 5 kills onto Hangshu already, 4 onto J. Kim. Let's look at these players even more. Di pala magkakross dun sa mid. Medyo mali yung aking naduling lang ako dun dito. But they stabilized nonetheless. 3 players on B, 2 on A is actually gonna be crazy because they don't put a lot of pressure right now on Hotel. Naabangan nila akyatan dito tsaka para makarotate din ata agad here on A kasi nakakaramdam din sila na mostly nandun yung pressure or nandun yung presensya ng Kadiliman.
Kadiliman, they have the liberty of choice. Madami pa silang pwedeng ikutan dito. Pero mukhang LA ang pipiliin nila na pagpuntiryahin ng kanilang presensya. 4 people hanging around boxes dito sa may LA. Habang lalapit na rin dito si Jessan si Zolek nagro-rotate. Naku po, ang daming infong nakukuha ni Zolek dito. Could set up a flank dito sa may yellow.
The timing,
Si Jessan
the timing.
nakabantay sa likod. Kaso hindi siya nakatingin. The timingan! Zolek with the double. At papasok na sa site. Pero sabi ni Ram, bawal sir, wala kang ID. And Sunday Shrooms keep control of a site. 2-1 Sunday Shrooms take round.
Oh my god, that could not have been better for Zolek. Nakita ko, may grenade trails na papunta dun sa A. Tapos saka lang siya umaabot doon. Able to get 2 shots in. But now, let's make it fast. Smoke inbound dito sa ating tunnels. But Jacob doesn't care. He sees him from afar. It's J-Bice also with a push onto EA. And Jacob is wrecking havoc. He sees the C4. J-Bice falls down. What? A fast round for SS. At tama ka nga, Daydom. Ankara is the wrap for Sunday Shrooms.
This is why they love this map. This is why sa lahat ng serye nakita natin sila sa group stage, palagi may angkara. They are not done yet. Bipolar 3-1 ang panimula natin dito sa GR side ng Sunday Shrooms. At Silen almost going down to the hands of J-Vice dito sa may market area. Double doors play mula kay Zolek at saka kay J-Vice. Si Simple sumama pa nga, and J-Vice hit the shot onto Silen. Si Zolek napanish pa nga si Hangshu. No USP for you this time. Just my bullets. At yung C4, kitang-kita doon ni J-Vice. Umisa pa nga ang sniper dito ng Sunday Shrooms. RTA getting up close and personal. Pero papatikman din siya ng bala ni Zolek. It's a flawless round for Sunday Shrooms. Inubos ang KDM. Anong nangyayari, Bipolar?
Wala na, masyado kasing maliwanag dito sa Ankara man na yung Kadiliman dito, it's not really in the bag anymore. Wala na, parang na trump card dito ng Sunday Shrooms, at ang trump card nila is the entirety of the map. They're using it as a force for them to get a multiple round advantage against Kadiliman, and this is what you don't want for your team. Palagi lang sila nagde-default onto EA. Just because it's easy doesn't mean it's gonna break out. Palagi naloko yung EA and mid, but in terms of clutching it out, in terms of closing the rounds, with SS giving all of this space, nakuha pa rin nila yung panalo man.
Yun na nga eh. Sunday Shrooms. You can imagine just how confident they are sa pag-push nila sa mga anggulong ito. Yun, medyo mas tahimik ang playstyle na pinapakita ng Sunday Shrooms. Si Simple at si Zolek may hawak lang ng hotel, pero apat na taong pupush sa kanila. Silent deals with Simple. Eto na naman yung mga USP nila. Hangshu takes down Zolek, and the entry with the pistols is just very good dito. Mag-isa na lang si J. Kim sa loob ng sights. Hawak niya pa rin yung ilalim dito, pero yung pistol na naman ni RTA ang magwawalang ya dito kay J. Kim. RTA takes down Ram as well for the double, and it's just J-Vice all alone. 1v5. Pero yung hawak niya dito, sniper. Mahirap mag-push dito, Bipolar. Si RTA, nalalapit.
Diyos
The
ko po.
angle, too close for comfort.
Diyos
And
ko
time
po.
ticking out. And J-Vice
Diyos ko
not
po.
looking in his direction. There you go, Kadiliman. Take the round. At guess what, Spoiler? Pistol yung ginamit nila para makapasok.
Diyos ko po. Nakita ko nga rin yun eh. We can call the pistolero strike back once again.
Pistoleros.
Hindi lang si Hangshu may gamit, pati si RTA. This push coming in from J. Kim has been flashed, but look at this. Hangshu knows what's up. Kung malayuan may HK, kung malapitan may USP, J. Kim falls down.
J-Vice muntik na rin malaglag doon. Literally, single digit
na mahulog.
HP. And it's a struggle for Sunday Shrooms to recover from that, pero at least meron pa rin sila ng sniper nila in the form of J-Vice. Problema lang, wala silang masyadong mid-control dito. Pupuslet si Jezreel. Hukay push along with the C4. Pwede ba silang lumipat ng TB dito? Pero si Zolek, matatimingan ata. Uy, di pa sila nagkakakitaan ha. Ang lalim dito ni Zolek. Mula sa likod. Ay, Simple. Talikod na si Silent. Hindi tuloy in-expect the market push. Pero, ang mga players ng KDM already inside of B-side, Polar.
Yeah, they already infiltrated it at hindi nila titingnan yung B. Gusto nila mag-hotel. Welcome to the lobby. It's called Kadiliman taking your reign. Pero yung C4 ba't iniwan? Kadiliman is fumbling right now. They wanna go towards A. They wanna go towards B? What? Turn around, pati tayo nababambuzel kasi nandito na si RTA sa akyatan. Lalabas yung nga ba yung pistol niya? They get into bats, they do! RTA with the kill!
What a shot from RTA, pero ito napapasok si Jessan sa side with the HK! And Jessan, the rookie of the year, will take the round para sa Kadiliman.
Rookie pa ba? Rookie pa ba? Just ko po, bagong-bago talaga panahon natin. Parang 2012 pa lang naman, no? But
Yes.
now, 3-man push towards akyatan. Medyo aggressive pa rin naman ang ating Sunday Shrooms. But Kadiliman, finally seeing some good plays coming in from them. Kailangan lang pala ng angas, Dido.
Yun na nga. Pero si J. Kim parang magpapakitang gilas dito Nakikiramdam sa may LA si RTA. Nag-aabang naman sa vents. Si Jezreel lalapit. I think kinig na lang yung footsteps ha. Si Jakim nakabang. RTA, naku po. Saan ka nakatingin?
One more.
Jezreel, kaya mo bang i-trade? Nakapuslets. Pero tatakbo na. Good play from Jakim. Very disciplined na lumayo na agad.
Yeah, I mean, you got the advantage. Tsaka nakita niya rin si Ram na medyo sugatan na eh. So, medyo delikado yun kapag natalo pa siya doon. Able to get one. Si RTA pa yun ha. Medyo one of the most aggressive entry players dito that Kadiliman has. They go towards mid once again. It's by this time dapat alam na ng Sunday Shrooms kung paano nga ba ang galawan dito ng Kadiliman, because if EA doesn't work out, they go to mid. They never go towards hotel. Makakaabot lang sila dun pag umikot pa sila mula sa bypass. Pero look at this, triple man going in towards B. Wala silang makita. Wala silang makitang tao.
Simple na dito sa malapit pero kung mapupuslitan siya ng 3 player mula sa Kadiliman, nag-grenade na Polar pero hindi pa sila papasok. Si Ram, uy! Na-timingan ni Silent. 47 seconds left on the clock. Si Simple na sa RS pa rin. Good flashes from Kadiliman pero mas maganda yung pick ni Zolek. Kailangan umalis ng Kadiliman. They've only gotten 1 kill at lipat na sila ng EA dito by Polar. C4 getting walked up into EA.
J-Kim?
At si J-Kim manggagaling sa itaas. Naku po, ang ganda ng angulo ni J-Kim. Kailangan hindi siya mahuli. Nasa fence! And the timing is perfect. J-Kim good for 2! And Hangshu all alone. Time ticking away.
Lala!
And J-Kim good for 3! Holds the fort. And Sunday Shrooms pick up 5.
One-man army, one-man defense. This guy has it all. J-Kim with a triple headshot. And with 12 kill. Man, 90% headshot rating onto J-Kim. 12 kills, 11 headshot. Lalers! Ang lalers, boss!
Ang lakas talaga. J-Kim! Ano ba yan? Naghahanap pa nga siya ng may kill dito sa may hukay. Holding on to that defensive position. Sunday Shrooms are getting aggressive with it. Si Jessan nag-aabang na may mag-pick pero pag nag-pick yan, 3 yan, boss. Sure ka ba? Sure ka ba dyan? Kailangan niyang tumawag ng tulong at ang tulong na yon si Hangshu. Makikita na nga si Simple. Tsaka si Zolek, si J-Kim. Naghahanap pa rin. Naghahanap. Walang kakagat sa ngayon. Yung C4 andun pa rin sa may dilaw, sa may yellow. At mukhang lalayo na muna si Jessan. Good discipline play mula dito sa KDM as they gear for the LA take.
Very fair round nonetheless. Here comes the flashes. Here comes the smoke.
Uy,
5-man in. Pumasok na nga
Pumasok
sila.
na.
It's only 1 player si Ram pa nga.
Nakapistol pa nga si Hangshu dito pero walang laharap sa kanya. Ram runs away just to give the sight away to the hands of Kadiliman. Bomb planted. And yung maganda dun sa retake dito ng Sunday Shrooms, halos kompleto sila sa utility.
It's only Ram without anything here. I like this position mula kay Jessan though. Medyo, he just needs to play for time. Able to get the shot onto J-Kim. He finds one more. Pero look at this. Diretso pa rin ata dito ang Sunday Shrooms. Zolek falls down.
Zolek, mali yung tinitingnan mong angulo. Medyo malayo. The flash onto RTA. Simple. Medyo napatagal yung pag-push niya doon. J-Bice takes 1 down but now he's all alone. The pistol. J-Bice, good for 2. The USP is not good enough in his hands though as Kadiliman pick up the round. 4-5. Isa lang ang lamang ng Sunday Shrooms.
I mean, you try to copy the maker but you cannot make... Sige, ganun, yeah. Ganun, basta ganun. basta ganun. I mean, like, he tried to do it. He knew na kung gaano ka-powerful yun, but it doesn't work out unless ikaw yung master ng ganung bagay. Simple is just tanking all of this, by the way.
When Hangshu takes him down, si Ram andun din naman sa may RS. Gets a double kill immediately. Habang sasagot naman si Jezreel ng isa niya. Umisa nga, bago tumakbo papalayo. It's a 3v3. Si Jezreel nandito sa may boxes. Uy, Jessan with a shot onto J-Bice. And suddenly, tinan mo yung mapa. Pinupuntirya na ng Kadiliman ang mga players ng Sunday Shrooms. J-Kim gets 1 before going down. It's a 1v1 between Ram and Silent. Pero si Ram, 16 HP. Isang ihip na lang. Mapapatumba na siya ni Silent.
Isa buga. Isang dura paalis dito sa mapa. Pero yung C4 nasa kanya. He wants to go somewhere else. Nakita niyo yung timer datum eh. Nawili siya. 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. He's thinking too much. Just make it simple. Just like simple. Pero Silent goes back. Finds it! And he gets the kill. Ang pagbabalik ng pistoleros. Kadiliman goes for Tiger.
Eto na naman sila, Kadiliman with the pistol magic. And it's 5-5. We are back to an even game. And the instant push from Kadiliman, making it happen to even up the odds. Kanina sa ating unang round nila sa GR, silent through the
Holy.
smoke. Nahanap niya si Zolek. Jason, kanya rin ba gawin yun? Oo, ang sagot. Ram is down. TB in full control of Kadiliman. And Sunday Shrooms, 2 players down. Wala man lang naisagot, Bipolar.
Man, di pa nga ata sila nakakalabas ng spawn eh.
Ayun na
In
nga.
terms of, ngayon lang pala sila gumalaw. So, it's just crazy that they sent out Ram and Zolek alone without any trade-offs. And alam naman nila that these aggressive pushes coming from Kadiliman will always be taken from bypass and as well as Sakyatan. But now, let's look at Jessan looking towards that position. But also J-Ba is doing wonders by himself. Might peek out as well dito sa EA.
Mhm. And you know, Kadiliman, they want to fight. But not at this stage. Alam nila na lamang sila ng dalawang tao eh, no? So,
Sobra.
it's just the play safe. Should be for Kadiliman. No need to risk anything.
Tago
Pero
mo yun,
mapupush pa nga ng TV dito si Silent. Makikita niyo si J-Kim. Pag nag-peek dito si J-Kim, baka mahuli siya. Ayun na nga. Silent, why? You didn't need to do that. Mukhang lalapit pa nga si Jessan. The super rookie, what can you do? He can get a kill. The pistol is out. The C4 is found. And Kadiliman make noise on the map. RTA. Nahanap niya si J-Vice. At just like that, Simple is all alone. Looking for respite. Looking for the bomb. At ang makikita niya ay ang barrel ni Jezreel. Kadiliman, 6-5.
Asan nga ba yung galing ng Sunday Shrooms kapag kailangan mo right now? They were lacking in that round. You shouldn't be just pushing out without any kind of trade-offs. I mean, going for big plays is a risk with big rewards, but right now, RTA is gonna risk it all. Going out of A. Here comes RTA with a push. Multiple frags, multiple bombardments. Wala pa rin namamatay. Pero first blood is Simple.
RTA still gets the kill despite the many flashes na inihagis sa kanya doon. And Simple is down. And again, Kadiliman, gumagana yung mga push nila dito ha. Pero si Sunday Shrooms, magpupush na rin. Papuntang TV, papuntang B. Si Jezreel, gaganti. At hahanap ng isang kill. Si J-Kim, mahanap niya rin naman si Silent dito. At yung B site, pinupuntirya na ng Sunday Shrooms. Kadiliman slowly making their way to regain control of this site. Pero tamang abang lang ng bomb plant. Si J-Vice, naka-timing! Pero si Jessan ang mas may tutok. It's 3v2. At yung bomba, hindi pa nila may tanim, Polar.
Ang hirap eh. Walang anything. No frag grenades para ma-push out yung mga nasa tower position. The C4 still in the hands of J. Kim. Needs to spot out anyone coming in from hotel and bypass. Pero man, unti-unting nilalakad ng mga players natin from Kadiliman. They're trying to test the waters. Pero hindi makapasok yung Sunday Shrooms. Sobrang risky, Daydom.
Yes. Hindi rin sila makapagtanim kasi the moment na marinig na may nagtatanim ng bomba na papasok na si RTA Jessan just waiting from mid.
Wait.
Pero I like this play from Zolek contesting RS. Pwede nilang makuha si RTA with the 2v1. But do they know where RTA is? At mas mahalaga, alam ba nila na si Hank Shu manggagaling sa tabi nila? Ang sagot, hindi. Kadiliman take the round and lead by 2.
Grabe yun, brother. Just, I thought may ikot pa ng Sunday Shrooms just because it was a good approach. Kaso nga lang, their peak wasn't as good as the defense there of Kadiliman. Kadiliman now falls down. J-Baez nagpapakitang gilas.
And J-Vice takes the 1 pero sasagot din agad si Silent. Laglag na agad si J-Vice. At si RTA. Andito. Galing sa CA! Zolek! Hindi nakatingin sa tamang angulo. At si Simple mapupush pa nga pero he will anticipate Jezreel. So that's a 3v3 after 2 players going down on both sides. Kobe.
Ano yun? Bank shot. Bank
Ah,
shot. Bank
boarding.
shot.
Boarding.
Boarding. Testing. Hindi, naglalaro kasi siya kasi na-pull niya yung pin. So, sumabog.
Kailangan ni Hagis no?
Kailangan lang naman Hagis. Testing lang naman. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Sunday Shrooms. Makakapagbato pa nga ba sila ng granada dito sa may B site kung saan sila tutungo? Pero si Silent manggagaling sa Ares. Nakita na natin to dati. Polar, si Silent. Hindi siya na nakikita eh. Si Ram! Ayun na nga! Silent, inubos mo naman agad. Ni hindi nakapaglabas ng barel ng Sunday Shrooms. 8-5, Kadiliman 2 rounds away.
Man, ini-inspect pa nila yung pader kung maganda yung pintura. Grabe naman yun, Silent. Binabastos mo naman sila. Mukhang itutuloy pa yung aggressiveness doon ni Jessan. He was trying to get that poke doon sa ating may big doors on second mid or going or near towards akyatan. Pero J. Baez might spot someone here, just really needs to be careful.
Aha. Kagana ba ang spider sense ni J-Vice ngayon? Naghahanap ng pwedeng matutukan ng kanyang TRG at si Silen ang magpapakita sa kanya pero si RTA naman ang sasagot. Ram is down and Jezreel making a bit of noise. Good lineup towards mid to deter the push from Sunday Shrooms. Pero si Jacob nakapasok na ng hotel. Hindi alam ni Jessan yun At yung B-side pwede na lang puntahan dito. And Jezreel mahuli na nga sa mid. Sakto! Siya yung nakahuli! Jezreel good for 2. And just like that, 2v2 agad tayo dito, Polar.
Yeah. Biglang naubos. Isang iglap lang. Isang tingin mo sa kanan, meron na palang nasa kaliwa. Magkakahiwala yung ating mga player isang araw. Dalawang natira for each side. 3 ang lamang ng Kadiliman. Bars. Pero they still have the C4. Planting the bomb. Dito sa B. And they still have utility. This is the good part for SS. Sobrang dami pa ng utility with a shot connected from J-Bias.
Sabi ni J-Vice, doon ka na dun, dito ka na sa ilalim ng lupa. J-Kim with the kill. And Sunday Shrooms stay alive dito sa ating Angkara. 6-8 ang score. And finally, Bipolar, nakahanap din ng isa ang Sunday Shrooms.
Nakakuha nga ng isa. This might be the turnaround of the century. Hanggat hindi pa 9 yan, Sunday Shrooms have a shot. At yung shot na yon ko, connecta kay RTA, multi-prong approach mula dito sa Sunday Shrooms. Wants to take mid, wants to take EA, and wants to take B. And Kadiliman, sobrang hiwa-hiwalay na nilaman.
RTA down. This is a hard spot to recover from KDM. Laging nakakuha ng kill sa may TV si RTA Pero ngayon, mga ka-RKO naman si Hakshu to take down Zolek. 4v4 muna tayo dito. Zolek is down. And Kadiliman swing back the 50-50 round dahil 4v4 na tayo, Polar.
4v4 indeed. I just want to look at the kills right now because there's no action. 19 kills onto Jacob, by the way. 80% win headshot rating, if you look at it that way. But Jezreel getting some damage by falling down as well as Jessan. Simple, they're going towards A. May flash pa rin naman sila dito so they can go easily for that quick pick-off. Jezreel and Hangshu pa nga lang ang titingin sa kanila. Jezreel activates. Shots in. J-Bias didn't get away.
Naku po! Silent! Manggagaling mo din dito sa yellow and Sunday Shrooms, wala na silang tatakbuhan. Simple pushes in, but the godbox play muna kay Hangshu. Kulang yung USP niya doon pero okay lang. It's still a 2v1. Mag-isa si Simple, hawak niya yung bomba. Hindi! Si Silent ang may hawak noon at tatakbo lang papalayo si Simple. Sino ba ang makakakuha nito? With 46 seconds left on the clock, parang it's time to call it quits, Simple.
Jogging ka muna, Simple. Parang malayo pa yung end trail. Malayo yung finish line. Yung finish line nasa harap ng dalawa. And Simple falls down. Easy wall bang mula kay Silent. And 6-9. Nice!
Wow.
Kadiliman just 1 point away.
Ayun na nga, naglakad pa sa plataforma parang kumakanta sa Chromacopia. Kadiliman, take the kill. 9-6. Isang puntos na lang ang kailangan nila para patumbahin ang defending champs, ang reigning champs. And Kadiliman might have just dethroned Sunday Shrooms.
Unti-unting kumakalma. Jessan so close by. Shot to the connect. 1-for-1 Zolek. Double kill.
Okay. Zolek keeps the dream alive for Sunday Shrooms. Pero si RTA, nakaabang. Meron kaya siyang mababalibag dito sa may mid? Ang sagot, wala. Kasi tingnan mo yung position dito ng Sunday Shrooms, Baller. 3 nasa hotel. Pero mukhang mag-check out na sila. papunta sa B-site kung saan nakaabang si Manong Guard. Ang pangalan niya, Jezreel. Nagbato ng granada, nagbato ng flash. Pero kaya niya bang hawakan to? Ang sagot, hindi. Mabubuksan ni J. Kim ang B-site natin. And the bomb should be planted now.
RTA, will he get one? Zolek falls down. That's 2. Can he get 2 more? 21 kills onto Jakim, by the way. Simple, unang harap against RTA. 1v2. Ding, ding, ding! Hindi pa tapos ang ating laban. 7-9.
Wow, sabi ng Sunday Shrooms. Beep, beep, beep. Ang sabi ng Jeep, hindi pa tapos ang laban natin dito. Kadiliman, 1 puntos na lang, pero 1 puntos pa yan, sabi ng Sunday Shrooms. Pero si Angshu may oportunidad, ubusin dito lahat. Ang pangarap ng Sunday Shrooms, good peek, flash coming in, but JKM, even a better flash, even a better shot. Pero mula sa bridge, si Silent nakita, si Jason sa likod, with the USP, gets the double kill. Pero si RTA, dito naman sa may batteries, J-Vice, this could be it. The 1v2, si J-Vice, hindi niya hawak yung C4, and with the PRG, manggagaling mula sa A exit.
Can he do it?
Can he do it? Uy! Nakita! Pero walang naitama, walang naisulat. Kadiliman! Napataob ang Sunday Shrooms sa paborito nilang mapa. Ang Kara is theirs. Kadiliman, take down SS.
I mean, it's time to ring kasi sabi dito ng Kadiliman, see you again for the next time muna for Sunday Shrooms, because that was a 2-0 sweep. Daydom, pwede bang best of 5? Ang saya! Ang saya ng laban na yon, man!
Ayun na nga. Parang kahit ganun no, nagbalik-balikan pa rin. Sunday Shrooms giving it everything they've got. Pero mukhang may mga bago ng hari dito sa Impact Bipolar. At sila ay ang Kadiliman. Walang liwanag ang sumasapaw sa kanila, Bipolar. Ito halos lahat nakatapat na nila sa group stage. At wala pang tumatalo sa Kadiliman.
I mean, it's getting scary, no? Parang horror house dito. Yung Kadiliman, you don't wanna enter and you don't wanna purchase that defeat. Because that is what they are offering to you every time that you put them in any kind of map. Kung halos lahat na dito ng mga teams na kalaban na ng Kadiliman, halos lahat ng mapa din na panalo nila dito.
Yes. Kahit ano pang pinili ng mapa nila laban sa kanila, no? Sub-base, sige.
Yeah.
Ang Kara, sige lang. Kitang-kita naman natin up against the defending, the reigning champs. No less, panalo pa rin ang Kadiliman. At pwede ko na ulit sabihin, Bipolar, ang paborito kong sinasabi. Kadiliman na naman ang mananaig at sila ang magpapatumba sa Sunday Shrooms.
Yeah, kakaiba talaga, man. I mean, they are crazy to put this kind of statement na they are undefeated, that they are defeating the past champions as well. That is something to look at for the next couple of days natin dito. Kasi kung isipin mo, halos patapos na rin ang Impactful, which is actually too fast. And they're taking it by a storm. Sobrang bilis ng habagat ng Kadiliman dito. So, kung ako sa inyo, sa lahat ng teams na natitira, sa lahat ng remaining teams for Impactful, mag-ingat kayo kasi padating na talaga yung dilema ng kidlat na binibigay ng Kadiliman.
Dito nga, nakakatakot dito ang pormahan ng Kadiliman, and I'm really excited how the rest of the teams are going to prepare for them. Tama nga, Bipolar, no? Patapos na ang ating group stage dito sa Impact. Kaya paunti na ng paunti ang tsansa na mapatumba dito ang Kadiliman habang hindi pa sa playoffs, or maybe sa playoffs na natin makikita yung unang talo nila kung meron man. Kasi sa ngayon, Bipolar, sa ngayon, parang walang makakapigil sa kanila.
Yeah, honestly, parang wala talaga because they might have a clean record pagdating sa laban na natin dito. So, let's see if they can keep on doing that. Sobrang hirap na gawin yun, especially with these teams. Plus, hindi pa nila nakakalaban once again yung Fervid. Feeling ko Fervid might be one of the teams that can possibly take out Kadiliman. Possibly just banking on that lunch play once again. But kakaiba dito ang Kadiliman, man. They easily win that. No stress. And 2 point nakuha ng what they call this? Nakuha ng buong Sunday Shrooms yung first half natin. Mas angat sila bago dumayo sa second half.
Ayun na nga, no? I mean, Kadiliman still able to pull through with the win, with a 2-0 win, by the way. This is super impressive para dito sa Kadiliman E-Sports. Nakakatakot ang kanilang pormahan dito, Bipolar. At aabangan ko itong mga to kapag dumako na tayo sa playoffs. I mean, alam ko naman na hindi pa tapos ang group stage, no?
Naman.
Pero with the way things are looking, parang sigurado na rin no? I mean, I don't want to call the cards yet, pero parang ganun na nga ang itsura dito ng Kadiliman. I'm excited to see, yun nga, yung minention mo na matchup dito, no? Fervid might be able to take them out, being a team that is not only very versatile, but also very abrupt, very unpredictable yung Fervid. Not to mention, similar ang map pool dito ng Fervid at saka Kadiliman. Sub-base, Ankara, Black Widow, syempre, no? So, medyo nakakatakot yung prospeta na yon para dito sa Kadiliman. But as it stands, sila pa rin ang nangunguna sa ating leaderboard sa ngayon, being the only team that has the most wins in terms of map differential. One of the only two teams that has dropped a single series apart from Querdas. And of course, the 1-2-0 Sunday Shrooms apart from Querdas as well. So, yun na nga sa Kadiliman. What more can I say? Everyone looks on point. At ano pa, parang nadagdagan pa nga yung resume nila dun sa pag-USP nila ngayong araw, Paul.
Totoo man. I mean, they just keep on surprising us and they just keep on giving us the best kind of Crossfire. A total of 17 rounds in Ankara. It was very close. Sunday Shrooms, you did very, very well. Kasi nakikita nyo ngayon, still that headshot percentage ni J-Kim, despite them always behind Kadiliman. 0.78. Sinasabi ko sa'yo man, palaging 0.8 yan halos. Almost that perfect 80%. And J-Kim going out with 2.09, that is something.
Yes, hats off pa rin kay J-Kim, no? Paborito niya kasi playground niya tong Ankara, no? Lagi siyang nanglalason sa CA, sa mid, tsaka sa TB. Ito yung palagi niyang ginagamit para mabigyan ng edge ang Sunday Shrooms. This time, sinubukan niya. He gave it all he's got, but it just wasn't enough in the face of Kadiliman. Actually, no one comes close, no? Sa KD dito ni J-Kim. So, kudos kay J-Kim, kahit sa isang kalaban na napakalakas, hindi pa rin nagpaantig si J-Kim, but of course the set MVP goes over towards RTA with a 1.17 kill death ratio and a 0.82 kill per round. Pero sa totoo lang halos lahat ng players dito ng Kadiliman umambag talaga eh.
Yeah, I mean, it was a team effort at the end of the day, but the man in action, the man that was able to give more. It's gonna be RTA. Let's look at his highlights kung paano nga ba siya naging ka-dominated dito sa ating Ankara, from mid pushes to solo plays with multiple headshots. Just like J-Kim, this man is insane. This kid always providing, always on the MVP leaderboards.
And again, RTA providing that utility while fragging out, no? Siya yung may second highest smokes per round average. Actually, sa lahat ng players natin dito sa Ankara, no, I'm taking a look at the stats, si Jessan lang, tsaka si J-Kim, yung may mas madaming smoke sa kanya at 0.35. But, that concludes our match dito, Bipolar. Yan na nga, Kadiliman with a 2-0 win against Sunday Shrooms.
I mean, a total of 20-11.
Yes.
So it's very far from each other. The gap there is too big to consider that you cannot say na sobrang ganda ng ginawa dito sa Shrooms. They played well pagdating sa Ankara, pero Kadiliman played intensely from start until the finish. Yan ang gusto natin makita for both of these squads. Some different storylines getting into the mix. Sunday Shrooms need to pick up if they want a better kind of spot pagdating sa ating standings in the next couple of days. But man, oh man, grabe yun, Daydom. Akala ko abot pa tayo ng port actually, but no, sabi dito ng Kadiliman, no.
Oo, talagang nagpinaghandaan ng Kadiliman ang season na to, ang serye na to. Before tayo tumungo sa ating next match, sino nga ba ang ating match MVP dito, Bipolar? Tingnan natin.
Hangshu. Si RTA. Okay, si RTA. Okay. I would have never guessed na si RTA pala ang makakuha ng ating match MVP for the entire series. 0.84 kill per round and still a positive KD. His AP's 21. His smokes per round still above 4. And his headshot, 50% of the time you can count RTA getting that instant kill.
Yes, of course. And that's actually pretty high, no, for an EBR player dito who actually plays the HK sometimes, no? So you love to see the versatility na meron dito si RTA. Talagang ano siya very well-rounded player. Although I do want to note, typically ang nakikita natin na MVP previously si Jessa, no, on the sniper role. But this time RTA just becoming the more well-rounded player that delivers in all aspects. Yan, naka-HK, naka-pistol, naka-smoke. Kahit yung EBR ginagamit nito parang kahit anong sitwasyon kasi papalag to si RTA, which is why he's the MVP of this particular match up against Sunday Shrooms. And I believe this is a direct result of just how brainy the approach is for Kadiliman dito, no? Shout out kay Coach Jaycon who has provided a lot of structure.
I mean, you guys are crazy, no? So, a big victory for the side of Kadiliman and a good game, well played for Sunday Shrooms. They still have the aim, but mas umangat lang talaga ngayong araw ang Kadiliman. Silent, Just Real, Hangshu, RTA, Jessan, worthy of keeping that number 1 spot. The throne is still undefeated, Daydom. At dahil dyan, mukhang aarangkada pa sila ng todong-todo. But before that, onting commercial muna tayo in the words of Salvatore. Oras na para lumipat muna kayo sa ating Stove PC client. Direct, kung pwede natin mapakita, ipakita na natin yan because you can attain at least 4 permanent skins just by playing and logging in to our Stove PC client. Oras na para mag-migrate kayo kasi meron tayo dyang Blue Light, meron tayo dyang Obsidian Zilong, M4A1S, the Gatling Gun, the Gale Beast, and our Chetak Dominator Noble Gold na napaka-solid man. Malapit ko na makuha yung gusto kong M4A1, so why not check it out for yourselves? Oras na para lumipat at maraming salamat po Crossfire and as well as Malgi.
Pinakagusto ko dito yung Chetak Dominator Noble Gold. Guys, pwede nyo yung makuha absolutely free of charge. Permanent pa, no? So all you have to do is log into Crossfire with the Stove PC client launcher. Pero guys, hindi nyo to magagawa kung hindi nyo pa na-migrate yung account nyo. So if you haven't already, make sure to do that. At nag-iintay ang mga freebies sa inyo. Guys, kahit hindi nyo makuha yung permanent, pwede nyo makuha yung 7 days na rewards nitong Chetak, no, or kahit yung M4 na gusto nyo.
Yeah.
So guys, why not log it in and migrate your account?
I mean, now let's look at their team statistics, no, kung ano nga bang pakiramdam ng mga ating teams para lang updated tayo. Our brackets are still almost the same. Ano nga ba nakikita natin dyan, Dado?
Of course, Kadiliman still on the tippy top after securing that win against Sunday Shrooms. Querdas, the only other team, hasn't dropped still almost as good as a record as Kadiliman, no, is right up there with it na number 2 pa rin. At sumusunod naman ang Fervid and then Blue Vortex, tapos number 5 na ang Sunday Shrooms. And then you got Alliance Gaming, Team Micro, and Rhea 7 GAON. Last 2 matches for all of our teams. So halos wala ng room for error dito.
Yeah, shouldn't be any more room for error. You just have to keep on fighting. Meron pa rin naman tayo mga pagkakaiba siguro possibly, no, sa ating 2, 3, 4, 5th spot. Even though the first rank dito pwede pa rin magbago just because of how close it is. But let's look at the next schedule. Kung ano nga bang aabangan ng ating mga manonood tomorrow and ano nga bang paghahandaan natin. Of course, our match number 1, it's Rhea 7 GAON versus Team Micro. It's the battle of the bottom trying to get into the upper echelons ng ating standings. So sunod naman dyan, babawi daw ang Sunday Shrooms and as well as Blue Vortex for their team. And this is what I like. Pagdating sa dulo, it's always the best kind of script na binibigay sa atin ng ating production crew and as well as Smilegate. Fervid Esports, our number 3 team sa ating standings versus Querdas. Ang last time na nakita natin dito, ang ating top 1 and top 2, hindi nagbago. Dito ba dito pwede na magbago yung ating standings?
Naku, pwede, no? Pwedeng i-overtake ng Fervid ang Querdas, lalo na kung maka 2-0 sila, no? So, definitely a fight to look out for and something to watch. Mainit yan. Mainit yung labanan na yan. Mainit din itong Blue Vortex at Sunday Shrooms, ha? Magkadikit din sila sa standings currently, so that could shape up those all-important points. Remember, top 4 lang ang kukunan natin sa playoffs at halos dikit-dikit yung number 4, number 5, number 6 spots natin. So those are going to be very important matches.
Yeah, important matches that you need to keep your eyes on. Pero something even more important that you have to look at after that. Pag natapos kasi yung Impact, every time meron tayong preview show that will conclude Impactful and introduce you to our weekend games ng ating regional finals. So look at the preview show or abangan niyan sa ating Crossfire Philippine page. Nandyan si Vil, nandyan si Salvatore, si Sticky Frog, si Ramon, si Mochi, si Daydom, at ako po baka nandyan din. Tignan na lang natin in terms of the schedule. Pero everybody, nonetheless, paunti na lang ang ating weeks, paunti ang ating araw. So might as well watch the previous show on how it will be going on kasi it's hard to say goodbye pero malapit na. So maghanda kayo kasi naghahanda ang ating mga players for even more action. At dahil dyan, tayo po ay magtatapos muna for our first day dito sa week na ito for CFS PH Impact Fall. A big shoutout to Smilegate, a big shoutout to everyone out there sa ating mga youth supporters. Maraming salamat po. Big shoutout to Boss Jester as well. Maraming salamat sa suporta. And for TNC, Smilegate, Boss Alex, Dedom, Mochi. Ako po si Bipolar, ang inyong casters for today. See you tomorrow for more Crossfire action.
It's more than just a revenge story. Sa ating mga nagduda, sa isang taong purong dismayado, this is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gonna get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down,
Four
good
hits.
shot, gonna get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para
Sept uuubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang